Order. Topic of late debate. Therefore, be it resolved that the government must stand and explain to Nova Scotians how this budget that so clearly punches down came to be. Presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island. Halifax Needham. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to present a petition with the operative clause that says, whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector generated 22,000 direct and indirect jobs in Nova Scotia in 2023, whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector contributed $2.6 billion to Nova Scotia GDP, whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector contributes $331 million to Nova Scotia tax revenue, whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector has a positive impact on the physical, mental, and social health on Nova Scotians, and whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector represents Nova Scotia to the world stage and is a vital part of our brand. We, the undersigned, call on the Nova Scotia government to reverse the decision to cut funding from communities, culture, tourism, and heritage in the 2026 budget. I have a total of 70 signatures, and I've affixed my own as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition, the operative clause, which reads, whereas the Cobequid Community Health Centre is facing record-breaking overcapacity, and whereas the Government of Nova Scotia has still failed to deliver on the expansion of services they committed to in 2022, and whereas the people of Sackville have a right to quality health care where and when they need it, therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the government to immediately expand capacity at the health centre to meet the needs of patients in the Sackville area. Speaker, I am presenting 250 signatures, to which I have affixed my own in accordance with the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a document signed by 1,098 Nova Scotians calling on the government to fully reverse the $130 million in cuts and present a budget that will serve the people of Nova Scotia.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table a document that I'm going to read in my member statement.
The document is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
I'd like to table documents pursuant to my member statement. One is a consent form from Christina Schomp, and the second is a denial letter for MSI coverage on Christina's behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a document, an email with regards to my member statement.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table letters received from constituents of Lunenburg West seeking for the government to reverse the cuts to arts, culture, and heritage.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table 3 documents that I will refer to in my member statement. One is from the Q Creative Collective. The 2 others are from constituents, all talking about the damaging cuts to arts and culture.
The documents are tabled. I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Needham.
I beg leave to table a document pertaining my member statement on the budget cuts to arts and culture.
The document is tabled. I recognize the honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a letter I received from a constituent outlining the impact of the cuts to the community, or to the culture and heritage sector.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the honorable member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a letter that's going to be relevant to a future member statement regarding the cuts to arts and culture in Nova Scotia.
The paper is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
It is a privilege to rise in the House today to recognize a group of dedicated professionals whose work has made a meaningful difference in the safety of communities in southwest Nova Scotia. I'll direct your attention to the gallery, where we are joined by some individuals who played key roles in a successful 13-month investigation known as Operation Hammer Time. We have Superintendent Jason Popick, who is a district police officer for Southwest Nova, Corporal Ian Fernandez, the Yarmouth Street Crime Enforcement Unit, Corporal Lamont Bork, Matagan General Investigation Section, Fisheries Officer Matthew McLean, Team Commander, Major Case Management, Maritimes Region, and Conservation Officer Steve Boyce. And with that, I'd like to thank the Minister of Natural Resources for the support from her department. Through their professionalism, collaboration, and unwavering commitment, these individuals, alongside their colleagues, help disrupt serious criminal activity and enhance the safety and well-being of communities across the region. Thank you for your service and for everything you do each and every day to protect Nova Scotians, and I invite you to stand and receive a warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I here give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the RCMP's Southwest Nova Scotia Street Crime Enforcement Unit led Operation Hammer Time, a 13-month investigation in southwest Nova Scotia that resulted in the arrest of 4 individuals for serious offences, including drug trafficking, arson, threats, and intimidation, and the execution of multiple search warrants that led to the seizure of drugs, cash, and a firearm. And whereas the coordinated efforts of RCMP officers from multiple specialized units, fisheries officers, and conservation officers during Operation Hammer Time significantly contributed to disrupting serious crime and enhancing public safety in communities such as Church Point, Bellavos Cove, and surrounding areas of Digby County. And whereas the members involved demonstrated professionalism and dedication over the course of the investigation, reflecting a strong commitment to the safety and well-being of residents across southwest Nova Scotia, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly please join me in recognizing and commending the members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, DFO, and conservation officers who conducted Operation Hammer Time in southwest Nova Scotia and express their appreciation for their service and ongoing commitment to community safety. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia has a very talented pool of emergency management experts who ensure the effective coordination of preparedness, response, and recovery right across the province. And whereas the National Emergency Management Exemplary Service Awards recognizes Canada's leaders in emergency management and have recently opened a nomination period from April 30th, 2026. And whereas these national awards present a great opportunity to showcase those in our province, redefining and raising the bar on best practices and recognizing Nova Scotia as a leader in this field. Therefore, it be resolved that all members of this House recognize the high caliber of emergency responders in the province and consider nominating those deserving of accolades in their field and for their tremendous efforts in keeping our community safe. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Small Business Commissioner and Improve Fairness in Business Disputes and Commercial Tenancy.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Small Business Commissioner and Improving Fairness in Business Disputes and Commercial Tenancy.
Bill 242, an act to establish a small business commissioner and improve fairness in business disputes and commercial tenancy.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Construction Mitigation Fund for Businesses.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Construction Mitigation Fund for Businesses.
Bill 243, an act to establish a construction mitigation fund for businesses.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Section 18B of Nova Scotia's Conflict of Interest Act provides that ministers shall make every effort to ensure their departments are not used for partisan political purposes, and Section 31(1) provides that upon resolution of the House of Assembly, the Commissioner shall inquire into the allegation, and whereas the Minister of Emergency Management secured $600,000 in capital funding for a fire department in her own constituency last year, and after being asked about her willingness to ensure that fire departments across Nova Scotia have access to a fair and transparent capital funding program, she did not commit, but subsequently tabled the list of other fire departments and organizations that receive funding. And whereas review of the documents tabled by the Minister of Emergency Management demonstrates a reasonable probability that this funding is being used for partisan political purposes. In particular, the documents show that of the 9 grants over $100,000, 7 went to organizations serving constituencies represented by only PCMLAs, 2 went to organizations serving multiple constituencies, each of which included constituencies represented by PCMLAs, and none went to organizations serving constituencies represented solely by NDP Liberal or Independent MLAs. Therefore, be it resolved as follows, that this House of Assembly refer to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner for inquiry the question of whether the Minister of Emergency Management has used her department for partisan political purposes. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas since the budget address, Nova Scotians have spoken loudly against this government's cuts to disability supports, arts funding, and other programs the Nova Scotians rely on. And whereas the Premier has indicated that the government will present revised estimates to the Committee of the Whole House on Supply to reverse some of these cuts. And whereas Nova Scotians deserve public debate on government spending. Therefore, be it resolved that if any spending resolutions in the Committee on Supply or Subcommittee on Supply are amended, the amended resolutions shall be further considered by the committee or subcommittee for 4 hours. Be it further resolved that subsection 62DB and 62FA2 of the Rules and Forms of Procedure of the House of Assembly be suspended for the remainder of this session. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative, pun intended, to my member statement.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, we will find my future father and mother-in-law, Hal and Mary Eliza Humphreys. And Madam Speaker, my mom is here.
Well, welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. I'm going to find you later to have some conversations with you. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to 3 wonderful humans who are near and dear to my heart. So close, Madam Speaker, that some would even say they're like parental figures. Firstly, my mother, Bev, or Bevy, as she's known around my house. Mom is a retired teacher who spent her entire 35-year career at Duncan Macmillan High School in Sheet Harbour. And after a sabbatical in 1988 at Acadia University, where she earned her Master's of Education and 3rd degree, she returned to DMHS and was the school guidance counselor until her retirement in early 2000s. In the years since then, she and my late father, Brian, spent many winters in Florida and many summers back here at home. In 2023, she made the decision to sell her longtime family home in Sheet Harbour and move closer to Kelly and I in Porters Lake, and it's been great having her so close and more involved in our lives. Secondly and thirdly, my future mother-in-law and father-in-law, Hal and Mary Eliza Humphreys. Hal and Mary Eliza are both retired bankers. Please don't hold that against them. They're former longtime residents of Stewiacke. They were dedicated community volunteers and devoted caregivers to Mary Eliza's mom, Grandma Great. In 2022, they also moved to Porters Lake, and since then, they've continued their volunteer efforts, Mary Eliza walking dogs for owners who can't, as well as regularly visiting residents of the Birches long-term care home in Musquodoboit Harbour. Hal has been a longtime volunteer for the Canadian Red Cross. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in recognizing Bevy, Mary Eliza, and Hal, and thanking them for all they do as grandparents to help Kelly and I with Alec, Maya, and Becca. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Speaker, with us today are the new president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, Melissa Marsman, and the Federation of Labour's new communications coordinator, David Etherington. They're in the West Gallery. I invite them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the House and congratulations on your new role. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
October 2025 was a historic moment for Nova Scotia's labour movement. At the 53rd Convention of the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, aptly titled A New Way Forward, Melissa Marsman was acclaimed as president of the Federation, the first woman and the first person of colour to hold the role. Melissa has been a noteworthy advocate in the world of labour for nearly 3 decades and brings to the position a deep understanding of workplace equity, inclusion, and fairness. She's served on human rights committees with the NSGEU, her home union, and the Federation. Speaker, I ask the Assembly to join me in congratulating Melissa Marsman not only for making history, but for the years of selfless dedication she has given to Nova Scotian workers, unionized and ununionized. I look forward to collaborating with her on the work of making Nova Scotia a better place to work and live for all.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the People's House, and I'd like to read a statement for a woman that's here today. Her name is Christina Schomp. She is a social worker, and our Nova Scotia healthcare system has failed her for over a decade. In 2013, a garage door struck her head, and from 2013 to 2019, she was repeatedly diagnosed with post-concussion syndrome and migraines, while her symptoms were disabling and unbearable and progressed. There was no clear treatment plan within Nova Scotia Health. A Canadian neurologist suggested a possible spinal fluid leak in 2016, but it was never properly pursued. Years later, she was forced to seek an independent world expert in the United States. The diagnosis and treatment of cerebral spinal fluid leak brought undeniable improvement. MSI denied this care, offering shifting and inaccurate reasons. She spent over $74,000 out of pocket. Madam Speaker, no one with a complex illness should be forced to choose between disability and financial ruin. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. I want to recognize Lynette Richards and to express my deep concern about the negative impact that government cuts to Nova Scotia's arts, publishing, community culture, and heritage grant programs will have on creators, communities, and small businesses across our province. Lynette earns a modest living as an architectural stained glass professional. Many of her clients combine private funds with grants to restore heritage properties and deliver community projects, work that allows them to hire local tradespeople. When these grants are cut, the impact is felt immediately in the private sector through fewer projects, fewer contracts, and less economic activity. Lynette also volunteers her time and skills on history, culture, arts, and heritage initiatives. Since 2013, she has helped keep the story of the SS Atlantic alive. Small museums in Nova Scotia enrich the visitor experience and help tell our province's story. Lynette is also the author and illustrator of a self-funded graphic novel about the SS Atlantic, Call Me Bill, published by Conundrum Press, a publisher that relies on grants to print, promote, and export original work. I thank Lynette Richards for her dedication, and I urge the government to reconsider and to maintain stable, transparent, and accessible funding, because investing in arts, culture, publishing, and heritage is an investment in our communities and into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, thank you. Madam Speaker, before I begin my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining on the west of the Speaker's Gallery, we have two incredible people from Clayton Park West, Pastor Greg Nicholson and James Stevenson. They are joined by their spouses, Pam and Chalon, and I also see Claire across the other place. I do ask them to both rise and receive the gracious welcome of the house.
Welcome, welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For more than 3 decades, Pastor Greg has faithfully served as the lead pastor, guiding the church since December 1988, with a heart for the people and a deep commitment to faith and community. Under his leadership, Halifax Christian Church has grown into a vibrant, multicultural congregation that continues to welcome and serve people from diverse backgrounds. Both the impact of Halifax Christian Church goes beyond Sunday services. Through their initiatives like Monthly Meal Kids program, families within our community receive practical support and a reminder that they are not alone. This year also marks an exciting chapter for the church as they celebrate their building renovation and expansion, creating even more spaces to serve the growing community in Clayton Park West. I also want to acknowledge the co-pastor, Pastor James Stevenson, who has faithfully served alongside Pastor Greg since 2010. Madam Speaker, Pastor Greg's leadership reminds us that communities are built by people who quietly and faithfully serve others. I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking him for his decades of dedication and impact in Clayton Park West. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to read a letter I received. I've tabled it already from a constituent. Dear Ms. LeBlanc, I am deeply concerned about the Nova Scotia government's pursuit of austerity for its own sake. There is nothing virtuous about such a pursuit. The economic talking points that underlie the government's proposal are not based on any empirical evidence. Even those who view arts and culture as frivolous ought to understand that these proposed cuts are simply a suicidal economic policy. They are a direct assault on our province's future. For full disclosure, I am a scientist with a comfortable income. I do not rely on government funding for arts and culture. My writing to you now is not based on any short-term personal interest. I urge you to oppose this catastrophic policy. Best regards, Daniel Peters, PhD.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, I attended a gathering of concern by NSCC faculty and students and staff at the IT campus here in Halifax. Employees of NSCC at various locations across the province are gathering today out of concern for the over $9 million in cuts that are coming to the NSCC as a result of the budget. This is devastating, Madam Speaker, for...
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm going to... A phone
Go
went
ahead.
off. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, I rise in my place today to recognize the employees of NSCC. They were gathering at campuses all over Nova Scotia, I believe. I was at the IT campus in Halifax, and it is a result of concern around the $9 million in cuts that are coming as a result of this budget. This is devastating. It is devastating for staff. It's devastating for the students, and it's not necessary. So I rise in my place, Madam Speaker, to recognize all of the employees, the staff and the students of NSCC campuses across Nova Scotia who are going to be severely impacted by over $9 million in cuts in this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to introduce Marley Smith, Emma Falkins, Dan Von Voot, and Melinda Dollar-Thompson and Kirk Doffany from the Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia. I would ask them to please rise and to receive a warm welcome from members of the legislature.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you again, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Marley Smith of the Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia in Bedford Basin on being recognized on National Staff Appreciation Day, March 6, 2026. Marley joined the association in September 2021 with a background in social work. She supports brain injury survivors and caregivers, runs programs that foster connection and recovery, and is always available to answer questions and offer guidance. Marley dedicates her time and energy to helping individuals navigate life after brain injury. She provides one-on-one navigation support and ensures that individuals feel heard, respected, and supported. Speaker, Marley also plays a key role in community education and awareness. She helps increase understanding of the far-reaching impacts of brain injury, including its side effects on mental health, grief, and overall well-being. I ask the members of the House to join me in congratulating Marley on her recent recognition.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Q Creative, a Halifax-based nonprofit advocating for stronger representation and opportunities for 2S LGBTQIA+ artists and creatives across Nova Scotia. They wrote us all today, and I thought I would give folks a quick summary in the House of what they had to say. They feel that the decision to remove approximately $14 million, including a 30% cut to operational funding and the elimination of programs such as Artists in Schools, is not a minor adjustment. They feel it is a policy choice that will dismantle infrastructure, eliminate jobs, and threatens a sector that contributes $2.6 billion to Nova Scotia's economy and supports more than 22,000 jobs. For 2S LGBTQ, they say that for 2S LGBTQI plus artists and creatives, these cuts are even more devastating. The arts have long served as one of the few spaces where queer and trans Nova Scotians can safely tell their stories, find community, and build careers despite systemic barriers. These cuts send a deeply troubling message that the voices, stories, and creative contributions of queer Nova Scotians are expendable. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to introduce, I can't see her and her mom, but I believe they're in the Speaker's Gallery. Is there, yes? Christina Champ, there she is. And her mom is with her today, Welina. I know wasn't easy for you to get here today, Christina. Thank you for being here with us, and I hope we can bring your voice here to the People's House. Thank you.
Welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 2 years ago, our community hosted some of the best curlers in the world with the Women's World Curling Championships. And now we have found out that Sydney in November of 2026 is going to host the Grand Slam of Curling National, which is going to bring 30 of the best teams from all over the world back to Sydney. This is a testament to the work that the CBRM puts in with their staff and their volunteers to bring world-class events to our community. The last curling tournament was one of the most successful that they've ever had for the Women's World Championships. There were sellouts throughout the entire event, and I suspect that it will be celebrated again in Sydney in the greater CBRM, that we have the best curlers in the world coming back again. So I rise in my place in excitement for the community, but I especially rise in my place to everybody involved at the CBRM, whether they're staff or the hundreds of volunteers that step up every time to welcome the world into our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on a very personal note to recognize a truly special occasion. Today is the birthday of my wife, Starla. I know she's at home right now watching on Ledge TV, as she often does. We've shared our lives together, and we truly have done everything together. We've raised our family. Her running the show as my EDA president, her playing her fiddle. She's a force that keeps us moving. She remains a constant source of inspiration to me. Just this past year, she successfully completed her MBA, adding that impressive milestone to everything else she does, and she manages with such dedication. Above all, she's a devoted mother and at the heart of her home. Thank you to your partnership, your wisdom, and everything you do for our family. I love you, and I wish you a very happy birthday. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of the legislature join me in celebrating my incredible wife, Starla, and wishing her a happy birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I beg leave of the members to steal a moment just to say something. Happy birthday. She shares the birthday with my oldest son, so I just want to say happy birthday, Logan, a.k.a. my Logie Bear. You're 29, but I will call you that until the day I die. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to read a letter that I received, a few of us received actually, from Kelty McNeil of Kings South. I'm writing as a Nova Scotian deeply concerned, actually enraged, about the recent announced budget cuts to communities, culture, tourism, and heritage, as well as reductions to wildlife conservation, climate change, social programs that support vulnerable people in our province. My connection to the issue is both professional and personal. I'm a graduate of NASCAD and someone whose career has been shaped by the arts, culture, and agriculture sectors of Nova Scotia. Earlier in my career, I worked in 4 countries overseas, as well as in Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal, building a community through work in farm-to-table restaurants, galleries, and cultural spaces. Like many Nova Scotians, I was part of the so-called brain drain. I chose to return home because this province offered something meaningful, the opportunity to build a sustainable rural life rooted in agricultural, tourism, and culture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in my place today to stand against the cuts to literacy in Cumberland County and across all of Nova Scotia. I rise also in my place to support and encourage CANU, Cumberland Adult Network for Upgrading. CanU is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping adults prepare for the workplace, to continue in education and enhance their daily lives. Executive Director Donna Farrell and her team offer a variety of educational, employment, and life skills programs in a safe, supportive environment to anyone over the age of 18, all 100% free. In conjunction with a number of local, regional, and provincial partners, CanU exists because traditional education doesn't work for everyone. They take a student-centered approach rather than trying to fit learners into a box. Quite simply, it works, and it improves literacy in our community. Unfortunately, CanU is another important program facing budgetary cuts as their primary funder is the Nova Scotia School of Adult Learning. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Donna Farrell and her team for their efforts to improve lives in Cumberland County, and I know I can speak for hundreds of people in my constituency who have benefited from CanU when I say this important program needs to continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to recognize everyone who's reached out to me to speak about their experiences over the last few days. I want to thank Chris Lewis, Lynn Nickerson, Colleen Personal, Robert Charles, Kristen Scott, Steve, Christian, Jesse, Greensdale, Patricia Thomas, Amanda, Shirley, the entire Priest family, Nicole, Megan, Lorraine, Brandy, Hillary, and Kevin. Madam Speaker, some in this legislature may see course correction and apology as a weakness, but I see it as true leadership and listening to people. So I want to thank all those individuals, and anyone I may have left off this list, I want you to know that your voice matters. I want to thank them for the trust they put in me to be their voice in this historic legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Constituents have been writing and calling about the recently announced austerity budget, one that has significant cuts to funding for arts, culture, and heritage. Jamie Melrose stated, "Can we imagine an art strike? No music in the city, no events, no theater, no movies, no performances. All art in the buildings in Nova Scotia taken down, African Nova Scotians and Mi'kmaq programs cut. Let a world without art or social inclusion guide your abandoning of these cuts." Folks were here outside this House yesterday, clearly stating that they were not here to fight for African Nova Scotians over artists. They were not here to fight for disability rights or at the expense of land rights. We are all interconnected, and we stand together, shoulder to shoulder to shoulder. Madam Speaker, people are powerful. We need to be their voice in this House. Let's vote no to this budget.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, last month I had the honour of attending the annual Kingston Fire Banquet, honouring and celebrating all those who serve at the Kingston Fire Department, whether as firefighters, auxiliary members, or family support. As usual, the volunteers put on a very special event. I'm always humbled to be around those in uniform who put their own safety on the line for others in our communities. I'd also like to congratulate the Longtime Service Award winners recognized this year. Brian and Jennifer Banks, 15 years, Scott Fahey, 20 years, Brad Beardsley, 25 years, Alden Neely and Dan Brown, 30 years, and Bert Curry, 40 years. These incredible firefighters and the rest of the department are an incredible team who work at an extremely professional level. The department has even instituted a youth firefighter program, encouraging the next generation to volunteer. Congratulations to Chief Troy Bruce and the leadership team for another exemplary year of service. Kingston responded to 279 calls last year, and there was not one accident reported. I look forward to continuing to work with Kingston and other departments in Kings West to amplify their voice, and look forward to their continued success as a model for the fire service in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to read excerpts from 2 of the hundreds of letters I've received condemning this budget. Stephanie Yee, an artist and community member, is deeply troubled by the recently announced austerity budget the government is tabling and urges us to reverse this decision. She believes the consequences of these cuts will be disastrous, not just for arts, culture, and heritage, but in tourism, hospitality, industry, grocery stores, gas stations, and the shops and services frequented by visitors to community. She is a working artist and rural resident. She's represented Nova Scotia at international performance festivals, and she's a community member and culture consumer. She recognizes that these reductions will reduce the livelihoods of rural neighbors that gather among community, create and take in the incredible talent Nova Scotians are known for, and she's asking these reductions to be eliminated. I also have a letter from Joe Bender, who's a filmmaker, and he writes with deep concern and a measure of personal heartbreak about the austerity budget that has been tabled. He says they're not abstract budget lines, they're the futures of real people. And I call upon members of this House to heed these warnings and vote no for this budget.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I rise in solidarity with the hundreds and probably thousands of Nova Scotian students who stood up today and walked out of their classrooms to urgently oppose this short-sighted budget that has failed to account for their needs and their voices. Our students have a clear list of demands. Restore the Student Transit Pass program, end cuts to scholarships, grants, and student supports, protect our arts and culture sector, and commit to housing and climate action. Those are core issues that will define their ability to build a life in this province. This sends a clear and powerful message. This government needs to do better for the next generation. Their eyes are on us. They are paying attention to our words and our actions in this House. Today's walkout highlights the importance of youth participation in our democratic process. By mobilizing and taking action, these students are demonstrating the very civic engagement that keeps our democracy healthy and accountable. I commend the youth of the province for their passion and leadership and ask every member of this House to listen to the voices of our future.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the nonprofit dance group Kids Act on its 5th annual Dancing with the Stars. The event spanned over 4 nights of sold-out dynamic performances with new dancers taking the stage each evening. Audiences were treated to energetic performances by Kids Act dancers and their celebrity partners. Some of this year's stars included lawyers, teachers, healthcare workers, and even our municipality's warden. Although some admitted stepping completely out of their comfort zones, they embraced the challenge with enthusiasm and expressed how much fun they had throughout the journey. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating all the dancers for their hard work and fantastic performances. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Today, across our province, students in public schools have organized in protest to make clear to the Premier and this government that the proposed budget will create immediate and lasting harms for them, their learning, their families and friends, and the communities they call home. Students are citizens and they have rights and voices. And youth aren't just the future, they are an integral part of our present. They are leaders in community. They are workers and entrepreneurs contributing to the economy and provincial prosperity. They are champions for justice, equity, climate action, and a better world. There is no community in our province that isn't anchored by the lives and impact of youth. Their voices deserve to be heard and given serious consideration by everyone in this House. Thousands of young people are standing up in every region of this province to fight for a budget that protects and supports what matters to them. I hope every MLA takes the time to listen earnestly to these voices in deciding whether or not this budget is right for Nova Scotia. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and congratulate Lawrence Shabib on his retirement from the North Sydney Food Bank. For years, Lawrence has been a quiet but powerful force for good in our community. Through his leadership, compassion, and tireless dedication, countless individuals and families facing food insecurity have found not only support, but dignity and kindness. The North Sydney Food Bank is more than a place that distributes food, it is a lifeline. And Lawrence understood that at its core. This work is about people. He gave his time generously, organized tirelessly, and ensured that neighbors helping neighbors remained more than just a phase, it became reality. Community service of this kind is not always seen and rarely easy. Lawrence exemplified all of these qualities. On behalf of the House and the community that Lawrence served, I extend sincere gratitude to Lawrence for his years of service and wish him well in retirement.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Dartmouth North artist Vanessa Iafala on the mounting of her thesis exhibition, It Is What It Is, at the Anna Leon Owens Gallery in February. On the same day Vanessa received her acceptance letter into the MFA program at NASCAD, her younger brother and only sibling, Tristan, tragically died in a vehicle accident. Through photography, installation, and sculpture, It Is What It Is explores all of the complicated themes and emotions associated with a family tragedy. Vanessa described the exhibition as a means of therapy, a mess, a reorientation of self through grief and acceptance, a public offering to the universal experience of loss. I was lucky to attend an artist talk during the exhibition where Vanessa generously explained her grieving process and her artistic process. The power of art is in its ability to communicate shared experiences and connect us on a deeper level. Expressing these difficult experiences is no small task, and so I ask the House to join me in congratulating and thanking Vanessa on this great achievement and congratulate her on her MFA.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Madam Speaker, it's with deep sadness that I stand here today to acknowledge the life of a good friend of mine, Frankie McGuinness. To say Frankie was well known across Cape Breton would be an understatement. He was a horseman, an athlete, an educator, a coach, a volunteer, and a lover of politics and music. I've heard countless stories about his life as an educator and how he helped support his students in the classroom and in life. He had a profound influence on the lives of both his students and his colleagues. As I said, he was also a coach, an athlete, and an advocate for sport in Nova Scotia. In 2023, Frankie was inducted into the Port Hawkesbury Sports Wall of Fame. He was a horseman, a horse owner, trainer, driver, breeder, and served on the Nova Scotia Horse Racing Commission. In 1971, the documentary called The Vanishing Cape Breton Fiddler sparked Frankie and a few others to reinvigorate the revival of Cape Breton's musical traditions. He played a key role in the creation of the Cape Breton Fiddlers Association that continues today. And my family, and in particular my young fiddler, my young son Luke, are so grateful for the support of Frankie and the entire Fiddlers Association for encouraging not only my sons, but a lot of our youth's passion for Cape Breton music. Frankie was also one of my biggest supporters during the 2021 and 24 elections. I was one of the first candidates to be outdoor knocking in 2021, a year before the election, and Frankie was my chauffeur for many of those days. 2 days a week, for about a year, we were there together. He was a friend to everyone, an advocate for Cape Breton, and left an incredible legacy. To his wife, Mary, his 6 children, grandchildren, and all that knew him, please accept my deepest condolences. We lost a good one this week, but he definitely left the world in a better place than he found it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to read one of the letters that I tabled earlier. My name is Dr. Farah Kapoor, and I'm a family physician who has lived in Nova Scotia my entire life. I live in Halifax and have practiced medicine in Fall River for the past 30 years. I'm very concerned about budget cuts to the arts, culture, and heritage sector in our province. The arts, culture, and heritage sector and the benefits that exposure to art brings is vitally important to so many aspects of our lives and are related to our overall health. Our population is suffering from poor health, increased rates of mental health crisis, loneliness, and general stress. Those of us who work in healthcare are highly concerned about the decline in health in our population. With all the stressors in our world, it's very important for people to have an artistic outlet to help them experience joy and improve their quality of life. I'm asking for you to please reconsider the decision to cut back budgets for various cultural and artistic programming. These fields will always struggle financially, yet they help so many people in so many ways that medication cannot. My family and I have always supported the arts and have gained a lot of joy and improved over health as a result. Dr. Farah Kapoor.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Michelle and John D. Balcom on the recent purchase of the Myra Ferry Market in Albert Bridge. Michelle and John are well-respected local business owners, and it's inspiring to see them already making their mark in this new venture. They've undertaken significant improvements, including renovations to Missy's Diner, which now features delicious wood-fired pizzas, and the welcome return of the famous Charlie Brown pizza recipe. They've also introduced a cafe inside the market staffed by friendly local employees who continue the strong tradition of hospitality we're so proud of along the Myra. This is truly a great spot. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing on Kelty McNeil's King South's letter. It says, over the past 15 years, I used my skills in art, marketing, design, writing, strategy, and community engagement to help build the international profile of Benjamin Bridge Winery, drawing a spotlight on our province from the international upper echelons of the food and wine world. This spotlight brought with it attention and traffic to our neighboring wineries and created a wine tourism industry that before our brand was a minimal at best. Tourism is a renewable resource, not an extractive. Our tourism community has been working diligently to create 365 experiences that serve locals, and in recent years has been drawing visitors in February. That is monumental feat. We couldn't have imagined 10 years ago, and the momentum is just now building. Tourists who fly from Toronto to visit Benjamin Bridge, rent cars, buy gas, stay in hotels, eat every meal at a restaurant, and go from landmarks to Digby to Ingonish.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Acadia Axemen basketball team on capturing the AUS Men's Basketball Championship in February. This victory marks the program's first conference title since 2012, making it a truly special moment for the team, the university, and the entire community that proudly supports Axemen athletics. Throughout this season, the players demonstrated tremendous determination, discipline, and teamwork. Their commitment on and off the court reflects the strong tradition of excellence at Acadia University and the passion for sport that is such an important part of our region. Moments like this bring communities together and inspire young athletes across the Annapolis Valley to pursue their goals with dedication and pride. Please join me in congratulating the Acadia Axemen on winning the AUS Men's Basketball Championship and wishing them continued success as they represent our region on the national stage. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, the lasting impact of the government actions lies in the emotions that they evoked, rather than what the government did. People will remember if you made them feel valued, respected, and heard, long after the tangible or verbal details fade. The impression that these cuts leave on everyone across Nova Scotia will last a lifetime.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We always get a chance to stand up and speak about our children, and I just wanted to let the House know that my daughter Rachel, who just recently got engaged, she just started her veterinary practice. She's now in Ontario. Unfortunately, we lost her out of our province. Ever since she was a little girl, she wanted to be a large animal vet and work with cows. And so her and her fiance are in nestled between Hamilton and Niagara Falls, and I'm very proud of her for all of her efforts. It took her 3 attempts to get into vet school, and she finally got in, and she is working at her career. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, please. Orders of the day, oral questions put by members to the ministers. The time is 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians deserve to know who is making the decisions, but so far, the ministers in this government can't answer the most basic questions about this budget. The cuts they made, the cuts they reverse, or the cuts that remain. Now, for reversing some of the most terrible cuts that likely would have landed this government back before the Human Rights Commission, they want praise. When you propose 10 cruel things and you only do 8, it's still cruel. The government is supposed to do the work beforehand to determine the outcome of choices, and people are still worried. Why didn't this government do their jobs in the first place instead of creating chaos for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
First off, Madam Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that if anyone is looking for praise, politics is probably not the career to pursue. We actually are in these roles because we want to do what's best for Nova Scotians. We get up in the morning and we try to do the best we can every single day for Nova Scotians. We are not perfect, Madam Speaker, and we do not pretend to be. Instead, we have the courage to acknowledge when we got something wrong and say, we got that wrong, and we'll try to do better next time. And Madam Speaker, that's what's happening with this budget process, and we will continue to do everything we can to move this province forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thousands and thousands of Nova Scotians could have told the Premier that the cuts proposed in this budget were wrong, but he didn't listen to them. And he doesn't have to take my word for it either. Yesterday, the Deputy Premier said, quote, "This has been a chaotic time." We acknowledge that, and we know it's been challenging for organizations. Madam Speaker, it is this government that created the chaos, and this government who caused the challenges. They spent money out of budget and then told Nova Scotians, people living with disabilities, artists, musicians, caregivers, librarians, that they had to pay for their mismanagement. They didn't do the work to determine the impact of the cuts on families, communities, and whole sectors of our economy. So why should Nova Scotians now trust them that they've gotten it right?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, at every step along the way, we try to do what's best. And sometimes things happen, and you have to respond as a government. Sometimes there's an awful fire. Sometimes there's a flood. Sometimes circumstances change, and you have additional money, and you can invest in housing, or you can invest in health care. Madam Speaker, the additional appropriations that we've made, all of those investments are in Nova Scotians, and I'm proud of every single one of them, Madam Speaker. Love to talk about every single one of them. But I would say to Nova Scotians that during this budget process, which is very complex and lasts a long time, in trying to address the financial challenges of today that the country is feeling, that North America is feeling, we got too clinical and a little less human. We're trying to get human again, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, this complex process put vulnerable people across this province on the chopping block, and ministers could not explain why. And Nova Scotians have now lost trust in this government. The night before the cuts were walked back, the finance minister told the media he couldn't predict if things would change. The next day, the premier said the Minister of Finance knew all about the changes. And then when questioned by the media about who had made the decisions, the minister said it's a team approach. By this government's own admission, the budget cuts have been chaotic and harmful, and it is clear that the ministers aren't in charge. Who is responsible for this disastrous budget, and what is the Premier doing to make sure that this doesn't happen again?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the member that there's nobody on that side in this government working the civil service that takes any pleasure in a Nova Scotian feeling stress. We do not take pleasure in that. It's very upsetting when that happens. We feel that upset as well. I take responsibility for that. We are a team approach. We do feed into each other. As Premier, the buck ends with me. I listen very carefully to my team. I listen very carefully to Nova Scotians. And when I realize that something needs to change, we have the courage to make that change. We're not ashamed of saying we need to change something. So, Madam Speaker, we will continue to listen to Nova Scotians. We will continue to work with Nova Scotians. We will continue to step up in support of them at every time we can, whether or not it's
I recognize the leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier tried to clean up the political damage from some of the most controversial cuts in his budget, but the financial damage remains in the financial outlook. A growing $1.2 billion deficit on the way to doubling the province's debt and no clear vision to right the ship. Despite all 5 budgets this government tabled starting in deficit, this government spent all of that short-term revenue flowing into the province. My question is, does the Premier still plan to allow for the large out-of-budget spending, not including the emergencies that require funding. Emergencies aren't a new thing in this province, but the large, over $1 billion of extra spending, over-budget spending. Does he continue down this path? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think the member's referring to additional appropriations, which were in the range of $6 billion over the prior 4 years. $4 billion of that for health care. Bonuses to nurses, retention bonuses to nurses, wage settlements to people, treating people in the healthcare system with respect, building up capacity in the healthcare system. There's a reason we had to do that, Madam Speaker. It hadn't been done for 10 years before us. We knew that we had to do that. We promised Nova Scotians in 2021 that we would do that. We said it would cost money, would take time, and they said, please do it. Somebody can do it. That's important to us. That's a priority of Nova Scotians. I think $500 million of that was for housing, also a priority of Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, every time we get the opportunity to invest in Nova Scotians, we will, and I'm not ashamed of it.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it sounds like we can expect another $1 billion of spending on top of this deficit. We're already halfway to the $1 billion in this fiscal year that we're in. And yesterday, the Premier said he needs to raise revenue to deal with the deficit. But when you look at his own budget documents, revenue remains and economic growth remains relatively flat. But they are proposing to cut more than $600 combined cuts in the next budget year. So which is it? Is the Premier planning to raise revenue to deal with this deficit next year, or should Nova Scotians expect even deeper cuts when we come back for next year's budget? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually hope it's the revenue that we're working towards, let me say. I hope and I'm confident that that will materialize. We have massive opportunities in this province. We don't get a chance to talk about the opportunities much in this province, in this chamber, but in defense, in energy, in all kinds of opportunities from really smart companies here that are having a chance to grow. None of that upside is factored into the budget. So we'll work hard to bring that so that we can do more. Government is about doing everything you can. We're doing everything we can. We do a little bit more. That's how we get to deficits. But, Madam Speaker, I think that's what Nova Scotians expect. They want to make sure that government is there to deliver on those core services. It wasn't there for a long time. It wasn't there for a long time, but it is with this government.
Order.
We'll continue that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the budget before us has a fiscal plan in outer years, and next year they're doubling the amount of cuts that were proposed, and some of them walk back in this budget. And by the last year, it's 900, almost $1 billion worth of cuts. Even the Deputy Premier said yesterday that the process has been chaotic, and that chaos stems from this government's fiscal mismanagement. At the same time, the Premier keeps pointing to future natural resource projects that are years, maybe even decades out. When will Nova Scotians actually see the real results from the Premier's plan instead of being forced to shoulder the burden the cuts are today and every year for the rest of the mandate? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just as a matter of math for the member, what happens in this budget carries forward. So there's a carry forward impact. They're not all just. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, we're being frank with Nova Scotians about the financial challenges. Okay, I think that's important. It didn't happen under the member's government. We're dealing with the member's government mess right now. Bill 148. Deficiencies in infrastructure spending. Madam Speaker, we are trying to deal with what is in front of us. We're asking Nova Scotians to work with us on that, and they're responding to that, Madam Speaker, because they understand and accept the challenge. Madam Speaker, every day we're going to do the best we can, and we're going to get some of it right, and we're going to get some of it wrong, but when we get it wrong, we're going to fix it, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Premier called what happened yesterday courage. It looks a lot more like damage control and shame from where we sit. This government is in chaos, Madam Speaker, but they seem to think that they should get credit for making only some of the cruel cuts that they initially proposed. Caregivers in this province have been caring for their loved ones at tremendous personal cost for about $400 a month. an amount that's been frozen by both the PC and Liberal governments for the last 16 years. And instead of giving them the respect and support that they deserve, the government wants them to be grateful. If the Premier thinks Nova Scotians will thank him for being slightly less thoughtless, it's a rude awakening he's waiting for. What was the Premier thinking when he cut the caregiver program?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and caregivers across it. We all know them. We all know the energy and the compassion and the effort they put in. We know the value they bring to this province, Madam Speaker. We're recognizing that in the budget. We wish we could do more than $400 a month for sure, Madam Speaker. But we're trying to do what we can and balance a number of things. And I just want to assure the member, the decisions that we're making are about people. They're not about politics. We're trying to do the best we can. The member is trying to insinuate that we're I don't know. Well, I don't know. I won't ascribe any motive. But I just want to assure the member that what we are focused on is doing the best we can for Nova Scotians in their challenging financial situation.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
These cuts were cold math, and the Premier said it himself. It should have been more people-centered, but it wasn't, because if it was, caregivers would not have been on the chopping block. They take care of family members so that they can live in their homes surrounded by loved ones. They are relieving strain from our overburdened healthcare system, and they do that work for $13 a day. An NDP government brought that benefit in, and the amount hasn't increased in 16 years. People are worried about their loved ones, and they aren't asking for much, just a fair shot at supporting their families. Will this government double that benefit to keep up with inflation, saving money in our healthcare system, and making sure that Nova Scotians have the support they need?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, we have the country, if you look at the budgets across the province, significant financial challenges across the country. There isn't a program that the member could ask me if I wish I could do more that I wouldn't say I wish I could do more. Every single dollar that goes out the door in support of Nova Scotians, I wish we could do more. And Nova Scotians understand that there are limits to what government can afford, to what government can do. That caregivers benefit was never under threat, Madam Speaker. It was a question of capacity and how much it would be needed, because beside that, we put direct benefits. Beside that, we've opened up nursing home beds. So we're doing what we can. We're doing what we can, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's the answer now, but it wasn't the answer last week. This government is still cutting millions from programs and sectors that help build our economy. Andrew Stauffer, an artist and arts administrator, is planning to move to Nova Scotia from BC with his wife for her residency program at the QE2. Andrew wrote the government about these cuts, saying, "Our hope has been to land in a city that has strong support for clinical psychologists and the arts, so that my wife and I can both contribute meaningfully to the community. With the cuts in this budget, he no longer sees a future for his family here." Will the Premier realize how deep the harm is from cuts that remain in this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to assure Andrew and people like Andrew who are thinking about this that Nova Scotia is exactly the place, Andrew, for you and your family. The investments that we have made in the healthcare system will be welcome for your partner. They will find a healthcare system that is functioning much better than it was 4 years ago, much better than it even was a year ago, Madam Speaker, and it will continue to improve in the future. And Andrew, I want you to know, as Nova Scotians, as Blue Nosers, we love and value our culture, and you will be joining a province where the provincial government invests $66 million a year. And Andrew, my final point, when we can, we invest more. We do that through additional appropriations, Madam Speaker.
I I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Responsible governments do that through budgeting and transparency, Madam Speaker. And Nova Scotia just decimated the cultural sector and cut grants. Love doesn't pay the bills. Andrew and his wife didn't have to choose Nova Scotia. They wanted to move here because of our strong, vibrant arts and culture. Not just for Andrew's work, but because it makes our province so great. Andrew said Halifax was a top choice for his wife's program. Wasn't a top choice for his wife's clinical psychology program, but it was the strong art scene that assured them that Nova Scotia was a place they could stay long term. What does the Premier have to say to Andrew and his wife and workers like them who are second-guessing building their lives here because of the cruel cuts in this budget to arts and culture?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. I want to speak directly to Andrew because this is really important. I'll do that.
You can't.
Not in the chamber. I'll speak to Andrew through you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I want to assure you that.
Oh, they never turned on your mic. Hold on. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Andrew, this is exactly the place for you and your family.
You can't. We can't speak to people outside of the chambers. We got to speak to me.
If there's anyone out there who's considering Nova Scotia, I want you to know, as your Premier, I will welcome you with open arms when you get here. When you get here, give me a call, my friend, and I'll be happy to show you around a little bit. Because what you may hear from the opposition benches is the same stuff you will hear from the opposition benches across this country, and I'll tell you the real story about how great this province is, Madam Speaker.
Order! Thank you. Just a reminder, people are speaking to me, not Andrew or the TV. But seriously, everybody, to me. All right. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Christina Champ is a Nova Scotia social worker whose life was derailed after 2013 head injury. For years, her symptoms were dismissed, even after a Canadian neurologist raised the possibility of a CSF leak. Nova Scotia Health has failed to pursue it. Instead, she had to travel to the United States and spend $74,000 of her own money. Since Jen Brady won her court challenge, MSI have covered her ongoing costs, but continue to refuse to reimburse the $74,000. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is, will she meet with Christina today and take a look at these expenses?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to assure everyone that there is an MSI out-of-province claim protocol that we follow at the Department of Health and Wellness. And what's really important is that individuals who are seeking care outside of Nova Scotia first contact the Department of Health and Wellness. There's a lot of information that's available on the website about how to do that and what that policy looks like. So certainly we have reviewed our out-of-country, out-of-province care support. We've increased some services like costs associated with travel, all those different things. We continue to look at our programs to understand the needs of Nova Scotians. If anyone's seeking out-of-province or out-of-country care, the first thing they should do is contact Department of Health in advance of their appointment.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Christina did just that, as well as many neurologists and experts. In 2019, 2022, 2023, all denied. $74,000 out of her own pocket. Even though Jen Brady challenged hers in court, women in this province should not have to go to court to get the government to cover their MSI and to cover their medical costs. When will women in this province start being treated as equal and get the medical care they deserve? People like Christina deserve to be heard in this province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. So, as I said, we've continued to review our out-of-province care associated with individuals who are not able to access insured services within the province. We have a number of medical consultants on staff who support those decisions. We will continue to follow that process. It's really important that people contact the Department of Health prior to understand whether the procedure they're seeking or the care they're seeking is an insured service, that it is something we can support. There are things that we can't support, and it's very much on an individual basis. So we continue to work with Nova Scotians across this province, no matter where they're from. We do our very best for a number of requests. We'll continue to do that. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, this government has been in chaos for over 2 weeks. Ministers unable to explain cuts, blaming staff, and ducking questions. Yesterday, a journalist asked the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs a simple question. What cuts affecting African Nova Scotian communities will not be rolled back? And she couldn't answer. So, Madam Speaker, if the minister can't explain these cuts, why should African Nova Scotians trust her to stand up for them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I can't recall the journalist asking me that question. The cuts to the African Nova Scotian Affairs, or the African Nova Scotian community, $1.5 million in scholarships were rolled back. The cuts with regards to grants, $88,000 rolled back. The cuts with regards to the social workers, black social workers, $75,000 rolled back. Do I need to continue on that the cuts with regards to the African Nova Scotian community and programs was rolled back? Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the minister for the information because it's really important for us to have these details, especially when communities are asking us this. So Nova Scotians have been losing sleep because of this government's cruel and careless cuts. Jobs are being lost and programs face an uncertain future. And the minister can't even explain, but I'm grateful that today I heard it on the floor, that these cuts are going to continue to keep affecting African Nova Scotian communities. And we want to know as well, not just the ones that are restored, the ones that are going to continue to have those cuts, if there is some. So we've already asked the minister to come to estimates and answer questions about these cuts. My question is, when will the minister come to estimates to answer those questions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the members opposite for the question. Let's not get anxious in anything. Let's be patient. We'll get there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development said the quiet part out loud. This has been a chaotic time. Great that that's finally being admitted, but people have already lost their jobs and programs have already been canceled. It's chaotic because this government is making it chaotic. If the minister admits that this government is in chaos, how can Nova Scotians trust them to make decisions that affect people's livelihoods?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We understand the challenges of a provincial budget. We also understand that when you invest in the right places, you produce results. We haven't had a lot of chance, so I'm hoping that I'm brought up at estimates for the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care and Department of Opportunities and Social Development so that we can talk about the actual outcomes that are being achieved. And one of the things that hasn't been mentioned, and I want to make sure every Nova Scotian hears this, in January, we attended the opening of the Da Vinci Xi, which is a new surgical robot in the province of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, during the month of January, little tiny Nova Scotia did more robotic surgeries than any other province in Canada. That's what happens when you invest, and we're going to continue to do that, Madam Speaker.
That's not chaos.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
That's great information, but has nothing to do with opportunities and social development. And so, Speaker, the minister yesterday said yesterday that she knows which organizations will have their funding restored, but won't tell us because she wants to contact them first out of respect. Well, she didn't respect them when she made these cuts in the first place. And many organizations are still waiting, and they're reaching out to me, to all of us. If the minister is the minister also going to call the organizations whose funding won't be restored also out of respect, or will they find out the same way that everyone else has, after the fact and with no explanation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And of course, I've been calling them. That's exactly what a good government does, Madam Speaker. I have been reaching out to many of these organizations, and so I am certainly going to continue to do that today and through the week. Madam Speaker, what I also want all Nova Scotians to know is that the Department of Opportunities and Social Development is investing $1.8 billion in Nova Scotians, and we're going to continue to support them. The Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care's budget is $1.6 billion. Madam Speaker, it's an additional $140 million for our most vulnerable. And just this year alone, we're going to open up an additional 7 new nursing homes, Madam Speaker. That's what a good government does.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Madam Speaker, for the Minister of Finance, last week the Minister of Natural Resources couldn't tell this House what safeguards protect conservation officers' operational decisions from political interference. The Minister of Justice claimed conservation officers, like all police services, operate independently of government, but that is wrong. Police and RCMP are structurally separate from government, overseen by boards and commissions that are independent. That system is designed to protect independence. Government enforcement officers are different. They work within departments and report through ministers. The Minister of Finance relies on enforcement officers, and Bill 200 will expand that. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know what safeguards exist in his department to ensure cannabis enforcement officers' decisions are protected from political interference.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. All police officers are peace officers, but not all peace officers are police officers. And the former minister well knows that through the Nova Scotia Police Review, which is the result of the Mass Casualty Commission, there's something called layered policing we're going to implement. So we have to make sure as we go through that review and put a new structure in place, we have legislation that matches all potential from that new legislation and the way we're going to structure policing. Safe assured that any investigations that are done to make sure that we protect Nova Scotians, there's going to be oversight and there's going to be safety. We celebrated today Operation Hammer Time, a tremendous effort, and they're still here today. Our police services, whether they be conservation officers, whether it be RCMP.
I I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Madam Speaker, there's gonna be, sounds to me like there isn't now. 3 ministers in, 3 departments in, and we still don't have an answer. Pity we don't have a 3 strikes out rule. So last fall, the Cannabis Enforcement Directive was widely criticized as targeting First Nations. RCMP responded swiftly, saying they had no plans to change their enforcement approach. Now government has tabled legislation to create government-embedded cannabis enforcement officers to investigate, seize property, and lay charges. It is crucial that the operational independence of these officers is protected, but not a single minister can tell us whether any safeguards exist. I will try again. My question for any minister who can answer it: if government is creating enforcement officers to do what the RCMP won't, what safeguards exist to ensure these officers are shielded from political interference?
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that member was Minister of Justice when Operation Hammer Time took place. That was a combined enforcement operation. We had members of the RCMP. We had members of the conservation services here in Nova Scotia through Natural Resources. We had members of the Federal Department of Fisheries all working together. We have these type of operations taking place across Nova Scotia and, in fact, in many other provinces as well. Police services and peace officers work together to keep all Nova Scotians safe. That is their job. There is oversight for all of these different forces. Madam Speaker, we need to have our police services have the ability to work together to protect all Nova Scotians. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Yesterday, he stood up and told the House that he loves the arts, that they are essential, and that he values the sector as incredibly important to our province. But these words ring hollow when then he sat down in front of Nova Scotians and told them he wasn't going to reverse the cuts to arts and culture. Speaker, art is healthcare. Art is education, art is justice, art is business, art is tourism, art is jobs. Art is how we build our identity, and I believe that is essential. So while he's rolling back the cuts, would the Premier stand up now and reverse his cuts to a sector that he calls essential?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe a successful arts community is really important to a successful economy. I absolutely believe that. That's why, as a government, we're investing $66 million in the sector. That's up significantly under any prior government, Madam Speaker. We have ramped up spending towards, because we see the value in it. And when we can do more, like we could over the last few years through additional appropriations, when we could do more, when we were able to do more, we did it. And we did it as quickly as we could through additional appropriations. Madam Speaker, the times are changing right now, but we are continuing with a $66 million investment. And when we get the economy going, when we can do more, I assure the arts community we will do more.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, if the Premier thinks that the community that he loves and respects so much can't see through the speaking points going from cuts to a $66 million investment, then he has no respect for that community. Speaker, if the Premier can't tell me that he's going to reverse the cuts and how essential that arts are to communities, I know that the MLAs in his caucus do. So in a meeting with Ships Company Theatre from Parsborough, the MLA for Cumberland South agreed that arts, culture, and tourism are primary economic drivers in his riding. He said that he was surprised by these devastating cuts that put local jobs at risk, and he even said he would fight to reverse the cuts. Why did the Premier blindside his own members and cause chaos for communities with these cuts?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. That's a pretty good MLA in Cumberland South. I want to assure the good people of Cumberland South and beyond, he represents for a lot of areas in his capacity there, that he advocates very strongly for the people, as do my entire team. We all care about our communities. We all care about the arts. We all want to do more, but we all accept that there are financial challenges. Nova Scotians, through taxpayers, can only afford so much. But we are proud that we are able to continue with a $66 million investment. It is not insignificant. $66 million is not insignificant, but if we wish we could do more, when we can,
Order.
we will, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
This government's budget includes sweeping job cuts across the public sector. In our schools, the 3% cut proposed means losing hundreds of public school jobs this year alone. These are the people who keep our schools running: educational assistants, support staff, and administrative staff who help students every day. How does the Minister of Education expect schools to support students while the government cuts hundreds of jobs from the education system?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I think he's confusing this government with the former NDP government that cut education, Madam Speaker. In fact, the budget this year is up $115 million, Madam Speaker. There's more teachers working in the system now than there ever has been, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to invest historically in the education system because we know our future is brighter when we invest in our children.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, students, parents, and staff remain deeply concerned about epidemic violence in schools. Last week, a student was attacked with scissors at St. Agnes Junior High. In January, a student was assaulted by masked intruders at Island View High School. And 2 years ago, a vice principal was stabbed at CP Allen High School. And 2 years after a vice principal was stabbed at CP Allen High School, this government now blames him for being stabbed. With fewer staff in schools because of these cuts, how does the minister expect schools to address violence? Or will this government continue to blame the staff who remain?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, there is no cuts to our front line in education, Madam Speaker. And if the member actually did a little bit of research, he would know that. Madam Speaker, I have said, if he did his homework, exactly. Madam Speaker, I have said more than one time, one incident of violence is one incident too many. Madam Speaker, that's why we have invested heavily in our safe school programs. Madam Speaker, this wasn't just brought out of thin air. This was in consultation with the NSTU. This was in consultation with students. This was in consultation with families, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to work to make sure there is no violence in our schools.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government announced it's walking back some of its controversial budget cuts, including reinstating funding for Indigenous scholarship programs. While this is a welcome step, many other Indigenous programs remain in limbo, and it's still unclear which services are at risk. When asked by the media, the Minister of Lanua Affairs could not provide an answer, leaving communities wondering whether their programs might be quietly eliminated. Through you, Madam Speaker, can the Minister explain what role she played in the development and approval of the department's budget and provide clarity on which Indigenous programs are still facing cuts?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Old New Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't think I could have been any more clear when I first tabled this document, but I will table it once again. And it's quite clear that under the Liberal government, there was only around $10 million invested in Mi'kmaq investments. Now there's over $30 million in Mi'kmaq investments. There's incredible programs being supported from Mi'kmaq Language, the Maui Omi Development Fund, and the list goes on and on and on. So I'm just really curious about the confusion, and I hope that tabling this will make it crystal clear.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
So that confirms the minister doesn't know. Madam Speaker, Indigenous communities deserve more consultation and transparency than they've received from this government. Scholarship funding was restored, but other programs are unclear, and the minister has to be able to give a clear answer. Will the minister table for the House the full list of all Indigenous programs affected so communities can understand what is truly at risk and have confidence that this government is acting with transparency and care?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Old New Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I can understand that standing across the aisle and having to take ownership over the fact that you underinvested in Mi'kmaq communities, recognizing that we've tripled that investment since we've been in government, may be a hard pill to swallow. I just want to take the moment to recognize that we still have Mi'kmaq Cultural Art Activities Program, Mi'kmaq History Month, Community Maui-Omi Fund, Indigenous Black Mi'kmaq programs with Dal Law, EECD Mi'kmaq Services, sports and physical activity. Madam Speaker, the investment is across government. We will continue to try to do as much as we possibly can every second that we can. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. Nova Scotians, they love to get outside and enjoy our beautiful province, especially in rural communities where rec centers and programs help people stay healthy and connected, and they provide really good jobs. This government's cuts to the Active Communities Fund, to local sports teams and leagues, and to rec programs for children and youth will put our programs and jobs at risk across the province. Will the minister stop rec center cuts and save those jobs in rural communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. Sport and recreation bring people together and help them stay active. That's why we are investing more than $10 million this year in sport and recreation and physical activity, Madam Speaker. If we could do more, we'll continue to do more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. Recreation centers create thousands of jobs for youth and at a time where youth employment is at unemployment is near record highs. This means fewer Nova Scotians will return home for summer work or put down roots in rural communities where these jobs are based. How can the minister defend the cuts to sports and recreation programs that will make it harder for youth people to find work this summer?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, that's why we're investing $10 million in sport and rec and physical activity. Those program investments help Nova Scotians stay active and healthy. And when you're talking about infrastructure projects, Madam Speaker, that includes $8.2 million for the Father Kehoe Forum, the first rink in Canada dedicated to women's hockey. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians cannot wait for new builds to receive the care they need now. This week, the operating rooms of the Victoria General Hospital are closed because of a power failure. Just last week, I asked the Minister of Health for a plan to handle a situation like this, probably 2 days earlier, and shazam, it happened. Speaker, this is going to happen again and again and again. It's so predictable. I asked the minister, will the minister provide Nova Scotians with a plan to provide reliable care before the next power failure at the VG?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
There absolutely, we anticipate that there are going to be problems ongoing at the VG Hospital. That's why we are building the Halifax Infirmary Expansion Project. We are investing, it's the single most expensive and important infrastructure in this province in a generation at least. That replacement building should have happened years and years ago. It didn't happen under the Liberals, it didn't happen under the NDP, but it's happening under us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, the minister is correct. There is a new bill. My understanding it's not going to open until 2031. So what happens in the meantime when the VG breaks down again, so to speak? What are Nova Scotians going to do? What will the people in 7A palliative care do? Will the minister make a plan to start moving services out of the VG now instead of waiting for another power failure before 2031?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I'm going to be gentle. because it's Wednesday. So the fact that the member opposite doesn't think that the incredible people at Nova Scotia Health and IWK are not prepared through business continuity planning is an arrogance beyond words. These individuals work every single day for continuity of service. That is their jobs. They have had their shoulders to the wheel since Friday. They are exhausted. They are planning. They are moving. They are making contingency plans, and those patients are safe, and they are safe in the care of Nova Scotia Health. These folks know what to do, and it is not my only responsibility. So I want to thank those people who have been working flat out since Friday to care for
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Well, once all the chest thumping's done, I'll ask my question, Madam Speaker. Last night, Maggie's Place in Cumberland Colchester confirmed publicly that they were not among the cuts that were restored. Maggie's Place provides critical supports for families through programs like Strengthening Families, A Place to Belong, Youth Outreach, and the Parenting Journey home visiting program. Services designed specifically, Madam Speaker, to help children and young families. Will the minister responsible reverse these decisions and restore the cuts to the programs that are affecting Maggie's Place in Cumberland and Colchester?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and address the question because the early years have been a priority of this government. We have certainly invested not only in public health, but also building relationships and connections in community because it's important that all communities see and value children and families in this province. So there is investments that continue to go across government for children and youth. I stand today because I'm very proud of the work that's happening in public health from prenatal period up until school-age children. We work in community with organizations like Maggie's Place, like Kids First Resource Centres. We'll continue to do that work. We're going to leverage every asset we have in order to support families and children across this province. That work will continue. We're proud of what started, and we will carry on.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought the minister responsible for funding of Maggie's Place would be the one to answer the question. And earlier in question period, she said that this government invests in the areas that matter most. So when you make cuts and show here on the floor of this House that you're not willing to even stand and say that you'll restore cuts to families and children in this province, that sends a very negative message. Trump-style politics is what we have with this government.
Order.
It's exactly what we see in this chamber.
Order.
Will the minister...
So it is getting close to the line. I'm going to recognize you, but we have to fix the clock. But I asked all members to kind of stay above the belt. Wait a sec, you're not getting 25 minutes, so just hold on a second. There we go. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We see in this chamber a government that doesn't respect women. We see a government in this chamber that doesn't respect children and young families. And the cuts to Maggie's Place is a direct example of that. And if this government refuses to restore those funding cuts, it speaks for themselves. So will the minister responsible for Maggie's Place...
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I stand again to reaffirm the commitment of this government to children and families across this province. As a former public health nurse, I know all too well of the importance of community-based organizations. We work not only with government staff, like public health nurses, like social workers in OSD, like teachers. We work in community with a variety of different folks. Care for children and women and families happens throughout our communities, and as such, we stand and we value the work that they do. There are
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for a point of clarification. Last week, when people were coming and filling the gallery in the People's House to protest this government's cuts quietly and respectfully, the Speaker made a ruling that no guests would be allowed on this floor. Now we see guests from the government side in the library, in the Red Room, but the Speaker has not corrected that ruling. Has it changed?
So, order. And I think the commissioners and Sergeant of Arms, everybody does a good job here. Unfortunately, or fortunately enough, if you are a guest of the Speaker, you are allowed on all levels. It has always been that way. Thank you. It's not a point of order. Point of orders are for what's happening inside this room. You received your You've received your clarification. We will now digress. Not there. Opposition business. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call, Bill 207, Affordable and Accessible Childcare Act, to be read a second time.
Bill 207. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I rise today about a challenge that families across Nova Scotia are facing every single day. The struggle to find childcare. The struggle is real. Yeah. Not just any childcare, affordable childcare, reliable childcare, and childcare that parents can actually access when they need it and where they need it. Because the reality today is that many Nova Scotian parents are doing the right thing. They're working hard, they're trying to build stable lives for their families, and they don't ask for much. But they cannot find the childcare.
Order. I have to stop this. There's a few members in here that are angry with that, but I'd like to remind members that today an independent had guests in the gallery, Speaker. The day before, other members had guests. This is the reality of it. So you can be upset, but those are the rules, and I'm sticking to them, and nor am I being exclusive. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
All right, I guess I'll start over. Speaker, I rise today to speak about a challenge that families across Nova Scotia are facing every single day. The struggle to find childcare, and that struggle is real. Not just any childcare, affordable childcare, reliable childcare, and childcare that parents can access when they need it and where they need it. Because the reality today is that many Nova Scotian parents are doing the right thing. They're working hard, they're trying to build stable lives for their families, and they don't ask for much. But they cannot find the childcare they need to make that possible. Speaker, Bill 207, the bill before us today, proposes a clear and enforceable plan to make childcare affordable, accessible, and reliable for families across this province. Its goal is simple and doable: to make sure parents can actually find a childcare space they can afford no matter where they live, and to ensure that the government meets the commitments that they have already made. Specifically, the commitment to create 9,500 net new $10 a day childcare spaces under the federal-provincial childcare agreement. Speaker, as an MLA, I acknowledge that I have a certain amount of privilege. My 4-year-old son, who is in childcare right now, has childcare that we can depend on, and my future child she's going to have the childcare that she needs as well. But many parents are not that lucky. In my less than 2 years of being MLA, I've heard from several families who are moving completely out of the province because they cannot get the childcare that they need to pursue their careers here in this province. Nova Scotians work hard, and this is the least that can be done to support them. Families just cannot find the childcare they need when they need it, and childcare that does exist is often expensive, out of reach, or too far. Parents need childcare so that they can go to work, so that they can build their careers, and so that they can support their families, and so that they can contribute to the economy that this government claims to care about so much. But 5 years into this government's mandate, affordable and accessible childcare still feels out of reach for far too many families. 1 in 3 Nova Scotian families currently live in what experts call a childcare desert. That means that there are far more children who need care than there are available spaces. Parents spend months and sometimes years on wait lists, and that is actually how I was able to get a spot for my son. He was on a wait list before he was born, and we had to go to several different places to put him on a wait list, sometimes losing $1,000 deposits and not getting him into that childcare center. That's shameful. Again, I recognize the privilege that I have. However, this is not okay. The center that my son goes to now told us when he was first enrolled, if you get pregnant again, make sure you tell me right after you tell your husband. That's the only way we can make sure that you're going to get another spot. Parents have to apply to multiple centers. They call providers again and again, hoping something might open up. They rely on word of mouth. Others, unfortunately, have to rely on luck when that should not be the case for childcare. The government has said that it's on track to meet its targets for creating new childcare spaces, but the numbers tell a different story. According to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Nova Scotia has only created 3,043 childcare spaces that meet federal standards. That's less than 1/3 of the promised 9,500 spaces. Less than 1/3. Speaker, the problem is how the government is counting those spaces. Thousands of spaces they highlight before and after thousands of the spaces they highlight are before and after school spaces. These programs serve school-age children, and they operate around the school day, but they do not provide the full day care that parents of infants and toddlers need in order to work. These programs, before and after school, are imperative, and they're extremely valuable, and they're extremely appreciated, but they do not solve the biggest shortage facing families in Nova Scotia, and that's full-day early learning spaces for children under 5. Speaker, another issue is that the government counts new spaces created, but do not subtract the spaces that have been lost. So far, more than 1,700 childcare spaces have disappeared, and I will table all the reports and documents I have that show that, including on the government website. When spaces disappear and are not replaced, the shortage grows. Wait lists grow longer, and parents are left scrambling. Speaker, the government also claims that childcare in Nova Scotia is becoming more affordable. But the math does not tell a full story. The real math, not the PC math. The province is including pre-primary program in its average fee calculations. That makes childcare appear cheaper than it actually is for families who rely on licensed childcare centers. For many parents, the cost remains high. Speaker, in Halifax, the median cost of infant care has been reported, so median cost of infant care. Just want to clarify. Reported at $24 per day. And the childcare average for toddlers averages at about $22 per day. That is more than double what parents in cities that are comparable to Halifax pay. Cities like Charlottetown, St. John's, and Winnipeg, and the difference adds up. If Nova Scotian families had access to $10 a day daycare, they could save more than $3,600 per child per year. That is real money for families already dealing with rising costs that this government is also refusing to address. Speaker, other provinces have made this work. Provinces like Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Quebec. These jurisdictions have managed to bring childcare fees down to $10 a day, which raises an important question. Why has this government given up on Nova Scotian children? Speaker, the government has suggested that meeting childcare targets would require more federal funding. But again, the numbers, the real math, tells a different story. In 25-26, the federal government invested $265 million towards childcare in Nova Scotia. The province invested $130 million. That is less than half of the federal contribution. Speaker, when it comes to building childcare spaces, the federal government is already doing the majority of the lifting in Nova Scotia. Legislation in Bill 207 offers a clear path. It would guarantee $10 a day childcare by changing the funding formula so affordability is actually delivered. It would require the creation of 9,500 net new spaces to reduce waitlists. It would create a single centralized waitlist so families do not have to apply to multiple centers or rely on insider knowledge. And it would prioritize expansion through public and not-for-profit funding. Public and not-for-profit childcare providers. Speaker, this bill would also introduce something that has been missing from this government's approach, and that is accountability. It would require an annual public report to this legislature on childcare fees, childcare access, and the creation of net new spaces. So to clarify, net new means the new minus the ones that got closed. So let's do the math here. And if the government fails to meet its targets, it would trigger a review by the Auditor General and require a plan to fix the problem. Historically, we know that this government seems to have a problem with the accountability offered by the Auditor General, but our children deserve better. Families deserve more than promises. They deserve results. Speaker, childcare is not a luxury. It is essential. It is an essential infrastructure for our economy. Parents need childcare so that they can go to work. Employers need childcare so their workers can show up. And our province needs childcare if they want to support families and grow our workforce. Speaker, Nova Scotia families were promised affordable, accessible childcare, but years later, far too many parents are still waiting. and some got sick of waiting and just left. Waiting for spaces, waiting for affordability, waiting for the system that they were promised by this government. Speaker, families and children across this province deserve better. And making $10 a day childcare a reality would be an important step towards building a province where families can thrive. And to support the numbers that I have just mentioned, I will be tabling the CCPA's The Last Mile Provincial Care Expansion at the 5-year deadline, released January of 2026. I'll also be tabling The Price is Not Right, $10 a day childcare falling short of target. That was released in July of 2025. Nova Scotia needs more help from Ottawa to hit $10 a day childcare, says Minister. And Nova Scotia will miss March 31st deadline for $10 a day average daycare cost. That's an article that came out less than a month ago. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Happy to get up for a few minutes and talk about what we have on the floor here today, Bill 207, one that we support and one that is important. I can say, you know, we're very proud, and we've said it on the floor of the House, that we're very proud of the childcare deal that we signed. And, you know, this bill looks at, you know, certain aspects of that agreement that the government didn't implement as part of that deal. So, Mr. Chair, the families who I speak to agree that childcare is one of the top priorities for Nova Scotians right now. Finding affordable and accessible childcare in your area can make a huge difference to a family. And I'm glad to see the House debate this bill because it draws attention to some of the things that we agreed to in the childcare agreement that have not yet been implemented. And one of those is a centralized wait list. Instead of families registering for dozens of different wait lists when a child is born, they should be able to sign up once and be notified when space is open near them. This works in New Brunswick, PEI, Quebec, and parts of Ontario, and it just makes sense. And as we move towards more public and nonprofit spaces, I think that this is a clear way to make life easier for families. There are some changes that this bill doesn't include that our party has suggested in legislation, Mr. Chair, that I hope the government adopts. And one of those suggestions is creating a centralized childcare organization made up of experts to review curriculum, manage the wait list, and use data to make smarter decisions about where. This is something that has been promised in the agreement, and organizations like Childcare Now are still calling for a centralized agency, and I'd like to see that agency created, Mr. Chair. There's more work to do on childcare, and I think this bill is a good start. Let's be clear before the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development gets up. Acknowledging that there's more work to do isn't being negative, it's being constructive. And it's our jobs as legislatures and all parties. So while we applaud the work that has been done on wages and benefits, and having childcare fees, there's much more work to do. Nova Scotian families expect us to do that work. The minister has repeatedly told the House and all Nova Scotians that we're on track with our childcare deal, that we've met our targets for spaces, that we're doing good enough, and that the price is an average of $12 a day currently. But when you speak to families and you hear a different story. Nova Scotians are still struggling to find affordable childcare in their area. Wait lists, Mr. Chair, are long. And when children find a spot, families are usually spending more than $20 a day on childcare. When we promised Nova Scotians back then that childcare would be an average of $10 a day, we didn't mean that it would be $26 a day until you got to pre-primary. Families don't measure averages, they measure what leaves their bank account every month. Nova Scotians feel let down by how the agreement has been implemented. And before the minister stands up, nobody in this House is attacking pre-primary. It's an incredible program that is helping thousands of families and children every year. It was one of the most significant programs put in place that we could support every 4-year-old across the province. But it can't be a shield for this government to hide behind as it fails to make necessary investments in childcare, Mr. Chair. The minister also says that no province has reached $10 a day childcare and met space creation goals under the federal agreement. But that's only true if he ignores Quebec. Quebec has $10 a day childcare and has significantly exceeded the federal benchmark of 5.9 spaces per 10 children under 5 years old. And that's because Quebec chose to invest in childcare above and beyond what was expected under the federal agreement. If Quebec can do it, so can Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia has just 4.2 childcare spaces for every 10 children under 5. The federal benchmark is 5.9, and that's not even close, Mr. Chair. We must do more. And 1/3 of Nova Scotians live in what experts call a childcare desert, fewer than 3 spaces for every 10 children. That's not a system that meets families where they are. The minister likes to point to 9,000 spaces created, and I want to acknowledge the work in the sector that has been done already. But the number the minister refers to includes before and after school spaces, which do not align with the federal agreements for full-time space creation targets. When we look at full-time childcare spaces, the kind parents of toddlers actually need, Nova Scotia has created 3,214 net new spaces since 2021. At a time when our population has grown significantly, that is not the level of progress Nova Scotians need. Before and after school spaces are important, Mr. Chair. But again, this government inflates figures to tell families that the childcare system is working, while thousands of families are being left behind by the government's lack of investment. Nova Scotia negotiated one of the strongest childcare agreements in the country. I'm very proud of it. I was very proud of our government. I was very proud of the sector. When we signed it that day, it was a celebration by everyone. Everyone who was part of the process that came to the reality of that childcare deal. And Nova Scotia, and it was one of the strongest in the country, Mr. Chair. We had the opportunity to lead, but we're falling short on spaces, and families are on wait lists, and parents are still delaying or adjusting careers because they can't secure care. Passing this bill to create a centralized wait list would help parents. Passing our bill to create a provincial childcare agency would help parents as well, Mr. Chair. What's not helping is the government pointing fingers at Ottawa. It's up to Nova Scotia to take the leadership role on childcare. And it's time for this government to start matching its words with the level of investment and urgency that Nova Scotians deserve. Because until all families can find a space and afford it, the job isn't done. So they're my official words on the bill, but there's a lot of debate on childcare here, and you know, we've learned a lot, Mr. Chair, when it comes to the actual numbers, how the government calculates. You know, the government will make an argument that they're meeting the numbers that Ottawa agrees with, but like what's lost in the conversation is that the agreement was signed to create 9,500 new spaces. That was the agreement that was signed. $605 million, 9,500 new spaces. New spaces. This was signed after the creation of pre-primary. Pre-primary was on its way. Schools were being implemented, super successful. Praise across the regions, giving 4-year-olds that opportunity to transition into school, free, and that was free. You know what I mean? Every 4-year-old started at the same level, same playing field when they entered school. They had that opportunity to go in, to you know, work on that transition to school. It also gave parents an opportunity to get back into the workforce that couldn't get into the workforce. It was a guaranteed, consistent, free of charge opportunity for 4-year-olds. And the deal that we signed in place for the childcare deal, which We have celebrated, the government has celebrated multiple times. I've been at announcements, very good projects, very good for communities. It's the numbers. The agreement was 9,500 new spaces. It's not supposed to include pre-primary. And it's supposed to be an average of $10 a day. And you're taking pre-primary and you're putting it into that average. We got the answer here on the floor of the legislature during question period, Mr. Chair. So parents are not paying an average of $10 a day. They're not. They're not. We can debate policy and how you want to calculate numbers and all these things, which we will do this afternoon. But the fact of the matter remains is that by now, parents should be paying an average of $10 a day, because we said average $10 a day, Mr. Chair, because we knew some families couldn't afford the $10 a day. And the foundation of what we did was to make sure that every kid, every child had the same opportunity, no matter where they lived in this province, no matter the socioeconomic status, that every kid would have the opportunity to have affordable childcare for their family, have affordable childcare. Then they would transition into pre-primary, every 4-year-old free of charge, and then you transition into school. So I think this is an important debate to have, because this is one of those issues, it's one of those issues that will always be top of mind for any government. And in every jurisdiction, whether it's Canada or south of the border, you see this. You see governments coming forward, and they're trying to develop childcare. They're trying to develop childcare in states or in provinces, that because it is such a huge issue when it comes to affordability first and foremost, children's development first and foremost as well, but also the fact that if you want a strong economy, people need the ability to go to work. They need the ability to contribute to their community. They need the ability to move freely to do that. And childcare is key. We want communities, alive and vibrant, and we want families to come to our province and come into our communities to set roots. This is a huge part of the economic plan. The government talks about we have an economic strategy. We have an economic strategy. Well, this needs to be part of that economic strategy. Childcare. Affordable childcare plays a huge part in the growth of our economy. It does. Plays a huge part in it. It's we talk about big projects in here. You talk about resource development, or you talk about other initiatives when it comes to business and the economy. But the fact of the matter is that you can't lose sight of the fact that if you're going to bring all of these new Nova Scotians into the province, which we've seen a population boom, the government's talking military investment and talking about other things when it comes to the economy. If new people are coming in, we're in a deficit right now, big time, right? So new families are going to come in. They're going to play a huge part in what the future of this province will be. And right now, accessing childcare, for them, that's one of the first things people look for, is that if you're going to move to a community, whether it's, I use the military as an example, healthcare is a big one. Right, you'll have doctors and medical professionals that will come into look at rural Nova Scotia, or look at the urban centers, Mr. Chair, to say, well, I want to set up roots in Nova Scotia, and then they find out that they can't, that they're going to have challenges finding childcare, and that keeps that's a challenge when it comes to recruiting. Mr. Chair, as you would know, you live outside of you represent outside of the city too as well. It's a huge part of trying to get and attract and retain doctors and specialists in communities if they have young families. I know I've seen examples myself over the years where we've lost key positions, Mr. Chair, that we needed in various communities across the province because of childcare. Hence the childcare agreement. Hence why we did what we did. And as I said, this is an important debate. I was honored to get up and talk about it. I stand firm on the deal that we signed. It was an excellent deal, celebrated by everyone. But remember, it was 9,500 new spaces. That was the agreement. The agreement was an average of $10 a day childcare. this part of this bill, Mr. Chair, was talking about centralizing the wait list, which the government never implemented. This was a big part of it, right? So we're here today in 2026. We've missed the deadline on the 9,500 new spaces. We've missed the deadline, 9,500 new, not including pre-primary, 9,500 new. Mr. Chair, what do we got, a minute left? The point I'm trying to make, and the minister's going to get in a second and have to say, is that parents aren't paying an average of $10 a day. They're not. You can't add pre-primary into the average because pre-primary was designed to be free. Yes. It was designed to be free. It's a separate program altogether. Yeah, I was there. Like I was part of this. You know what I mean? Like you're adding pre-primary into your average cost. You're not showing all of the details, and parents and all the debate aside, parents in our communities are not paying an average of $10 a day. They're just not. They're paying over $20 a day in most places. So what I would ask the government is just use the facts. Use the facts. Pre-primary is a completely separate program from what we signed in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Early Education and Childhood Development.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. I just want to stand for a few moments to, first off, thank the childcare sector, everybody at EECD for all the hard work and all the incredible work they've done. I think especially the member from Sydney, member 2, he would know firsthand how much blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this. And they've done an incredible job. Just to put a bit into perspective here, they've opened 47 new spaces, or 47 new childcare centers. 22 are under construction, and 19 more are in pre-construction. It is a big lift. It's a heavy lift. We know, and I've stood here in this place and we've said, we know that childcare fees are down 50% right across the board. We know that. The member knows that. He knows that. We know that the average is $12.13, and we've hit our 9,500. That is not our numbers. They talk about PC math and they talk about facts. That is from the federal government, the people we signed the contract, the Liberal federal government who we signed this contract with. If we were not in compliance, they would be the first to tell us that. We meet with the minister. I meet with the minister. They praise us for the hard work and how we're leading. We are leading this country. The member said that he used Quebec as example. Wrong. They're not meeting their spaces. The member for Fairview Clayton Park listed several provinces. But what the member is leaving out, a crucial part of that agreement, is none of them, aside from PEI, are meeting their spaces. Most of them are wildly off of their spaces and are not going to meet their spaces. Yes, they met $10 a day daycare, but they're not going to have the spaces that they are mandated to have. Not even close. And I've said that several times in this House. Everybody on that side knows it, but they refuse to say it because it's the truth. I think I've tabled it in this House. So they can choose, people on that side can choose to ignore the facts. But the truth is, Nova Scotia is going to hit their 95 new spaces, which is mandated by the contract, which the feds, we report regularly to the federal government. They are coming back to us and saying, you are meeting these spaces. Nova Scotia is at $12.13 on average. And a crucial part that none of them talk about, is we are leading this country in wages, benefits, and pension. But they don't want to talk about that because that's a good news story. That doesn't fit their narrative, that childcare is falling apart. It doesn't fit their narrative that I'll give the member for Sydney member 2 a little bit of credit here. Not as negative. It doesn't fit their narrative that the food, that the school lunch program is a waste of money. It doesn't fit their narrative that we're not investing in our most vulnerable Nova Scotians. It doesn't fit that narrative, right? This continuing downgrading or insulting conversation around pre-primary, it is saving Nova Scotians, families, thousands of dollars. And they say, well, it's free. I hate to break it to you, nothing's free. Nothing's free. It may be free in NDP land, but it's actually a $309 million investment since 2021, which is taxpayers' money. Nothing is free. But they don't want to count that investment. They don't want the kids to have an extra chicken nugget like one of the members referred to in estimates. Since 2021, there's been a $433 million investment from this province into childcare, right across this province. Now, the member from Sydney, member 2, he actually signed this agreement. At the time, I'm sure he thought it was a great agreement. We all did. But what he's not telling us here in this House is that since he signed that agreement, construction inflation has gone up 10% a year. So we're looking at 60, 70, 80% inflation costs from the time he signed that agreement to now to build. The contract did not take into account for that. And how could it? For the member for Fairview Clayton Park to say, well, they're running back to the feds and blaming the feds. Every single province and territory is going back to the feds and saying, you have not given us enough to achieve your mandated target of $10 a day and all these spaces. Every single one of them, from the NDP government in BC to the Liberal government in New Brunswick, to the PC government in Nova Scotia and all the governments in between, are saying we need more. But yet they act like we're this outlier, that we've somehow mismanaged the money. Every dollar has been spent. It has been spent on people to professionalize and recruit and retract in a profession so that people don't have to worry. And I've told this story when I was out, and I had an individual come up to me and say, he talked about the expenses that his family had, especially around health care. And he said that his partner was, works in childcare. And he said, we actually now have a health plan. He said, like, you do not understand the difference that makes in our lives. He said, we actually have a pension. So we can actually plan for the future. But that's not good things to the official opposition. They don't want that. They've actually said that we've invested in all the wrong areas. That's what they've said. Yet they will not stand up and say what areas they would defund. But I'm going to tell you what area it is. It's pension, wages, and benefits, because they refuse to speak on it. They refuse to speak on it. The Labour Party in Nova Scotia refuses and will defund, they will defund pension, benefits, and wages. But we are a friend of Labour on this side, Mr. Speaker. That's why, I mean, they can laugh all they want. They're the ones that sent the paramedics out on strike when they were in power. Some of the most essential workers in this province. They're the ones that refuse to increase minimum wage. It's been historic investments in minimum wage. It's been historic investments in childcare. You know,
Order, I would kind of like you to get back onto the debate on the bill, please. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Yeah. So we've created 9,282. That is a number that I have been saying for a while now, but I got a little surprise for you in the coming days, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. We're going to continue to work with our federal government. I've had meetings with, I asked to meet with every single Liberal MLA, or MP, sorry. A handful of them met with me, and they all said the same thing. They know the situation that we're here in Nova Scotia. They know the situation when it comes to funding. They've gone to the minister, the federal minister. Actually, the member from Sydney, member 2, said in estimates that he had gone to the federal minister saying Nova Scotia needed more money. So the two parties that have been involved in this child care agreement realize what needs to be done, and the official opposition is just pointing fingers. We have to have real fact-based conversations in this chamber. I know people are protected in here and they can say whatever they want, but that doesn't give you, I don't believe it gives you the right to say whatever you want if it's not true, or if it's misleading, or if it's causing fear and anxiety. I'm not calling anyone a liar. I'm actually not calling anyone a liar. I'm saying anyone that stands in this legislature should stand here and have the facts. And if they don't, there's a plethora of knowledge around this chamber. Come talk to us. That's what I did. I'm very proud of the work that's being done in EECD. I'm proud of the contract that was signed. It was a great day for Nova Scotia. It was a great day for this country. But the fact is, a contract signed those years ago does not fully take into account where we are today. No contract would. It doesn't matter if it was a child care contract or it doesn't matter. So, are we going to continue to work with the federal government? Absolutely. I have all the praise in the world for Minister Haydill. Fantastic minister. The minister before her, we chatted all the time also. They understand the importance of this. They understand the importance of affordable childcare, so we can get, it's not just, and the member from Fairview Clayton Park had made some exceptional points. Exceptional points. She talked about how this is not just about childcare, and it's not just about putting money into people's pockets, but it's an economic stimulant. It's about choice, and it's about getting people back to work. These are literally the exact conversations. It's almost like the member was standing behind me when I was speaking to the federal minister, because these are literally the words that we were saying to them. And this is the message that every single person across Canada is saying. So we're working together. I'm proud, and I'll reiterate some of the stuff that we know now. There's over 4,000 families in Nova Scotia that are paying $0 for childcare fees right now. That's a big number. That's a lot of money that's being put back into the pocket of people. 50% reduction in childcare fees right across the board. $12.13 average. I know what an average means. I do. Some pay more, some pay less. Do we want everyone to be paying $10 a day? Absolutely. Again, that's why we're working with our federal counterparts. That's why we're sharing collectively, meeting with the ministers right across this beautiful country, no matter their political stripes, to talk about ideas and how they are getting to where they need to get to. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, or Chair, when we're in that room with those ministers, most are saying, they're turning to Nova Scotia, and they're saying, how did you do it? How have you done it? And that's not make-believe. That's the truth. They're saying, How did you create all those spaces, get it down almost to $10 a day average, and at the same time, bring the salaries, the salaries up and pension and benefits? And I said, it's because we invested and we believe in the sector. And we will always do what's right for families in this province and for children. And we've heard in question period some comments about not wanting to, or like not investing in children and not taking care of children. I think most members in this House would know when it comes to childcare or any issue that's in the departments that I have the privilege to serve in, that they can approach me and I'll do my best. There's lots of them over there that will tell you, I would hope, that when they have issues, whether it's childcare, education, school builds, they come. If they come to me, they're going to get the facts. And the facts here, when it comes to childcare, is this government has made historic investments in the sector. We are going to continue to fight tooth and nail to get to $10 a day, but that is going to take something that every other place in this province needs, or sorry, country needs, and that is backing from the federal government. They know that, we know that, we'll continue to partner with them, and Mr. Chair, I'm thankful for all the members for this debate tonight. Childcare is extremely important to everyone in this chamber.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I love to hear the passion in this House because childcare is very important. And, you know, like my colleague from Fairview Clayton Park, you know, we speak about the reality of people's lives because that's what it's all about. When we're in here, we talk about people's reality. Yes, we do have numbers, and I mean, I stress communication and consulting, which doesn't always happen, which is why we are where we are. But I think in Bill 207, we on our side over here are talking about making childcare affordable and accessible, and that's not what we're seeing all the time. We're seeing things that haven't happened that were promised. And so, you know, I'm going to speak on the fact that people's lives are affected when we don't follow through on those promises. Because Nova Scotians, they work hard, and parents work just as hard. They get up early, they get their kids ready for school, they go to work, and they build their lives for their families in Nova Scotia. They don't ask for much, just a fair shot at doing their job, raising their families, and contributing to their communities. But too many parents can't do that. And we've heard from folks, you know, across the province because they can't find childcare. And that's the reality of this province. That's the reality right now that folks are facing. Folks are facing with these cuts the fact that childcare might not be available. So, you know, 1 in 3 families in Nova Scotia live in a childcare desert. That's a fact. That means there aren't enough spaces. That's a fact. Because if there were, we wouldn't have this issue. And when parents do find care, it costs way more than it should. In Halifax, the average parent is paying more than $20 a day. And that is the reality of people's lives. That's double what they should be paying. And if this government kept their promise for a $10 a day daycare, they wouldn't have to experience that. We wouldn't be discussing this bill here. Parents in Halifax are paying double what parents are paying in cities like Charlottetown, St. John's, and Winnipeg. Parents here in Nova Scotia are spending more and getting less access. That's why this bill is being introduced. This is simple and practical legislation. And if we read the legislation and go through it, there may be some things in there that, like I said last evening, we can use and work together with. It guarantees a $10 a day childcare. It requires the creation of 9,500 spaces as promised under the federal government's agreement. And it creates a single wait list so parents aren't forced to call dozens of centers hoping for a spot. This is not the first time I've talked about this. This is not something that is unusual to hear in this House. Childcare providers have been asking for a centralized wait list because we know far too often people have to call, as my colleague had said, and put their name on multiple lists. That is absolutely so time-consuming and taxing for parents who are trying to just get back to work. It creates a single wait list so parents aren't forced to call dozens of centers hoping for a spot. And it requires the government to report publicly every year on whether they're meeting their commitments. Because parents deserve transparency, and they deserve results. 5 years into this government's mandate, the difference families were promised, it's not here. 5 years in, the federal government called for 9,500 new spaces, and this government has only created about 3,000. Make that make sense. How does 9,500 calculate to 3,000? I don't see the math. But that's less than a third. And this government is trying to make their numbers look better by counting before and after school spaces as they are full-time childcare. And I've already expressed that to the minister, which is what those numbers are being calculated as. So let me be clear. These programs matter. They matter so much to working parents, but they're not the same as full-time childcare for infants and toddlers. They're designed around the school day. And they don't solve the biggest shortage families face, which is care for children under 5. But this government is using those programs to inflate their numbers. So here's the problem with that approach. If this government is going to count these critical programs as full-time childcare spaces, then we need to protect them, which with these cuts do the complete opposite. Because right now, these spaces are at risk. In Halifax, Needham, families are deeply worried about the future of the Ward 5 Neighborhood Center. Ward 5 provides crucial services to our community. In addition to running community programs, giving hot meals to children and seniors, and hosting events, they serve around 40 children every day through morning, lunch, and after-school care. 40 children, that's 40 families, and a community that depends on that support. Mr. Speaker, I want to share some of the words that the parents in my community have sent this way, and I've spoken in this House before. Ward 5 provides so much more than supervision. For the children it serves, it means a safe place, nutritious food, consistent caring adults, and a healthy social environment. For parents, it means predictable coverage so we can get to work on time, work a full day, and keep our household stable. In our home, we are a 2-income household. Both of us work, pay taxes, and contribute to Nova Scotia's economy. Programs like Ward 5 aren't a nice to have. They are the practical infrastructure that makes it possible for parents to stay employed. So without Ward 5, dozens of families will be left without reliable options for before and after school care. Many other programs are already at capacity in this neighborhood, and we've already heard about those wait lists. And all of these parents are absolutely right. Other programs are at capacity, and families need a place where their kids can stay safe and have fun. Mr. Speaker, these are real families. This is their lives. Parents trying to go to work, children who need a safe place to go, communities that rely on these programs. So when funding disappears overnight, the impact is felt across the community. So if these 40 spaces disappear, what will these parents do? Where will these children go? How will parents get to work? These are questions keeping parents of Halifax Needham awake at night, and a lot of parents across this province who are now experiencing these cuts to resource centers, to community programs. Yep. So, Mr. Speaker, parents across Nova Scotia, they all want the same thing. They want to work, they want to contribute, they want their kids to be safe and supported, but they can't do that without childcare. And when childcare disappears, and when this government cuts funding for spaces, the consequences are felt right away. We see parents reducing their hours, missing work, and sometimes leaving their jobs entirely. Women, especially, are at risk of being pushed out of the workforce because of lack of childcare. This isn't just a problem for families, it's a problem for our entire economy. So right now, this government is making choices that move us in the wrong direction. Instead of building more spaces, and we've heard the minister speak, they're missing the targets. Instead of reducing costs, they're making parents pay more than they do in other provinces. And instead of protecting programs that already exist and are already doing great work, they're cutting the funding for community organizations like Ward 5 Neighborhood Center. So meanwhile, provinces like PEI, Newfoundland and Labrador, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Quebec have already reached a $10 a day daycare. So the question parents are asking is simple. Why has Nova Scotia given up on us? Parents here deserve the same opportunities, childcare that they can afford, and spaces that they can actually find. And they deserve a government that takes this issue seriously. And that's what this bill is all about. It sets clear targets, and if you read it, you would know it requires real transparency. And when those targets are missed, it ensures there is real accountability. Families deserve more than promises, they deserve results. Nova Scotians are proud of how they get through hard times. They look after each other and build strong communities, and organizations like Ward 5 are a perfect example of that spirit. But they shouldn't have to do that alone. They should have a government that stands with them, that protects the programs families rely on, that builds the child care system that this province needs, because we must be honest, parents cannot build their lives if their child care doesn't exist. And Nova Scotia can't build a strong economy if parents can't work. What our bill offers is a clear path forward, affordable childcare, accessible childcare, and a government that's finally held accountable for delivering it. That's what families deserve. And that's why I urge members of this House to support it. And I'm glad to hear the minister as well, as passionate as the conversation is, also sounded as if he was supporting our particular bill. So I'm grateful to hear that passion, because we all do care about children in our province. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I adjourn debate on Bill 207.
I recognize the Honourable House Leader. I apologize, I missed that adjourn part. All in favor of adjourning debate? Aye. Contrary? Motion carried. I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask that you now call Bill 215.
I call bill number 215. I do not have the number in front of me here. 215. Yeah, 215. What's the? Pardon? An act respecting a women's health strategy. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to move second reading of Bill 215. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of legislation that would require the creation of a women's health strategy for Nova Scotia. Because the truth is simple. Women and gender-diverse Nova Scotians deserve to have health care available to them when they need it. It's as simple as that. They deserve to know that when they seek help, they will be heard. They deserve to know that their concerns will be taken seriously. And they deserve to know that the health system recognizes their needs and is prepared to meet them. Yet, for too many people in this province, that is not the experience they are having today. The evidence is clear. Last year, the IWK Foundation released the results of the largest survey ever conducted on women's health in Atlantic Canada. And the findings should concern every member of this House. 70% of those surveyed said the health care system is not meeting their needs. Over 75% said that they had put off seeking care because they believed they would not be able to access the care they needed. And nearly 90% of respondents said changes are needed to improve women's health care in our region. Mr. Speaker, those numbers are not a small signal. They are a flashing red light, a red warning light. Women are telling us clearly that the system is not working for them. And when people tell us that, our responsibility as legislators is to listen and to act. Mr. Speaker, one of the clearest examples of the problem is access to gynecological care. Nova Scotia has the longest wait times in the country. Across Canada, the median wait time for gynecology care is about 40 weeks, which is long. But here in Nova Scotia, women are waiting for longer. The median wait time is more than 123 weeks. That means women in this province are waiting years to access care that women in other provinces receive within months. At the IWK Health Centre, there are currently more than 15,000 women waiting for routine gynecological care. And many of them will wait as long as 3 years just to see a specialist. Madam Speaker, imagine living with chronic pain. Imagine worrying about a serious medical condition. Imagine waiting years for the appointment that could finally bring answers. That is the reality of facing thousands of women and gender-diverse people in our province right now. Madam Speaker, these delays do not only affect consultations, they also affect surgeries. People requiring gynecological surgery face some of the longest surgical wait times in the province. In fact, about 70% of people needing these procedures are waiting longer than the recommended standard of care. That means thousands of women and gender-diverse people are living with untreated conditions that affect their daily lives. One Nova Scotian, Faith Lamoureux, spoke publicly about her experience waiting for more than a year for endometriosis surgery. During that time, she frequently missed work because the pain was so severe she could barely move. This is not just a health issue. It's a quality of life issue. It's an economic issue. And it is a basic matter of dignity. Madam Speaker, the health care for women and gender-diverse people is about much more than gynecology alone. It also includes access to reproductive health services. It includes menopause care. It includes cancer screening. It includes mental health care. And it includes ensuring that health professionals across the system are properly trained to understand and respond to women's health needs. Madam Speaker, 2 years ago, the government promised a menopause centre of excellence. We're still waiting for this centre to open, and the reality is that one centre alone cannot solve the broader gaps in menopause care across our province. Without a comprehensive women's health strategy, that centre is effectively operating on its own without the support of a system-wide plan needed to ensure women and gender-diverse people everywhere can access the care they need. Because the challenge is not limited to one clinic or one program. Many women across Nova Scotia still struggle to find health professionals who are trained in menopause care. And national research shows that about half of women say they feel unprepared for perimenopause and menopause, and many believe the subject is still treated as taboo within the health system. But Madam Speaker, menopause is not a niche issue. It is a natural stage of life that half the population will experience. And I will say that it is comforting that people are talking about menopause more. Madam Speaker, a single centre is a step forward, but without a broader strategy, women will continue to face barriers to the support they need. Our health system must be prepared to support women through every stage of life. And that means making menopause care a core part of a comprehensive women's health strategy. Madam Speaker, a women's health strategy would also help address inequities in access to care. Not all women experience the health system in the same way. Women living in rural communities often face long drives just to reach doctor's appointments. African Nova Scotian women report feeling dismissed or not taken seriously by healthcare providers. In fact, across Canada, 2/3 of Black women say they have felt dismissed by a healthcare professional. 2S LGBTQIA+ patients often encounter providers who are not adequately trained in gender-diverse health issues. And women with disabilities frequently face barriers that make accessing care even more difficult. But, Madam Speaker, for a modern health system must work for everyone. And that means recognizing these inequities and addressing them directly. There's also an economic argument for action. Closing this health gap in Nova Scotia could unlock significant economic benefits. Research suggests that improving women and gender-diverse people's health outcomes could add hundreds of millions of dollars to the provincial economy over the next 15 years. And boy, oh boy, when we're debating a budget where we're seeing massive cuts and looking down the nose at a deficit for the next several years, this is interesting. There are ways to save this province money. And one of them would also make life better for half of the population. Because when women have access to the care they need, they're able to work, contribute, and fully participate in their communities. Improving health care for women and people with uteruses and gender-diverse people is not only the right thing to do, it's smart economic policy, Madam Speaker. And other jurisdictions across Canada are already taking action. British Columbia, Manitoba, Yukon, Prince Edward Island, they've all implemented programs providing free birth control. For many people, that can mean savings of over $300 per month. Other provinces have introduced coverage for fertility treatments or improved cancer screening programs. And these policies recognize a simple truth, that health care should not depend on a person's gender or on a person's ability to pay. And just a reminder for everyone that reproductive health care is health care. Madam Speaker, the proposed legislation that we are offering here would require the government to develop a comprehensive women's health strategy. A strategy informed by the lived experiences of Nova Scotians. A strategy that strengthens research into women's health. A strategy that improves training for healthcare professionals. A strategy that prioritizes prevention and strengthens primary care. And a strategy that ensures equitable access to care for women across all communities in our province. This is not an unreasonable request or idea. It is simply asking our health system to recognize and respond to the needs of half the population. Madam Speaker, 5 years ago, this government promised to fix health care. And women across Nova Scotia gave them the benefit of the doubt. But today, we're still waiting. Waiting for specialist appointments, waiting for surgeries, waiting for promised improvements that have yet to arrive. But a woman's health strategy is an opportunity to change that. It's an opportunity to listen to women across our province and build a system that works for them. Because fixing healthcare means fixing healthcare for everyone. And that includes women and gender-diverse Nova Scotians. So I urge the government to take a look at this bill. It's a thoughtful bill, and it's one that people in this province are calling for. I look forward to hearing the debate on this and seeing if maybe this is something that we could do together in this chamber. There's been a lot of division in here in the last couple of weeks, Madam Speaker, but I hope that we can put our politics aside and pass this piece of legislation, acknowledging that we are failing on this in this realm, We need to do much better, and that this legislation would provide a framework how to move forward together. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time. I look forward to the debate, and I will take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to get up and speak about the importance of women's health care. Might be the only man that's going to get up and speak to this bill, but I do think it's really important that that men and fathers, there's going to be at least one more, so that's good. But as a father of 2 little baby girls, and my colleague in our caucus also has 2 baby girls, and we certainly want to try to work hard to have a better healthcare system that's more equitable as they grow up. And we've been focused on a number of issues and tabled a bill that's similar as well during this session, and it was after having a lot of conversations with the experts in the field that were some of them referenced already, but I think it's worth repeating the important work happening by the IWK Foundation, really transformational and revealing, but not surprising to many that have lived experience in this area. So the main one that stands out in the report, and I'm going to table it just so I do think every member should read the report. This is this stat among many stands out. My colleague from Dartmouth North mentioned it, but over 75% of women admitted to delaying or avoiding care altogether. A whole bunch of other good statistics for members to look at, but I think that's something that's a stark reality that things need to change and need to change quickly to prevent that from happening. And when you hear Jennifer speak, both in rooms and boardrooms and to large crowds, she's very, very passionate, tenacious, and the goal is to get a national health strategy. And that's being worked on in earnest, and there's a number of supporters in the House of Commons that are going to help shepherd that through. But often we can do things at a provincial level too that help. And there's no reason why we can't see a provincially led strategy. We see that this report had more than 27,000 women from across the Maritimes respond, including 18,000 Nova Scotians. And Jennifer was saying that she was expecting maybe a couple thousand, and within a very short time, they were able to get literally way, way, way more than they had even anticipated because there is so much interest and so many different experiences that women across the Maritimes needed to share. Also in the study, it said that when considering their own health journey, only 34% of women considered themselves as doing okay. 56% report health issues that actively disrupt their day-to-day life. And I think that speaks to my colleague's point around the economy and how we can definitely help the economy if we have the systems in place that help women remain healthy or get healthy. As a result of the survey, they identified 5 priority areas for women's health action. Education, ensuring that health professionals are educated earlier about women's health. Research, closing the historical gap in women's health research by investing in inclusive, women-focused research that reflects diverse experiences. And I think that a couple things stand out just from my conversations with Jennifer and others that have worked on this. And I don't have the stats in front of me, but I remember it was less than 10% when you consider the research around medication and drugs. And this obviously speaks way beyond the provincial perspective and ability to actually fully control, obviously. But when there's less than 10% of the research being studied on women, you could imagine that the outcomes of those drugs being approved and mostly tested on men, that it wouldn't have the same impact because our bodies are biologically different. And then the other one that stood out for me actually was also on the lower percentages, less than 10%, I think it was 9%, the curriculum that actually is, this would be more under the control of the province and our universities here for med school, is I think it's about 9% of the curriculum focuses on when we're training our next doctors that are graduating in the system, being able to study the things around women's health. So the other aspects are innovation, improving women's health and healthcare by investing in innovative and modern technology, And again, speaking to the economic benefit, the foundation estimates that innovating in women's health could contribute $37 billion to Canada's GDP. Obviously, we have a massive opportunity with our institutions here in Dalhousie to have a big chunk of that GDP growth. We need that, obviously. Advocacy and partnerships, working at all levels of government and with community organizations to prioritize women's health. Again, all levels of government. I think that's why my colleague is presenting this from a provincial perspective. Equipment and patient spaces, investing to provide the best possible health care for women. So I do want to say on the record that I want to thank the IWK Foundation for their impressive work, which I'll continue to support, and they have been leaders in advocating for changes that we need in Nova Scotia and across the country. We as MLAs have responsibility to take this issue seriously and make concrete improvements to women's health care. We are glad to see the government moving forward on a Menopause Centre for Excellence, important work, but just one part of the equation. Our party has pushed for years for better breast cancer screening for women with dense breasts, led by former colleague MLA Rafa Di Costanzo, and will continue to call for those improvements. What's clear is the provincial government needs a full strategy on women's health, like Bill 215 proposes here, and like the bill we introduced, Bill 213 proposes. There are a number of issues that can be looked at more specifically and have been brought to the floor of the legislature by various opposition members, midwife accessibility. There should be full provincial coverage for soon-to-be mothers to access that service. I think it's something, obviously I have personal experience, but it obviously helps when you have lower risk births that can go through that process and not have to need OBGYN the time spent on that, and their time is obviously very, very valuable. And something I learned in this session by my colleague as well from Dartmouth North is that young mothers, expecting mothers, may not be able to access more than one ultrasound. I think, well, I can speak from experience, having my wife having 3 in the last 4 years, that would have been a bit of a challenge for us to not be able to see. That's so important that women are able to see what's happening earlier on in their pregnancy to potentially mitigate and figure out what kind of birth plan is appropriate for what's happening. It's so that was very disappointing to hear. Step backwards, and something else also that I've noticed through our journey is that pelvic floor physio afterwards, postpartum, is not covered by MSI. I think that's something, you know, if you're lucky enough to have benefits, and you can claim that if you have benefits through Blue Cross, but that speaks to the equity and ensuring that all women, like that should be just a right to have access to pelvic floor physio. And a whole bunch of other things. But a women's health strategy would focus the province's resources on ensuring that women are receiving proper health care in Nova Scotia, and the provincial government is investing in necessary research and innovation. The strategy needs to be wide-reaching and include things like menopause and reproductive health, but also cardiovascular health, chronic disease management, mental health, cancer prevention, and autoimmune conditions. Conditions like endometriosis need significantly more focus from government in terms of both the research and treatment. And there are conditions like Alzheimer's that disproportionately affect women and need more focus as well. We have all heard these stories about women who have had to travel out of province to get specialized care that's not offered here. But we can't measure how many women have stayed silent and suffered in a system that wasn't built to meet their needs. There's much more work to do in improving women's health. I'm glad to see both opposition parties calling for a strategy. I think it's something that everyone in the House can surely get behind. There is a few differences in our bills about how to implement the strategy, but I think the clear message is that we all have more work to do to advance this important cause. So I'm pleased to support the bill, and I hope that the government supports it today, at least to advance it to the next reading, so that we can potentially hear from Nova Scotians. I think that there is obviously a tremendous amount of interest, and that's the least the government can do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to stand and speak just for a few minutes in support of this bill. It's an excellent piece of legislation. It's certainly overdue, and I implore the government to pass this bill. There's no question there should be unanimous consent in support of this bill today for women's health care here in Nova Scotia. I've had the honor of working with several women over the last year from around the province who had reached out to, I think, a lot of MLAs asking for help. And I'll just give a few examples of some of the situations, Madam Speaker, that women are in right now here in Nova Scotia. 3.5 years to get into the gynae clinic at the IWK. Endometriosis care unavailable, and women having to go out of province and paying out of pocket for the surgery that they need for endometriosis care. Setting up GoFundMe pages to pay for those costs. Other women, including the woman that was here as my guest today, Madam Speaker, she, and there's others as part of this group that have cerebral spinal fluid leaks that have had to also leave this province for care and be denied payments through MSI. Now, in her case, MSI have now approved payments. They'll pay since Jennifer Brady's court case, since she won that court case, but they won't cover the retro costs, even though it's for the exact same condition, like nothing's changed. And when a government makes those kinds of decisions, Madam Speaker, they're sending a message to women, and it's not a positive one. Other work that needs to be done is around dense breasts. We all know that. That is a conversation that our former colleague, Rafa DiCostanzo, has brought to this legislature and fought hard for, and along with many, many, many advocates. And she continues to do that work, Madam Speaker, and she's part of this women's health group that has formed. And through our research, we've found that a lot of the equipment throughout Nova Scotia is outdated. Some as old as 15 years of age, and that's something that I'm hoping the government will look at improving and replacing technology to do mammograms in this province. Right now, a lot of the technology is 2D. If anyone's listening, you can ask your local hospital administrator what's the mammogram equipment in your local hospital. Ask those questions. I also, through a FOIPOP, was able to get that information if anybody's looking for it as well. We know that in addition to having needing updated equipment for mammography, we also have a shortage of technicians, and that is something that we need the government to be looking at, is to have proper staffing to staff these types of services, in particular for women. Madam Speaker, I've had a lot of interesting conversations on this topic, and particularly with men who say men's health matters too, and I agree, men's health does matter. But it's well documented and well researched, Madam Speaker, that women are at a disadvantage, not just here in Nova Scotia, but across Canada. Women's health procedures are paid less than men's. It's documented at around 32%, I believe, that if you are having a procedure, if you're a doctor, you're going to be paid on average around 32% less if the procedure you're doing is on a female body. It's proven. So what I say to my friends that are men that tell me, you know, you shouldn't be focusing on women's health any more than men's, I tell them, well, when women's health care is on par with men's, then I will agree with you. But until that happens, I'm going to fight for the women of this province. We have the honor of having an incredible guest speaker on Saturday for International Women's Day up in Amherst, Dr. Robin McCrory. She's a gynecologist obstetrician. She used to practice at our hospital for 5 years. Recently, a couple of years ago, president of Doctors Nova Scotia, just an incredible woman. And we invited her up to be our guest speaker. And let's just say she blew my expectations. I knew she'd be awesome, but she spoke for over an hour and a half. We had about 90 to 100 women there, and they were all just so grateful to have her insight. And what she said to the women there, you have to advocate for yourself, and don't put up with no answers. But one other thing, because I'm assuming we're going to have the Minister of Health speak to this bill, at least I hope so. One of the things we've seen this government do is do a lot of public relations around this Menopause Clinic of Excellence. And I thought it was really interesting to hear Dr. McCrory's input on that. She said what really should be done is money should be spent to train primary care physicians in this province because of some research that was bad research that's out there in the public. A lot of primary care providers were not trained on how to treat menopause for quite a few years. And so there is a gap in medical practitioners for being comfortable treating menopause. The fact is 50% or 51% of the population are women. So guess what? Half of the population are going to go through menopause. It's going to happen. And our medical practitioners in this province should have adequate training. So if that same money, I'm not saying we can't have a center of excellence. New Brunswick has one already. They have an excellence, a center for menopause. I'm not saying we don't need a clinic, but probably what should happen first is all of our primary care providers in Nova Scotia should know how to treat menopause when it's needed. So I don't want to take up too much time to give other MLAs a chance to speak, Madam Speaker, but 100%, 150% stand in support of this bill. I've tabled a similar bill. I know our colleagues in the Liberal recently as well. There's no question on this side of the House. So what are the government waiting for? Do they value women's health care in this province? If yes, show it, pass this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on an issue that matters to many families in our province, including my own. As a husband, a stepfather, and as a Nova Scotian, I care deeply about the health and well-being of the women in my life. Their experiences shape my understanding of how important women's health services are, not only to individuals, but to families and communities as a whole. When women have access to high-quality, coordinated, and well-supported health care, the benefits extend far beyond the clinical setting. It strengthens families, improves workplace participation, and contributes to the overall health of our communities. That's why I want to take a moment to reflect on the landscape of women's health in Nova Scotia, what has been accomplished, what is underway, and how ongoing planning can continue to support the needs of women across this province. Let me start by recognizing the progress we've made. Over the last several years, Nova Scotia has seen significant enhancements in women's health services. A number of new facilities and programs have been introduced to provide more comprehensive and more accessible care. For example, the endometriosis and chronic pelvic pain clinic now supports patients through a team-based approach that includes gynecology, physiotherapy, nursing, anesthesia, and social work. The clinic sees a steady flow of patients and continues to refine and expand its model of care as demand evolves. We've also seen major improvements in access points. The Wise Road Clinic in Dartmouth opened in 2025, and in just 6 months, it saw more than 5,100 appointments. Everything from gynecology to urogynecology and obstetrics. In a very short period, this clinic has already impacted the health of many women. Further investments include the Deanne Reeve Pelvic Health Suite, a project where government teamed up with Dartmouth General Foundation and the incredible group of the Orchid Gala women who made this project reality. This clinic has exceeded expectations from the moment it was launched by combining urology, gynecology, and pelvic floor therapy in one place, the first model of its kind in Atlantic Canada. It gives patients a more seamless experience. Last year alone, it delivered more than 5,600 visits. These advancements aren't abstract policy ideas. They're concrete improvements that families are relying on right now. And soon we'll be adding even more capacity. In 2026, Richmond Yards, operated by the IWK Health Centre, will open its new perinatal center, expected to see 80 to 100 patients per day. That's not a small shift. That's a major contribution to the access, especially for those navigating pregnancy in the busiest urban centre in our province. And on top of that, Nova Scotia is building something truly groundbreaking, the Menopause Centre of Excellence. As someone who has watched my partner navigate complexities of perimenopause, everything from sleepless nights to the health questions you can't easily get answers to, I know how important this is. Right now in Canada, menopause care is inconsistent and often fragmented. Creating a dedicated Centre for Evidence-Based Menopause Care, Education and Research will make a profound difference in the day-to-day lives of countless women. In addition to these new spaces and programs, Nova Scotia continues to explore opportunities to support coordinated care for early pregnancy loss, enhance collaboration between emergency departments and women's health teams, and increase access to information and supports in multiple languages and formats. These improvements help provide clarity and compassion during what can be a very difficult time for families. Midwifery services also remain an important part of the province's maternal and reproductive health system. While services are currently offered in specific locations, ongoing collaboration between Department of Health and Wellness, Nova Scotia Health, and the IWK and community partners continues to explore the midwifery care, how midwifery care can be supported and integrated. Planning is also underway to bring nursing and midwifery regulators under the Regulated Health Professionals Act, which provides opportunities to optimize the scope of practice for midwives in Nova Scotia. Across all these programs and initiatives, one of the most important themes is collaboration. The system continues to engage with clinicians, community partners, researchers, and the people with real lived experience to understand what is working well and where opportunities exist to further strengthen women's health. This ongoing dialogue is essential to making sure the policies and programs and clinical services reflect the needs of women throughout their lives. As someone with women in their family who rely on this care, I appreciate that improving access is not a single step or a single strategy. It's an ongoing process. It involves continuous planning, evolution, and engagement. It requires partnerships across sectors, from healthcare providers to educators, researchers, community advocates, and families themselves. And it requires flexibility to adapt as needs, technologies, and populations dynamics evolve. What gives me confidence is seeing how much is already in motion. We are witnessing new clinics being built, new care models taking shape, and new collaborations forming between health authorities, specialists, and community organizations. These advancements show a system that is committed, forward-looking, and continuously improving. All of this is happening while our health system is working incredibly hard to modernize care. Clinics are reducing no-shows, improving flow, and increasing utilization. Care teams are finding new ways to stretch capacity. The women in my life, my wife, my stepdaughter, remind me every day why this work matters. They deserve care that is timely, respectful, and responsive to their needs. And as a stepfather, partner, uncle of two amazing young nieces, and members and all the members of our community, I am encouraged by the progress being made across the province. Healthcare is complicated. It's a living system, changing, evolving, responding to pressures every day. And the people who keep it running are doctors, nurses, midwives, technicians, administrators, allied health professionals, need solutions that make their work easier, not harder. I believe that improving women's health is not just a clinical issue, it's a family issue, and an economic issue, and a community issue. When my stepdaughter grows up in this province where women's health is treated as a priority, where her concerns are taken seriously, where her time is respected, where research reflects her needs, that lifts us all. And when my wife can access care without waiting months or years, it will positively affect her well-being, improving her ability to work, to sleep, to care for her family, and to participate fully in her own life. As I finish speaking to this bill on women's health strategy, I think we first need to deeply understand the status of the services and supports available to women in this province. We need to know that access points and resources available to women. We need to know the access points and resources available to women in the health system, but we must look beyond the health system and turn to communities, schools, and workplaces, encouraging the whole of government, an upstream approach, positive approach, to ensure we are supporting the many stages of women's life. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to everyone, the clinicians, the administrators, the researchers, the policymakers, and the community members who continue to contribute to a stronger future for women's health and well-being in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill 215, an act respecting a women's health strategy. I want to thank all of the members for their comments. And I guess I just want to start by echoing some of the comments of my colleague from the Liberal Party to say this is a national campaign at the moment. And so you've seen legislation from the independent member, from the Liberal Party, from us, similar legislation pushing for a strategy. The brilliance of this bill at this moment is it doesn't cost any money, actually, Madam Speaker. It's reflecting something that is incontrovertibly true, which is that there is an inequity in healthcare in this province, in this country, in the world. That is a fact. My colleague tabled the IWK survey, and that survey tells us a lot. It doesn't tell us everything. It's anecdotal more than statistical. But what that survey tells us is that women don't feel that they're taken care of by the healthcare system. And again, this is an Atlantic survey. It's not just Nova Scotia. I hear the words of the member opposite, and I know what's available as a perimenopausal woman who knows how to navigate the healthcare system and has had 3 children and has dense breasts. I've tabled my mammogram here on the floor of this house. This is a bill that I understand. I know all of the services that are available. I know the work that is and isn't being done, but I want to acknowledge that that's actually not what this bill is about. Because when we look at the state of women's health care, when we look at the funding for women's health research, 3% of funding is done for issues that affect women. We've had much less research done on endometriosis than we have on erectile dysfunction. We've had, we have take-home colorectal cancer screenings in this province, but we don't have take-home cervical cancer screenings. Both are available. This is not because the government is bad. I know that the government is working on all of these things, but we just have structural inequities in how we think about and move forward these initiatives, and it goes all the way back to funding. It's because the research is not funded equitably. And until that changes, we're not going to have the resources, we're not going to have the expertise, we're not going to have the capacity to have true equity in our healthcare outcomes. And that's why lots of people across the country, including in this province, are recommending a strategy. Because then we can take expert advice. We've talked a lot about, we've urged government throughout this session to listen to experts, and this is another space where we believe that government could do that. Convene the folks who really understand this area and let them guide us forward on how we deal with the issue of meeting the needs of women and their healthcare needs. Madam Speaker, as my colleague, the member, the independent member said, this should be one of those bills where we just have unanimous consent. It could be our bill, it could be the Liberal bill, it could be a government bill. It doesn't really matter which bill. But this is a clear need, demonstrable, not partisan, not political. The research that sounded the alarm on this in our province is from the IWK Foundation, Hospital Foundation. We are so lucky to have the IWK in this province. And so I want to start my comments there. And then I want to talk a little bit about what not having a strategy like that, what not having a commitment to a comprehensive approach to meeting women's healthcare needs, where that leaves us. So last week, 4 women came forward to talk about what a lack of attention, of equitable attention to healthcare meant for their lives. So one is a breast cancer patient whose cancer was caught at stage 3 because she didn't get screening that could actually detect cancer. Rafa Di Costanzo, the former member, her name has come up in this chamber, and I'm happy to bring it up here again because Rafa became an advocate in the worst possible way because she was diagnosed with breast cancer. And like Jane, who joined us last week, she was diagnosed late. She was diagnosed late because she couldn't access screening that could tell her if she had cancer or not. And just for the benefit of the members of this chamber, we've talked about this a lot, but I want to lay this out for you again, particularly my male colleagues. So if you go and get a mammogram every year like you're supposed to, if you have category C or D dense breasts, you get the result of your mammogram, and then underneath you have something that says, by the way, you have dense breasts. This mammogram may not detect cancer. That's it. It doesn't tell you what to do. It doesn't say, and therefore you should. It just says it might not work. In other provinces, you could have access to ultrasound, you could have access to MRI, you could have access to other screening. We have a high-risk breast screening program in name only here in Nova Scotia. It is extraordinarily hard to access. Extraordinarily hard. You have to know how to navigate the system, you have to push, you have to know who to call, you have to be under the care of a specialist. You can't get into the care of a specialist without hugely long wait times. So it's incredibly difficult. And that's just one example. Endometriosis has been brought up. It's great that we have a clinic, but that clinic on Wise Road, and I think my colleague in Dartmouth North asked about this in estimates, those aren't new appointments. That was a clinic that was in Dartmouth and moved to Halifax and now has moved back to Dartmouth, and it's great that it's there. But the wait is incredibly long. And I've heard the minister say that we need more clinicians and clinicians who are specialized in that, and I'm sure that's true. But again, this comes back to why we need a strategy, because we need something that propels us forward to meet the needs of everyone in the healthcare system. Because based on the research that is done, based on the kind of the bias in care, the reality is that many issues that affect predominantly women and gender diverse people are not going to be at the top of the priority list for research, for treatment, for investment. And that's not because a government doesn't want to. It's because we just have that structural inequity in our healthcare system, in every healthcare system. So let's fix it, Madam Speaker. That's what this is designed to do. That's what the similar federal bill that's moving through is designed to do. Give us a roadmap. Tell us how we can actually address women's healthcare issues. We talked a little bit about midwifery, and this is a great example because a lot of this can also save money, Madam Speaker. Like this government has talked a lot about fixing healthcare. We are talking a lot about the deficit that we're in, and we know that healthcare spending has gone up 45%. But outcomes for women, when it comes to diseases that afflict primarily women, Anecdotally, those don't seem to have improved that much. So let's be smart about it. What are the investments we can make? Because a lot of this is about early stage detection. It takes an average of 10 years to be diagnosed with endometriosis. You go back to your doctor and back to your doctor, and you're diagnosed with chronic fatigue, and you're diagnosed with something else, and people think you're crazy, and you have to stay in a dark room. And I heard someone say, my mother too. And I remember it. I remember it. I remember her crying in her room as a child and having pain that, she went to find herbalists and anything she could find that could help her because her doctor had nothing. It's your period, it hurts. And that is the experience of so many women who experience this. And then, I think Shauna, who came in with us last week, and many other women, they end up being rushed into emergency surgery. So in the case of Shauna Brousseau, she lost an ovary and a fallopian tube, a woman in her 30s. That's horrific, but it's also expensive for the healthcare system. If she had actually been diagnosed and gotten treatment in her 20s, she wouldn't have had all those doctor's visits. She wouldn't have had that surgery. She would have her dignity. She would be believed. But it's also a much more efficient way to run a healthcare system. This is why we need a plan, Madam Speaker. And so I'll touch on something else that we've talked about here, the Menopause Center of Excellence. Again, great. We need that. I know that there are other provinces, I think Manitoba most recently, who now cover hormone replacement therapy. Hopefully we will have progress in helping women through all the various stages of their lives. But one Menopause Center of Excellence, as the minister has said on the floor of this House, that's not really going to address the needs of all of the women in this province. Hopefully it'll be, as it's called, a Center of Excellence, and then we can expand that knowledge through general practice and other spaces where women get health care. But again, in order to do that, we need a strategy that dictates that that is a priority and that that is important and that that's as important as other things. We know that medical students don't learn about these things. They might get a day or a week. That's a structural inequity in the way that we look at and learn about healthcare. And we suffer because of it, Madam Speaker. We suffer needlessly. And so I just want to be really clear that we welcome any movement or legislation on this, because I think it's clear from what my colleagues have said today, from what I've laid out, that we need to look at this anew. It's not about the initiatives. The initiatives are all great. We need more midwives. We need to be able to train them. Again, a midwife is cheaper than a doctor. We need women to be able to get ultrasounds. The member for Timberley Prospect talked about having 3 kids in 4 years. I had 3 kids in 2 years. And as a high-risk geriatric mother, I still don't like to think of myself as geriatric, but at age 34, according to the medical system, I had lots of ultrasounds. I was an old lady, and I had twins. And those allowed me to track the health of my babies, which were high risk, but it also gave me tremendous peace of mind. And so I think the issue with the fact that women are only getting 1 ultrasound right now is a staffing issue, essentially. We don't have enough people to do it. We have a backlog in our system. But why is that? It's because we've prioritized other parts of the system. And, often when we bring up things like that, it's like, well, what don't you want us to fund? I don't know. But it's a good and important question to ask. And it's not just a question we should be asking, it's a question the government should be asking, Madam Speaker. And so, you know, I've told a lot of stories, I've raised a lot of issues, and it's all in service of the idea that we should have a comprehensive strategy that seeks to ensure that every person in this province gets equal access to health care and is assured that their outcome is going to be no different according to their gender, according to their ethnicity, than any other person. And the reality is that that is not how our healthcare system is right now. That is the fact. And so this legislation would change that, would help to guide the system through what is going to be a difficult time of declining investment. No doubt. The interim CEO said we have to stop the runaway spending. So let's be careful with spending, and let's make sure that when we pull back, we don't pull back on women's health first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North, it will be to close debate on second. Oh, sorry, I have to. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a woman in this legislature, I just couldn't sit on the other side of this House, so I'm pleased and proud to rise and speak, put a few things on with regard to Bill number 215, an act respecting women's health. Madam Speaker, we don't need another act to support women in this province. Our expanded scope of practice has led to a lot of different ways that women can access care that they need. We have a female minister responsible for this. We have 9 other female members of this caucus, most of which of us are in perimenopause. That's not anything new, and some of us are full speed ahead. And that's maybe why our tensions get high at times. But Madam Speaker, I think from the investments that our government has made from day one shows our commitment to fixing the healthcare system. The system that is outdated, that was outdated, we have been modernizing that system. We have been investing in that system. And of course, women are equal in that system with respecting healthcare. We've improved access to gynecological and pelvic care, which I can speak to in more detail as in my own community, we have ambulatory care where we bring in gynecologists on a weekly basis, Madam Speaker. To access care in our community, we work with families around the province. We also feel, and this is such an important topic to women in our caucus and to our government, that we have been traveling the province since we were elected. I find it interesting that we get criticized by members opposite for not consulting and rushing, but then when we are consulting and taking our time, traveling the province, speaking with the very people that are the experts in how to deliver health care to our female and gender diverse populations across this province is what the minister and her team and every MLA on this side of the aisle, and that, especially the female members. I personally have been at those meetings when we have discussed where do you need the support? What is the barriers in your community? How do we improve your access? There was a time that a woman, in order to get diagnosed for a simple UTI, before it went any further, Madam Speaker, because of our legislation, and we all know they can be reoccurring, we can go into our pharmacy, PharmaSafe Clinic in Windsor that I'm so proud of. We can get a same-day appointment and have that result back in minutes. We can be diagnosed, we can get the medication before it becomes more of an issue. That, Madam Speaker, is a path to our plan to giving women and gender diverse community more access to health care. So as we consult around the province, we speak to cancer research, we speak to the IWK. So I take a step back that members opposite, and I mean, I have my children, I have a 27-year-old, would ever think that our health system then or now, and the doctors, the practitioners, the nurses that are working there every day, because we all know when they're coming, they're coming. You don't have a say in that. We get excellent care. We get excellent care at the IWK. We get excellent care at the Valley Regional Hospital. We get excellent care with EHS if it's on the middle of Roby Street. We get excellent care in midwifery services. It all becomes what we're interested in doing. I also am really proud that when we saw the gap, I meet quarterly and have since I was elected with every aspect of healthcare in my constituency, Madam Speaker. I've been working and advocating with Nova Scotia Health. I have we have a West Hants Access Center that offers any unattached patients Thursdays, every day, you can go there. Now they've expanded that and women can get information, see a doctor at the Access Clinic through a women's health clinic. We just have to accept that IWK appointed just last year an inaugural accelerated research chair in Women's Plus Health, just last October. Let's give the IWK a chance to see how this should roll out, and continue to follow the path of how the Menopause Center for Excellence can be created in a way that is inclusive of every female member. There is so much that changes in healthcare. It's not just about the physical doctor's appointments, Madam Speaker, the gynecological appointments. It's about school food lunch program, Madam Speaker. It's about public health, Madam Speaker. It's about educating our children and our youth in school. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's our family resource centers. It's our family well-being programs. Pardon? Okay. So I just need to finish, I guess, if my time is running out. I didn't realize that. It says 8 on the clock, so sorry, confused.
Keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, there is a lot of work that still needs to be done, absolutely, but we are listening to the experts. We are not necessarily, we are the Department of Health and Wellness. We are not Nova Scotia Health. We are not WK, but we do support them.
Order. The time allotted for debate on this bill has elapsed pursuant to Rule 220. The motion is carried. It's done. Deemed adjourned. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask that you call Bill 84 for second reading and act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Service and Insurance Act respecting free birth control.
Bill 84. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I raise to debate Bill 84. And thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak to you today. I think this bill is that we've introduced before, but is now more relevant than ever. over the last year, there was an opportunity through federal pharmacare to get universal coverage in the provinces. There's been 5 provinces that have entered into an agreement. Nova Scotia has decided not to enter into an agreement. But it doesn't mean because that table's off, that agreement's off the floor, that we shouldn't look at this for a variety of reasons. As you all know, I often ask you, what's the problem you're trying to solve, or what's the issue you want to address with your bill? And so I'm going to speak to those. What's the issue we're trying to address with this bill? What's the problem we're trying to solve? The first one I can speak highly about is access. There's some evidence suggests that 20% of Nova Scotians lack access, even with pharmacare programs. We also have other programs to learn from. BC introduced universal contraception 2023. Ontario had an earlier model in 2018, and there's some interesting data coming out of Finland. So one of the things I think that's really important before I get into more specifics is that when BC had both a combination, women had access or gender diverse people had access to contraception, birth control under a pharmacare program in BC, under private insurance. And when they introduced their bill and their universal coverage, the uptake went up by 49% for a variety of reasons. One is that with the universal coverage, it allowed women and gender diverse people to actually access the type of contraception they needed and wanted. And I'll speak more to that. I think the first and the foremost reason the problem this addresses is there's barriers to reproductive care, there's barriers to access to birth control. It's not only cost, it's process. I can think of, in my practice days, seeing women who were didn't access birth control because they had to make a choice between a birth control that worked for them, between a $500 IUD out of pocket or $20 a month over the course of a year. The $500 was more upfront that they couldn't afford. The other issue that I think we forget is that it allows a choice, and with that choice comes some protection. I have seen women who are in abusive relationships under their partner's insurance company had to access birth control. And that's problematic. You know, if anybody's worked with abusive women, 2 things we know that often happens is control over finances and control over the woman's body, and that includes reproductive care. So it truly offers a choice in accessing care. It also asks access in a choice of the reproductive model that you need, the contraception model that you need. In BC, the biggest rise was when they introduced it, was not in birth control, but what we call long-acting reversible, so IUD and injection forms, which cost about $500. Again, some women have to choose the choice between $20 and $500. There's also good evidence around the world that with universal contraception, women are more likely to graduate from high school, more likely to go on to pursue post-secondary education. So there's some enhanced gender equity opportunities there. Contraception is used for birth control, but it's also the products are used for endometriosis, sometimes management of migraines, and sometimes for heavy periods. So it's not just birth control that a universal coverage allows. We're learning lots from BC. Finland, when they introduced universal coverage to contraception in 2018, one of the things they saw immediately is a reduction in the abortion rate. The abortion rate went down 16% in the first 2 years when the universal contraception was introduced. The universal contraception provides significant cost savings. BC has projected that they're going to save in public health, expenditures in healthcare $27 million a year based on the size of their population. Contraception for a woman product can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $19,000 per year over the course of a woman's lifetime. So it's not, and I want to change the term from cost to investment, because this is not a cost, it's an investment. It's an investment in women to have control over their body. It's an investment in women to be able to graduate from high school, it levels the playing field to allow women to pursue careers and family. It allows women to more likely go to post-secondary education. It allows families to make choices in economic hard times. The investment was cost saving. There's evidence to suggest that for every $1 government invests in universal contraception, they can save up to $9 on that $1 investment in future public expenditures in healthcare. Again, BC is projecting that they're going to save, on the scale of their population, $27 million in other healthcare expenditures related to either pregnancy or that. I've talked about the reduction in abortion, but it's an investment for long term that allows women choices. The investment is, so yes, it's an upfront investment, so that everyone will benefit from. Women will benefit from, families will benefit from, and our workforce will benefit from. It's not an expense. And what I found is Ontario introduced it, I think 2018, I think it's under 24, they have universal coverage. BC is starting to measure their outcome. Again, they made the choice to go into it and look at even the post-federal cost as an investment. Again, not just a dollar line in the budget, but a long-term investment. I have to argue again that the benefits outweigh the risk. You probably heard me suggest that many times, that it makes economic sense, it increases equity, and it's just an investment in our community and our society long term. What might a universal contraception cost for Nova Scotia? I don't have that information available to me. I've looked at other populations, sample size similar to Nova Scotia, different demographics, somewhere between 8 to 12 million perhaps. Again, someone much smarter than I am could actually do that projection in the modeling. But again, I think the benefits outweigh the risk. It's an investment, and that's why I bring this forward. I don't think it should be considered just on the cost, but we should look at it. What is the investment? What are we investing in, both at an individual level, a family level, a community level, but also at a population health level, in terms of the opportunities that this investment would create. So I think that speaks to the question I often ask in a very brief, concise manner is, what's this bill going to bring? What's the issue it's trying to address? I could speak for a lot more hours with a lot more data, but I think the issues are far, not just about coverage, but also about the investments it would bring. And as I come to kind of this introduction, I think that's that. Again, we have good pharmacare programs. And one of the outcomes early in BC, I think that we could learn from is that despite universal coverage, the deductible, especially for families, can be prohibitive, and people have to decide from what part of they're going to deductible, and that meaning, what are you going to claim in your deduction before you actually get it? Means testing of universal pharmacare is not always the best and doesn't always think about long-term outcomes. So a sliding scale, if you make this much, you can access it. I do think that the BC evidence early on shows that even in a province with insurance, private insurance, pharmacare programs, that the uptake was as high as 49%. I found surprising because it allowed women to actually have a choice, not just for any contraception but also contraception that works best for them. And the long-acting contraceptions are much more effective than the short-acting. So an IUD or an implant is much more effective. It's also cost-effective because the IUDs, depending which one you use, you only need to replace every 3 to 5 years. Again, it also depends on what you're using. So it's really a significant investment. That's why I speak to this bill as an investment, not an expense. And these are the issues that the bill will tackle. And like any bill and any program that influences, of course, it needs to be costed out. I do think difficult choices, times require difficult choices, but it also speaks to what's the priority of the government and what's the priority of our community. So as I move towards the end, I would like to move this to debate.
Yeah. I recognize the honourable member from Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and honored to get on my feet and talk about Bill 84, the Free Birth Control Act. And I get on my feet as a representative, but also a dad of 2 girls. This is a very important conversation for me as they hit preteen years. And of course, as a father of two wonderful gals, you know, you want the best for them. You want the best for anyone, and this bill is really about basic health care, Mr. Chair. Allowing people to, thank you so much, allowing people to make decisions about their bodies and their families in the future. So I'm glad this came forward. This is something that we support, absolutely. And Mr. Chair, it also supports families when they plan for their education, their careers, and when or whether they want to start a family. And ultimately, this allows them to make that decision. This is why the federal Liberal government took an important step when it launched the first phase of national pharmacare, which includes universal access to contraception. The federal government has recognized that the cost should never be a barrier to accessing birth control, and has committed significant funding to make sure that that's a reality across our country, Mr. Chair. For many Nova Scotians, cost is a real barrier, and we hear that, and we see that. We see that in many of the offices in many of our offices. Birth control pills can cost up to $300 a year, as we know. Hormonal IUDs can cost as much as $500 up front. Even injectable contraceptives can cost around $150 annually. For someone without private insurance, for students, or for people already struggling with the rising cost of living, those costs can make contraception difficult or impossible to access. Across Canada, Mr. Chair, an estimated 9 million women stand to benefit from universal contraceptive coverage through pharmacare. And at the same time, roughly 1 in 5 Canadians does not have adequate prescription drug coverage. That means millions of people are still paying out of pocket for medications that are essential to their health. And birth control is not just about contraception. It is frequently prescribed to treat a wide range of medical conditions. Many people rely on it to manage endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome, severe menstrual pain, hormonal disorders, and other health conditions, Mr. Chair. When we talk about access to birth control, we are talking about women's health care more broadly. There's also clear benefits for our healthcare system, Mr. Chair. Expanding access to contraception is widely recognized as a cost-saving measure. And when people are able to access reliable birth control, it reduces unintended pregnancies and improves overall health outcomes, Mr. Chair. Research in British Columbia has estimated that publicly funded contraception programs could save the healthcare system tens of millions of dollars each year. And several provinces and territories have already recognized these benefits and have stepped forward to sign agreements with the federal government. BC, Mr. Chair, Manitoba, PEI, and Yukon have all moved ahead with the pharmacare agreements that include free contraception. These governments understood that improving access to birth control is a good policy and good health care. And I hope, Mr. Chair, that Nova Scotia eventually can come to an agreement. We want to see this for the benefit of our province and the families here and the women here in Nova Scotia. Governments make investments every day without guarantees with decades into the future, and I hope that this government now will do the same thing. This government right now is guaranteeing they're guaranteeing the future of our province and the population of our province by providing something that is critical. As we said, Mr. Chair, it is free health care. And as my colleagues have said before, this isn't just about cost. This is an investment. It is an investment. And at a time when people are struggling with the cost of living, at least we can do is ensure that basic health care like contraception is accessible to everyone who needs it. The federal government is putting the funding on the table. Other provinces have come to an agreement, and I hope Nova Scotia can as well. Signing this agreement would mean free birth control for Nova Scotians, improved health outcomes for thousands of people, and real savings for families in our healthcare system. So, Mr. Chair, as I said, this is something that we all support, I believe, in this House. And as we know, you're into a negotiation with the federal government. There's an agreement that the province will need to sign, and I hope that they get to a point sooner than later, because, as I've said, we've seen other jurisdictions do this. This is basic health care. This is important foundational health care for the women in our province, for our families who want to plan they want to plan to have a family or not. It's about choice. It's about choice for the people of this province, and I really hope that that agreement can come soon. So I'm honored to rise in my place, as I said, as a father of two girls, and I know how passionate some of my colleagues are about this in the legislature. I really appreciate the NDP bringing this forward again, and I stand with them to support this bill. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, folks. So thanks very much. I'm happy to rise and discuss this bill today. I will just mention, I just think it's noteworthy for our colleagues to know that of course, women and gender diverse people have a window of ovulation that occurs every month. It's within a 4-day window, and the actual egg only survives for about 24 hours. And so, despite that, the responsibility of pregnancy prevention and contraception sits solely on that individual versus men who are fertile 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So I just stand in that space to be thanked by all the men for all the women and gender diverse people who look after the contraceptive needs in their relationships. So, yeah. So I thought that would appeal to members on all sides of the House. So I just want to speak briefly about the current landscape that we have here in Nova Scotia, just to talk a little bit about the coverage that currently exists. So approximately 60% of Nova Scotians are insured through private health insurance plans in Nova Scotia. And so, of course, we're fortunate that that is in fact the case. And we currently have a Family Pharmacare program, which is a cost share program, which there is annual deductible and co-payments for individuals involved in that program as well. And so those deductibles and co-payments are based on family size and income. And also there is deeply affordable pharmacare coverage through opportunities in social development for those receiving income assistance, which is also helpful for folks who may face some income barriers related to accessing birth control or contraceptive products. I do think it's also important, it's not for everyone, but I do think it's important to note that procedural interventions such as tubal ligation and vasectomies are insured services in the province of Nova Scotia, and for individuals looking for a more permanent form of birth control, those are insured insured forms of contraception and available at a variety of different hospitals across the province. And also, let's not forget condoms, Speaker, not only an option for birth control, but also for the prevention of STIs. These are certainly accessible in many stores, but also available in youth health centers, schools, reproductive clinics, etc. So not only around contraception, but as I said, prevention of sexually transmitted infections. So there's other options as well. So I'll just speak briefly about PharmaCare, just to kind of talk a little bit about what is available. So in the 24-25 year, there are about 30,000 people enrolled in family PharmaCare, and government paid claims of approximately $58 million associated with that program. And of course, in that budget item line item also, I would say that despite it's not for contraceptive purposes, I just do want to talk about the investment in PharmaCare. So there are 157,000 seniors in PharmaCare, and that program cost about $276.7 million in the 24-25 year. And so there is a significant investment in PharmaCare across the province. So, you know, we're very proud as well that provincial PharmaCare programs have maintained the premium and co-payment fees at 2007 levels. And so certainly very happy that we've been able to maintain the cost of that program. So even though the price of things and inflation and utilization has increased over the years, we continue to keep that program as affordable as possible. And so the cost to government certainly have grown over the last number of years. And of course, there are a variety of other programs as well. You know, throughout PharmaCare in opportunity social development, there's drug assistance for cancer patients and the palliative care drug program as well. And I share that just, and of course, our continuous glucose monitoring, diabetes supplies, et cetera. So I share that just to say that in terms of government investment, there is significant investment in making sure that folks across all ages and all genders have opportunity to have the maximum amount of access to PharmaCare. And we continue to look at the program on an annual basis to understand what is available and what is the opportunity to do more. I also just want to speak briefly about the Rose Clinic. So that is the Reproductive Options and Services Clinic. It offers procedural abortion and medical abortion. It's based at the VG and the QE2 Health Sciences Centre in Halifax, and folks can be referred. And the clinic offers IUDs and other methods of contraception for free to patients who may require compassionate contraception care. And so there is work happening. I know we've heard different times that foundations, as an example, have provided funding to the Rose Clinic in order to support reproductive contraceptive care. But the department is also working very closely with the Rose Clinic, very collaboratively over the last 18 months to understand the utilization, you know, what folks who are attending clinic require in terms of their coverage. And so we have a very open relationship, and if at any point that clinic feels that they have a deterioration in their funding, they're certainly able to call Department of Health for additional funding. And we'll continue to work with the clinic to understand how we operationalize that with data and just understanding, as I said, utilization. So members talked a little bit about that National PharmaCare program. So just in regards to the federal PharmaCare deal, and I want to acknowledge that the thought was well-intentioned, I believe, but the approach that in the way it rolled out was quite problematic. So the contraceptive portion of the bilateral agreement was tied to diabetes care, and despite conversations with the federal government, we weren't able to separate those two programs. And when the program offering was reviewed, in fact, for people living with diabetes in our province, we actually include more things in our program, and so felt that they would be affected and not have access to the same number of medications that they would if we continued the program that we had. And we know also from talking to other jurisdictions that best practices really support a mixed model of coverage to ensure fiscal sustainability and flexibility. So as I said, there are some folks that have private insurance. There are some folks who have pharmacare, and others who have access based on income to deeply affordable medications. The proposed model is also more expensive than expected. So 3 provinces and 1 territory have signed bilateral agreements. So that represents about 18% of the Canadian population, but that 18% have utilized 65% of the allocated federal program funding. And so that's a significant cost, and that's inclusive of both individuals requiring contraception as well as diabetes care as well. And the single payer design actually would destabilize existing private and employer-sponsored plans, so that in some cases people could actually see a loss in the medications that they've been on. So there was a deep analysis done. Certainly, we worked really hard to find a deal that was, that would work for Nova Scotians. But we just weren't able to do that. And to this point, the federal government has remained vague regarding possible next steps around national pharmacare. But we are happy to go back to the table if that opportunity arises. The work was done to determine whether this was the best use of resources in a very compressed financial environment, and the idea of a fiscal cliff, so when that money sunsets, was not only prohibitive for Nova Scotia, but it's also a question of proper use of resources with respect to how much we would have displaced private coverage, how much coverage would actually achieve for marginalized groups, and what the downfall would be of displacing and then going with a national formulary versus what would be available privately to Nova Scotians. So the approach was, I understand, was very well-intentioned, but was very problematic in terms of the ability to roll it out. And certainly, I think as moving forward, there will be challenges in those other provinces when the money sunsets. And in bilateral agreements, I think we all know that that money does eventually sunset, and makes it very difficult. And I think one of the most difficult things would be to implement a program and then have to change tack and then not be able to go back to a program that in fact did offer more access in the first place. So we continue to look at that program. We were happy to speak to our federal counterparts if they come back with a different deal or if there is additional funds on the table. But for right now, that isn't an option for Nova Scotia. I think, too, when we look at investments, we have made incremental investments across healthcare. We try to do a little bit more each year, and we have obviously invested in infrastructure and staffing and access points and all of those things. But in terms of coverage for a variety of different things, I would like to just speak about some of the funding that we have had, and we have to this point looked at expanding our immunization program across the province, and so this incremental investment is important. Sometimes the initial year we offer it is more expensive, as an example. So we continue to deliver childhood vaccines, and we just recently expanded the HPV program to those under 19 who have missed that childhood dose. And so we understand that there may be opportunity to expand that further to other age groups, but we are focusing on those individuals 19 years of age and younger. And of course, this is a significant step in preventing cervical cancer, and so we're committed to rolling that out. We did also our influenza vaccine, including the enhanced dosage that is available now to individuals. Our RSV vaccination program for babies less than 8 months and adults over 75 years of age, and so that was recently introduced. And also the shingles vaccine for individuals 65 years of age and older. And I am very proud, Speaker, to say that we are the second province to cover meningococcal B vaccine for residents of Nova Scotia 25 years of age and under entering post-secondary. education and living in dorms, as well as military recruits in barracks. So these investments have been incremental nature. Of course, the first couple of years we're catching up to those individuals who meet that age criteria, and we expect the demand will reduce as the years go on, and we're only looking at an individual annual cohort versus trying to catch up a number of individuals who've been eligible for some time. And so we anticipate the first several years of those vaccination programs will be the most expensive in many ways, but we'll also see significant investments, particularly around respiratory disease on our inpatient units, and we know that it can become quite compressed. So I do appreciate having the chance to discuss this on the floor. We continue to review our programs. And we continue the programs that currently exist. We are very focused on looking where the gaps remain, and through working with a variety of different folks, the folks in pharmacare, the folks who work in primary care, as an example, folks at the Rose Clinic, people working with youth across the province, understanding what some of the barriers are for youth, making sure that there are options available as well as part of the work that we're undertaking. So what I will say is that we're not able to support this bill at this time, Speaker, but I do want to assure members of the floor that we are continuing to do ongoing analysis about what the opportunities are, what the costs could be, and as costs reduce in other areas of pharmacare, and if our revenues improve in the province, and certainly we're working hard at the economic development in Nova Scotia, that there is a possibility that we could consider this in future. So all to say that we understand it's important that women and gender diverse people have autonomy over their bodies, that they have access to the care that they require and the medications, and reproductive care is essential to that. And we will continue to analyze, we will continue to listen, and certainly, hopefully there will be some point that we will be able to provide that care, but currently that is not, the bill is not something that we will be willing to support. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member of Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for the contributions to this debate this evening, especially to the Minister. I appreciate her remarks and her contributions to the discussion. I respect the Minister's piece. I rise today to speak about the simple idea that would make meaningful difference in Nova Scotians' lives. The bill before us would make birth control free in Nova Scotia, and if passed, costs of contraception would be covered through MSI, meaning there would be no cost at the pharmacy counter. No out-of-pocket payment, no choosing between groceries and medication. And it sounds dramatic, but that is the reality for folks in our province sometimes. It's just access to health care that people need. The NSNDP first introduced legislation to make this birth control free long before I was here in 2021, and we've been continuing to fight for it ever since. Access to birth control should not depend on someone's ability to pay. And yet, for many Nova Scotians, the cost of contraception creates a real barrier. We are living in a time when the cost of living continues to rise. Families are facing higher grocery bills and higher rent and higher power bills. And for many women and gender diverse Nova Scotians, birth control just isn't another expense that's added to the growing list. That shouldn't be the case. Reproductive health care is health care. And access to that care should not depend on whether someone can afford it. Free birth control, Madam Speaker, would support people's rights to decide when and if they start a family. It would give people the ability to plan their lives and their futures. It would also improve health outcomes across our province. For some people, birth control is not only about preventing pregnancy, as my colleagues have mentioned. It's also about important treatment for some medical conditions. Conditions like endometriosis, cysts, and some menstrual disorders. Many patients rely on contraceptive medications to manage pain and regulate their health. By removing the cost barrier, it would mean those patients can access the treatment that they need. The economic case for free birth control is also very clear. Research shows that for every $1 spent on contraceptive support, governments can save up to $90 in public spending. Those savings come from reduced healthcare costs and the reduced social supports. In other words, providing free free birth control is not only the right thing to do, but it's also just smart public policy. Investing in reproductive health saves money in the long run. Other jurisdictions, Madam Speaker, have already recognized this. We have folks in British Columbia and Manitoba and the Yukon, Prince Edward Island. These governments have implemented programs providing free birth control. Women in those provinces can access contraceptives without paying at the pharmacy counter. That means savings of roughly $300 per year for many people. The question we should be asking today is simple. Why not here? The federal government has already taken steps to support this initiative. The Pharmacare Act, known as B64, received royal assent in October 2024. Provinces and territories have been invited to sign the agreements that would provide federal funding to support programs like free contraceptives. Several jurisdictions have already signed up. Federal funding that could make birth control free in this province has been left on the table. But the reality is the program has enormous, she has pointed to the family care program. When asked, the Minister of the Health has suggested that Nova Scotia has already programs in place, but the reality is that the program has enormous gaps. Statistics Canada data shows that only about 23,000 people were enrolled in the Family Pharmacare program in 2023 to 2024. That's roughly 2% of the population, and the deductibles are extremely high. For a family with a median income of $72,000, the annual deductible would be roughly $8,500. That means a family would have to spend more than $8,000 out of pocket before coverage even begins. Madam Speaker, someone seeking coverage for birth control would never reach that threshold. So in practice, the program provides not a lot of help for many people. Healthcare providers see the consequences of this every day. We spoke of the Rose Clinic earlier, and Melissa Brooks, who is at the Rose Clinic, said that many of her patients are forced too often to choose between buying groceries and paying for birth control. And that's a choice that no one should have to make, not in a country with universal health care, and certainly not in a province that says it's committed to improving women's health. This government was elected on a promise to fix health care, but women and gender diverse Nova Scotians are still waiting to see improvements. They're waiting for better access to specialists, and we're waiting for improved health services. And they are waiting for meaningful action to reduce the cost of essential medications like birth control. The inability to pay should never determine the level of health care that someone receives. The access to contraceptives supports reproductive choice. It supports health, and it supports economic security, and it supports people's ability to plan their futures. Free birth control is good health policy, and it's good economic policy, and it's the right thing to do. The question before this House is simple. Why would this government walk away from federal funding that could make birth control free? Why is the government refusing to invest in health care, women's health care? And when will women and gender diverse Nova Scotians finally be able to access the health care that they need without paying for it? Madam Speaker, I believe that Nova Scotians deserve better, and making birth control free would be an important step towards building a health system that truly works for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's it from me.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Speaker. And with the last few minutes that we have of Oppo Day, I want to talk about this bill. Because I truly think it is important. I'm someone who's of the belief that pretty much most medications should be universal. That's my own personal belief. And I personally believe that birth control is health care, and that people should not have to pay exorbitant amounts of money out of pocket for health care. The minister, although I do respect, but I respect the minister a lot, talked about different forms of birth control, such as condoms and whatnot that prevent STIs. But Speaker, when we're talking also about birth control, not only are we trying with contraceptions, with preventive, is not just to talk about how to prevent pregnancy or how to prevent STIs. We are actually talking about, Speaker, things like PCOS and endometriosis and other menstrual irregularities, Speaker. As somebody who has suffered through many menstrual pains that could see me basically on the floor, when I got on the pill, as it's commonly known, I feel like it actually kind of saved my sanity and saved me from a lot of pain and from missing classes and from missing university courses. And one day in university can mean 100 hours somewhere else, Speaker. And I think it's important. I think Nova Scotians deserve this. And I think that we need to support healthcare in all its measures. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Order. We have now reached the moment of interruption. The notice on the topic for adjournment debate was submitted by the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island and reads as follows. Whereas every day we hear from Nova Scotians who are worried about what this government's reckless financial management and now budget cuts will mean to their jobs, their families, and their communities, and whereas the Premier and his ministers have not explained to Nova Scotians what exactly is being cut, why some revenue-generating industries are being targeted rather than supported, and whereas the government's own fiscal stability plan predicts double the cuts next year and triple by 2029-2030, making the lack of clarity and accountability troubling and dangerous going forward. And Nova Scotians don't ask for much, but right now they're asking for answers from this government. Therefore, be it resolved that this government must stand and explain to Nova Scotians how this budget that so clearly punches down came to be. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government likes to excuse their poor financial management by saying times are tough. Well, times are tough all over, and other provinces are managing during tough financial times without a credit downgrade, without punching down and gutting programs for the most vulnerable, without shutting down museums that hold our history. But I wonder, do other provinces have a government that spends wildly outside its legislative approved budget year over year over year, the infamous additional appropriations? The answer actually is no. Because as the Auditor General has recommended, as we have called for, we need to update our legislation. Across the country, other governments are able to react, but they also account in their legislatures. I have been curious about why there has been so much resistance, why this Minister of Finance and the one before refused to make this simple change to the legislation, so we have the best Finance Act we can have. But now we know, all Nova Scotians know, because the Premier today said that he would do what he wants, when he wants, by using additional appropriations. And he looks quite proud of himself when he said it. This chaotic budget process is the mess it is because the Premier doesn't care about what we say here, what his ministers say, or Nova Scotians say. He's going to do what he wants with Nova Scotians' money. And look where it has gotten us. I am sure my disbelief is shared that an accountant turned Premier would have done the damage that has been done. So many lowlights. This government turned historic, temporary revenue sources into fixed costs. The largest single in-year deficit for Nova Scotia. The largest amount in additional appropriations in a single year. The largest net debt. The cost of our debt is climbing to $1.5 billion by 2029. That's also a record. And we've had our first credit downgrade since 1993. And guess what that means? Actually, it'll get more and more expensive for us to borrow money. And this Premier doesn't seem to care. Madam Speaker, is this the blue noser way? I don't think so. Nova Scotians work hard, they budget their money, they struggle, and they expect their government to do the same. This government needs to map a responsible way out of this financial disaster. Not because I said so, but because Nova Scotians are calling for that. Nova Scotians need this government to have the financial capacity to deal with the problems they're facing head on. Affordable housing, public housing. They need to keep rural ERs open. They need a family doctor. They need help with power bills. All of this has been getting worse while this government is in charge of the books. And this government says they're investing in Nova Scotia. They sure have been spending, but Nova Scotians aren't feeling the results. If the government were serious about moving the needle and making life easier for Nova Scotians, they'd feel it. And the government would take the budget process seriously. They wouldn't introduce a budget. They understood so little that they were seemingly unprepared for the reaction. A budget that hurt so many people so deeply that they were forced to walk a portion of it back. They take the budget seriously because it isn't right for this kind of out-of-budget spending to go on and on. It isn't right to keep avoiding responsible public budgetary processes just because they don't want to. It causes chaos and stress. It causes real harm. And it causes financial harm to this province. And Madam Speaker, we are not even clear yet on what the implications still are of cuts that happened. So, just today, the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre published a notice to community that said our programs that are affected include our Family Resource Program, our Youth Outreach Program, a Place to Belong program, and funding received through All New Affairs. And they say as a result of these reductions, we anticipate staff layoffs, reduced service capacity, and increased strain on remaining programs. While the centre will continue to operate, these decisions will impact our ability to respond to growing community needs. And so, I really think we heard something different earlier today from the minister, but it's clear that ministers still don't know what's happening either in their department or in their portfolio. Now, even credit rating agencies are getting anxious. As we grow our debt, these folks will have more and more influence about what we can do financially. So let's just go through a quick review. What does Standard & Poor's say and their out-of-cycle downgrade? The negative outlook reflects our expectations in the next 2 years that a higher spending base will result in operating deficits and elevated after-capital deficits, persisting beyond our previous expectations. We believe these deficits could also pressure the province's liquidity position, while the debt burden will continue to increase to more than 150% by fiscal 2028. DBRS has also issued a statement on the budget. Large deficits, there's two things, and rising debt will reduce Nova Scotia's ability to respond to shocks. Budget 2026-27 introduces a fiscal stability plan aimed at slowing expense growth and align it with revenue growth, but there's no plan to return to balance. Large deficits, record capital spending, and a prior accounting adjustment are pointing to a meaningful higher debt outlook. And they go on to say, although it's still early in the provincial budget season, Nova Scotia's deficit is likely to be the widest amongst all provinces on a Morningstar DBRS adjusted basis. What does Scotiabank have to say about the budget that was tabled? Nova Scotia's budget 2026-2027 sees a deterioration in the budget balance over the forecast horizon amid higher spending and a weaker economic outlook that weighs on revenue growth. RBC also weighed in, noting that the deficit, knowing that it's a stark shift from last year's deficit reduction plan, noting that the debt to GDP ratio will breach the government's 40% guardrail by 2027-2028 and climb to 45.7% by 2029. This budget needs to be reviewed from top to bottom. Communities need to be engaged. We need extended estimates deliberation. That might seem like a fanciful statement. You know, with my business before I was elected, I had an accountant. I had a bookkeeper, I had an accountant, got audits done, you know, the whole thing. And interestingly, my accountant, when they would look forward over a year, would say, ooh, you know what, in that month or in that quarter, you're getting awful close from our expected revenues and your expected expenses. What are you going to do about that? This is what accountants should be really good at, is keeping within budget and making sure that you're looking forward, that you understand the impact of the financial decisions you make. We need extended estimates deliberation. We need the Minister of Finance to table updates to the Finance Act to control this premier spending. We owe this to Nova Scotians and to future generations. Next year, the reductions are supposed to be $622 million, $758 million in 2028-29, $914 million. What a mess it has been as a starting point in this process. What a mess. Our debt servicing costs, as projected now, so that's assuming that you know, like our limited growth holds and that sort of thing, that it doesn't become more expensive for us to borrow money. Government should be building in safety valves for our province. Government should take care of our province, like not just spend it all and hope that it gets better. This is a nightmare scenario for Nova Scotia. And even though this government talks about revenue sources, I mean, there's a number of areas where, again, it could have been in the Financial Measures Act, for instance. I'm not supposed to mention it. Some things could have been brought forward. For instance, like our gold royalties. For instance, our groundwater costs. For instance, the fact that we're already going to give wind away for a cheaper rate because we're practically begging for people to come do business in this province. It's a nightmare scenario for Nova Scotia. The least this government could do now is to commit to accountability, transparency, and a coherent government budgeting process.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, happy to get up on my feet and join this debate. An important debate, one where the question asks, it begs the question of whether the government really has control over what is taking place. You know, we've been talking about all week cuts that have come to the programs, many of the programs across the province. We've heard loud and clear from many stakeholders across the province when it comes to how the arts and culture are severely impacted in our community. We're seeing closures of museums. We're seeing potential closures of theaters. We're seeing money that was cut and reinstated. We're looking for information around that, and ultimately this whole thing has been a mess. And I'm going to give the best example right now of how bad this is. So, the original list of cuts here, seniors and long-term care, we did the math on it. Somebody wants to confirm it, that's fine. So the cuts were probably approximately around $7.4 million, and I can table that. Here's the updated list of everything that was reinstated. $33 million in seniors and long-term care. The numbers don't add up. So why didn't a $16 million meal program show up in the initial cuts in the beginning? The point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, and I'll table these, is that the information that is coming out from the government isn't adding up. And we continuously keep finding new things. It's a $16 million miss. It's a $16 million miss. $16 million miss. So when we're asking questions, Madam Speaker, to the Premier and ministers, and the media is asking questions to the Premier and ministers, why do you think everybody's frustrated? Nobody can get an answer. In question period, during media scrums, in the community, and we're asking questions on behalf of people who have been severely impacted by this budget. Severely impacted. It's sad. I'm sure they're getting the calls too of everybody losing their jobs, young families, theaters closing, tourism devastated, arts devastated. I have 2 daughters in art. It's everything to them. It's the foundation of who they are. And we're taking that out of schools. We're taking the creativity away from our kids with a budget. It's shameful. It's absolutely shameful where we got in this budget. And the government will celebrate that they reinstated programs which did give people relief, and these organizations that are critical to support some of our most vulnerable in this province, and they'll expect everybody to celebrate. I said it last night in one of my posts. It's like your car gets stolen. Your car gets stolen, and then the person gets caught, and then they give you back the tires, and they expect to thank you in return. And that's ultimately what happened here. That's ultimately what happened, and why we've been arguing, and why I talked about that example tonight in seniors and long-term care, is that the numbers are not adding up. The government is submitting information out to the public saying these are the initial cuts, and then they're submitting what they reinstated and it's double the cost. It's unbelievable. People want accurate information. They want accurate information, and they're not getting accurate information at all, right? And here we are, largest deficit in history. Largest in history. And here's the other thing. This is year 1. It's year 1 of 4. And the government's talking about growing the economy. You're going to grow the economy. We have these projects. But ultimately, you are planning you have a 4-year trajectory of decline. We have a 4-year trajectory of decline. And I will give the Premier my silence when he does his thing. So I ask the same. That's all we're asking. We're having a debate. So, Madam Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves overall when it comes to the deficit of this province. And every government makes decisions. You make decisions based on the best information that you have. And this government has made decisions. Reports have been done in the past by previous governments. This government has done reports on the economy and what they think they should do and what we thought we should do. But ultimately, this government has a 4-year plan of decline. A 4-year plan of decline. We're in an era when you're reducing your revenue streams, because we can talk about a debt problem, that's one thing, but the other problem they have is a revenue problem. It is a huge problem. You've taken revenue streams away, whether you agree or disagree. If you're planning to the future, you're looking at trajectories saying, in 4 years or 5 years, this is where Nova Scotia potentially is going to sit. So you make investments and you make decisions based on planning for the future. And in this case, the government didn't plan for the future. They're talking about the future. They're talking about resource development finally, after 4.5 years. They're talking about things to grow the economy. All of a sudden, it becomes part of the political narrative. You see all the posts on Instagram, the hype machine, I call it. Let's put out a post of the offshore, or put out a post of somebody, you know what I mean, digging for gold. Oh, we're there. We're there, everybody. Look what we got. We're going to have oil and gas in the morning, and everything's going to be fixed. Well, guess what? It doesn't work that way. Now you have a trajectory of decline. It's not going to get any better next year. There's going to be more cuts next year. There's going to be harder decisions for the government next year, because if one of these resource projects doesn't get off the ground and generate that revenue, look out, because it's going to get worse. And I've never seen a government, and whether it's this one or any other government, plan a 4-year trajectory of decline, because they had to. They had to. Because finally somebody said, we're going to throw the crystal ball away. from Instagram with all of our posts. We actually got to do the job. We actually got to think like a government. And as I said in my speeches before, the government started to have to make decisions. They started to have to make decisions because they ran out of money. They ran out of money. And now they're in a situation, Madam Speaker, where the economy, they need to find ways to generate revenue. They need to find ways to generate revenue, and I'm not seeing that. They need to try to find ways to stimulate the economy. We're waiting to see that too. There's a lot of talk about resource development. Takes time, takes a lot of time, right? They got huge pieces of infrastructure that they're not even talking about in this budget. Vis-a-vis the McKay Bridge that nobody's talking about has to be replaced at some point. How are you doing that? Right? Add another $1 billion. They're not talking about any of this stuff. But what they're realizing, the government is realizing now, because 2024 election was bought. It was just bought and paid for election. It was. Political decisions, spend big money. That's what it was. I'm not talking about anybody in here, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about an election. Right? So anyway, I survived it. So here I am having a debate. Here I am having a debate with the Premier. So the fact of the matter is, now you're in a situation in 2025, in 2026, where, as I said, you're making decisions, and now you got to make them, because guess what? Big ticket items are coming. Contracts are coming around again. Negotiations are coming around again. And you're going into these negotiations, and you're going into this environment where you're looking at everybody who's going to be coming looking for wages and looking for support for their kids and looking for support for programs. And you're saying, sorry, we don't have any money left. We have no money left. And I'll tell you, it was fiery in here the last couple of weeks. Stay tuned. If you're on a 4-year trajectory of decline and all of this is starting to roll, you're into the cycles again, this place is just going to get more fiery. And caucus, better be ready, the government caucus, because this was the first. This was devastating. This was absolutely devastating what happened, and to the point where they made changes. And as I said, caucus probably didn't even know what was in the budget, right? They were told last minute. But I have 45 seconds left, and I'm going to say this, and I want to say this to finish off. To everybody who showed up here that raised their voice of concern for their community, thank you. Thank you for being advocates for everyone. The strongest aspect of a government, the strongest aspect of a community is how you treat the people that need the help the most. And a lot of people showed up here, they circled this place, they rallied in their communities. Important changes were made because of their advocacy, changes that never should have been on the table, cuts that never should have been on the table, and I want to thank them. That's real democracy. That's how democracy works. And I was really proud of Nova Scotians this week. Honored to participate in the NDP debate. I pass it over.
Before I recognize the next speaker, whoever has their phone on, turn it off. I keep hearing the dinging. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a pleasure to rise at a late debate. And first off, I just want to kind of set the stage a little bit before I have a message to share with Nova Scotians about this wonderful province. And people may remember the first 3 budgets we tabled. If you added those 3 budgets up, they totaled up to $1.5 billion deficit. But at the end of each of those years, when you looked at the actual, there was small surpluses. And I think in total, there was about $500 million in total surpluses over those 3 years. Additional appropriations, everything accounted for. And I remember at the time, I'm just looking for an NDP press release, July 2024, the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island, was very offended that we ended those years with a surplus and had a comment that said, this is the 3rd year in a row where the province ended the fiscal year with a surplus, yet chose to squirrel it away rather than use it helping Nova Scotians in the immediate term. Madam Speaker, they want us to spend more. They want us to spend more and more and more. And to the member from Sydney, member 2. Just in terms of yes, we have a push on natural resources to get the revenues going. And in terms of, it was a little quiet in Nova Scotia on natural resources for a while. Actually, it was a little quiet in Canada. there was a 10-year period there under former Prime Minister Trudeau. There wasn't a single major project approved in this entire country. Nothing. So now we have a new Prime Minister, Prime Minister Carney, big fan of Prime Minister Carney, because he thinks like us. He wants to get the economy going. So yes, we're pushing. This is the opportunity for Nova Scotia, and I'm excited about that opportunity. But I do want to share a message for Nova Scotians about where we find ourselves right now. And certainly over the past several months, our government has been working hard on the preparation of the provincial budget, and that's a process that is complex. It's as complex as it is important. It's incredibly important, Madam Speaker. Every department, every program, and every service that you as Nova Scotians rely on and that is delivered every single day is reviewed through the budget process. It's a massive undertaking that touches every single corner of government, and it touches every single corner of the province. And Madam Speaker, but at its heart, a budget is not about government. The budget is about people. That's what is at the heart of the budget process. It's about getting Nova Scotians attached to primary care. That's what a budget is about, Madam Speaker. It's about seniors who want the dignity of living safely in their homes and in their communities. It's about building more housing to increase the housing supply, to stabilize rents for everyone. Madam Speaker, that's what a budget is about. It's about those things. It's about the student that is working hard to build a future and build a future in Nova Scotia. It's about making life just a little bit more affordable by giving Nova Scotians a break on their taxes, leaving more money in their pockets. These are the things that a budget is about. And all of those people, every single Nova Scotian, is at the very center of every conversation we have while building the budget. Every conversation is about people. And this year, the task was particularly difficult in Nova Scotia, as it was across the country. In every province, we look at the deficits, we look at what's happening with the federal government. This is a very difficult budget year, and it's a very difficult budget process to look out into the future. So our budget today that this House is debating, $19 billion of spending. That includes $6.7 billion in healthcare. It includes $66 million in support of the arts and the cultural sector that we love so much. It includes $787 million for disability supports. This is an increase of $40 million over last year, just on that line item alone. It includes $499 million for income assistance, homelessness, and supportive housing. $499 million. It includes $1.6 billion for seniors. $1.6 billion. Madam Speaker, all of those numbers are in a province of 1 million people. And I would ask Nova Scotians to think about those numbers in the context of what's happening nationally and internationally, and in the context of our province of just 1 million people. And I would ask, which of those numbers is punching down? Which of those numbers? The spending in this budget is up year over year, 7.7%. Madam Speaker, we are focused on doing what we can for Nova Scotians, and we do that in every conversation we have. Yes, there were some adjustments that we needed to readjust, and some of those were specific adjustments around disabilities, people living with disabilities, supports for them. They had to do with the remedy, and if I speak frankly on that, it's honestly just, looking at it through the lens and getting the timing a bit long on the
Order. So, okay, going forward, and the clerk and I had a long conversation about this today, if you're going to be doing a point of order, you are to be saying it when you stand up. Those are the rules. I'm going to let it go this time. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just picking up on the point of questions that were raised last night. There were a couple
Order. That's not a point of order. Oh. You can't raise on.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable Premier.
To answer, my message to Nova Scotians, to answer some of the specific questions around these adjustments, I would say it would be fair to say that the funding around the disabilities, people living with disabilities and supports, it had to do with the remedy. It had to do with the understanding of the timing of the transition to individualized funding. There was an assessment made of the transition to full individualized funding. The discussion, the member raised some points about the discussions around the seniors funding, the meals. That was a pilot program. It was a program within the departments.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the rules that I'm working on is not looking around the House and looking directly at you. So point of order, I would request that the member look at you.
That is not a point of order. It is a point of order, but there's very few members that are really good at it. The leader of the official opposition is really good at it. The leader of the Liberals are. There's a few members that are really good. Every now and then people mess up. But no, I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So some of the funding around the seniors had to do with a very significant pilot program that given the financial challenges that the people creating the budget were looking at, made the assessment that the pilot would end. That was also true around some of the enhanced day programs. They were pilots. People were looking at financial challenges and saying maybe we should end that pilot. These are good people, Madam Speaker, that were making thoughtful decisions in a moment with an understanding of the financial challenges and the need to address those financial challenges. So what has changed, I would say, Madam Speaker, would be a fair question. The financial challenges remain, but with new information about the pilots, with new information just about the human impact of the changes, we made the decision to reverse them. And Madam Speaker, I always believe that when you have new information, when you know better, you do better. And that's what we're trying to do here. But I would say to the members, let's not lose sight of the fact that we're facing a projected deficit of over $1.2 billion. This is and on a per capita basis, some provinces are higher than that, some are lower. You know, the federal government would have a number as well too. So, but these are the challenges of our time, and we are up to meeting the challenges of our time. And I want Nova Scotians to know that. Because I've shared a lot of numbers, Madam Speaker, about the budget. And the numbers are important, of course. You know, we have to have these discussions because there are real life ramifications of those numbers. But the numbers never really tell the full story. Like, they really don't when you think about the human aspect of it. So when we think about why we're investing in the future, why we're investing in seniors, why we're looking for a future where we can better care for our aging population by opening more and more long-term care beds to provide that service. That wasn't done for about 10 years. We're trying to catch up on that, Madam Speaker. We know affordability is a real challenge for many families. And I know in this chamber we had many discussions about government should do more, government should do more. Remember, I pointed out the NDP said, how dare you end with a surplus? You should be spending that money. It's a different, times change, so opposition positions change, but we don't have the luxury of changing just because of the political environment. We are always remaining laser focused on people and trying to do what is best for people for the long term of this province. And I am very excited about the future of this province. I'm incredibly excited about the opportunities we have in defense, in natural resources, in supporting companies and help them grow and find new markets. There are incredible things happening. And I understand that the dynamics of party politics and always looking for the negative and always kind of hoping that something bad happens so they can try to pin it on the government. But I know that there are brighter days ahead for this province, and I'm very excited about the future of the province.
I wish to thank all members members who participated in the adjournment debate this evening. I'd like to say so the clerk and I had a conversation this morning. Somehow it got lost over the years where people stand and say point of order, because I said I'm very confused because people just stand and I don't know what they're standing for. And the rule is that as you stand, you are to say point of order, so I know you're not, or clarification, but yes. So that is a rule. My fault for not pushing it, but I am now. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank everybody for the great debates here tonight. Speaker, would you please call order of business, public bills, and orders for second reading?
Order of business, public bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act?
Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I am delighted to be standing here to talk about the reasoned amendment put forward by my colleague. So for the sake of reminding folks where we are, it said that I move this bill be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill 98, the Financial Measures Act, be not now read a second time, but that the order be discharged and the bill be withdrawn for the reasons I stated in my speech. So I rise to express my deep concerns towards the so-called defending Nova Scotia. Unfortunately, for Nova Scotians, the only thing being defended here is a political narrative and not the citizens who have elected us to represent them and whose hard-earned tax dollars make up this budget. Nova Scotians expected this government to make their lives better. They have given this government the benefit of the doubt. But this budget has no plan of bringing us back to balance. This is hardly a budget. It is a retreat, a surrender of the social contract. For years, this government promised more, better, faster, that the best social supports are a job. Instead, this budget brings less, worse, and no movement on what was actually promised for Nova Scotians. It brings cuts to jobs and social supports. This budget brings a cut of over 30% to the public sector, and we've heard over and over about how this will not impact frontline workers. The reality is, even when looking at cuts not to frontline workers, their roles and duties don't simply disappear. Somebody else will have to do that work. Frontline staff that are left in their positions will now have to spend less time on their frontline work and do more in administrative tasks. At least 1,000 public sector jobs are being cut this year, and that is a huge number. This is not fiscal responsibility. This is making Nova Scotians pay for the fiscal irresponsibility of this government. This government is burning down the structures that keep our communities healthy and safe. It is burning down the very things that make Nova Scotia the place that we all love. For years, this government dismissed critics of unchecked government spending. They can no longer do that, particularly after the downgrading of Nova Scotia's credit rating. This is a direct reflection of the mismanagement of taxpayers' hard-earned money. The international financial community looked at this government's books and spending and said, nope, you are no longer trustworthy of budgeting. S&P Global cited high spending base and persistent operating deficits. The deficit has ballooned under the mismanagement of this government. And for those who may not be aware, that means the cost of borrowing is going up. So more of Nova Scotians' tax dollars are going to go towards servicing these debts. It does not provide flexibility, as the budget speech suggested. This government has forced hundreds of millions of dollars to go into paying interest on debt. This is money that could have gone into actually investing in Nova Scotians, as this government keeps claiming that they're doing. This could have gone into building new schools or clinics, or supported the many amazing community organizations that are doing the hard work of covering up the gaps in the social safety net that this government is compromising. Instead, this money is going back to banks because this government is incapable of managing a spreadsheet. This is not just bad luck. This is a direct result of a series of bad decisions. So a few government members have gone up, honestly, since I've been elected, to talk about what the NDP government did here and what the NDP government did there. And I would just like to remind folks that we are in 2026. We're talking about the last 5 years of government. And when I look around, these are the members that have been around for the past 5 years. So that's what we're talking about. And let's also think about the fact that there was a global financial crisis. Global financial crisis at the time the NDP was in government. And yet they came out with a higher credit rating than they did when they first came in, and a budget surplus. What we say in this House matters. So please educate yourselves with the full story before standing up to give us a history lesson. What Nova Scotian specific disaster does this government think it needs to respond to? This government has clearly abandoned equity and reconciliation. And as my colleague had said earlier, it's like somebody stealing your car and then giving you back the tires and telling you, here, you should be thankful. These are not nice to haves. They are not disposable. They are not luxuries. These programs are the frontline defense against racism and quality of life. At a time when reparations and true reconciliation in action is needed by this government, the exact opposite is happening. I haven't had the chance yet to review what things have been restored, but initially this government, when the budget was first released, thought it'd be wise to cut the Land Titles Initiative, a vital program that supports African Nova Scotians secure their generational property rights. This budget, released during African Heritage Month, cut all kinds of African Nova Scotian programming and funding. It is absolutely shameful. Again, I haven't reviewed the list, so I'm not going to go into the various grant cuts until I've educated myself a little bit more, because that's what you do. You educate yourself before you get up here and speak in the People's House. So what happens when there are gaps left behind by this government that need to be filled, and who is expected to step up? The already underfunded nonprofits, the very backbones of so many communities. As far as I've heard from various family resource centers and an organization representing 26 family resource centers, none of their funding has been restored. That includes Cape Breton Family Resource Center, serving Inverness, Richmond, Victoria counties, and Cape Breton. Kids First Association, serving Pictou, Antigonish, Guysborough counties. The South Shore Family Resource Association, serving Digby, Lunenburg, Queens, and Shelburne. Maggie's Place, that was previously mentioned by my colleague representing Cumberland North. And Fairview Clayton Park's very own Nova Village, serving so much of HRM. And so I'm going to go into the letter that was first submitted by the Nova Scotia Association of Family Resource Programs when this budget initially came out. Dear Premier, on behalf of the board of the Nova Scotia Association of Family Resource Centers, I am writing from a place of concern for the family resource centers sector and the families it serves with regards to the recent broad-based funding cuts announced by the province of Nova Scotia. The association represents 25 individual family resource centers with a mission to act as a strong leader for children, youth, families, and communities across Nova Scotia. For over 30 years, the mission of the sector has been to support families' health and well-being for those with the least access to available resources. As these families have minimal resources, the vast majority of programs and services are offered at no cost. FRPs, or Family Resource Programs, are an integral part of a continuum of support for families in Nova Scotia. On January 26, 2026, the Nova Scotia Association of Family Resource Programs wrote the Premier and Minister to express great concerns regarding current pressures that family resource programs are facing and the urgent need for additional investments to maintain their vital community hubs. And so, getting away from the letter for just a sec to give some context, these associations have been running on a budget or funding that has not been adjusted since 2021. However, at the same time, they've been seeing service users increase by 25% and sometimes up to 100% in some areas. So imagine asking a business to operate like that. You suddenly have 25%, 50%, 100%, so a doubling of the demand needed for your business, but you have to do it using the same amount of money. Furthermore, actually, if you take inflation into consideration, you're asking them to do it with less money. That business would go bankrupt. So going back to the letter, wait lists, increased participant numbers, staff retention, and operational stresses are all forcing painful decisions on FRPs as they work within the grant that has not increased since 2021. Additionally, new government programs, duplicating programs and services traditionally under the Family Resource Program mandates have been introduced without consultation with the sector. In essence, family resource programs are expected to do more with less while maintaining current levels of operation. February 2nd, 2026, in a response letter written on behalf of the Premier and the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, noted, and I quote, "The impact of the services provided by family resource centers and the vital role they play in addressing the well-being needs of children and families." The response, however, ended by indicating that there will be no additional investments provided at this time. The well-being needs of Nova Scotian children and families is considerable. In 2023, 38% of children in Nova Scotia were living in food-insecure households, with over 40,000 children in Nova Scotia living in households in the lowest per cap. Sorry, let me go back and repeat that. 40,000 children in Nova Scotia living in households below the low-income threshold. Nova Scotia has ranked second worst in all provinces and territories in reducing child poverty since 1989. And let's not forget that Nova Scotia also has the highest rate of child poverty in all of Atlantic Canada. The Nova Scotia Office of Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives 2025 report card states that Nova Scotia has made less progress than other provinces in addressing poverty rates. This lack of progress is because Nova Scotia has had the lowest per capita spending in the country on social protections in 2023 and 2024. Social protections being the systemic intervention intended to relieve households and individuals of the burden of a defined set of social risks. Nova Scotia is, quote, starting at a base where it has not been investing in the ways that other provinces have, end quote. Late Tuesday afternoon, family resource centers across Nova Scotia received notification that they would be impacted by significant funding cuts and now await further detail on these cuts. The process thus far employed to make these cuts included no input from the sector and has been communicated in a confused and indifferent manner. And I will also say, because I was copied on those emails, initially the first notice that went out to the family resource centers said that their funding is going to be $5,000. So the initial scare they got was that their funding is going from $500,000 to $5,000. And it turns out it was an error, leaving all of those organizations to scramble, wondering, what are we going to do? How are we going to stay open? And it wasn't until many of them reached out to the department that the department realized that nobody was doing any proofreading before these letters went out. For a department that has a $1.8 billion budget, I think we can do better than that. Family resource programs have been operating in partnership with the government for over 30 years, showing year after year positive outcome data. And so in my experience working with United Way was, or is, an amazing organization, but also that funds a lot of organizations in Nova Scotia. And I've learned that part of being a funder means that you require reports coming in at the end of every year. I also learned that the Department of Opportunities and Social Development requires the same thing. That's the normal, no problem. However, what that also tells me is that at the same time that the department was getting yearly reports from these organizations talking about how amazing their impact is and how much the need for their services have grown, nothing happened to increase their funding since 2021. And so my question is, where are those reports going? Who's actually reviewing them? And how are they being used to inform the decisions being made by the department when it comes to funding these programs? These cuts will affect frontline staff and result in reduced services in a sector already under significant pressure to keep up with the demands. And so while there may not be cuts in frontline staff, or that's what we hear with government staff, but the organizations that are doing the heavy lifting to ensure that Nova Scotians can at the very least survive, but in many cases they help them thrive, they are going to have to figure out what they're doing with frontline staff and how that's going to impact the services that they're providing. Family resource programs create conditions which allow families to engage, participate, and thrive in the face of often difficult situations. With less, it will mean doing less, leaving many families to fall through the cracks, resulting in more pressure on other government systems. And that was signed by Mitch McNutt, the Nova Scotia Association of Family Resource Programs Executive Director, I believe. So that, I'm going to table that. So going back to where I was. So again, rather than listening to their calls for additional support to ensure that our most vulnerable citizens are being supported when they go and seek support from these organizations, the funding has remained exactly the same. Rather than, or in any other sector, if a business experiences that much of an increase in service users while running on a reduced budget, they would go bankrupt, particularly when the cost of everything under the sun is rising. So, I've talked about family resource centers several times here before, and I know for a fact that the way that the family resource centers are spread out across the province, there's at least one family resource center servicing every riding that is represented here. And so, we've heard from the Premier that the rolling back of these cuts is because members had gone back home over the weekend and spoke to their constituents. And so I wonder what the government members heard from Family Resource Centers servicing their areas. And what about the mobile food truck? Mobile food market. Doing the hard work of addressing food insecurity in Dartmouth North, Musquodoboit Valley, Fairview, and the north end of Halifax. How can this government consciously make cuts to their funding while doing nothing else to address food insecurity? Funding for Hope Blooms is being cut in half. So again, who do these responsibilities fall to? If it's not those organizations because they don't have the capacity to do so, is it community leaders and volunteers who are working for free? Elders who have already maxed out their capacities? This government has continuously outsourced responsibilities to undersourced and underfunded people, groups, and organizations, and now they're leaving them even worse off. This government is leaving Nova Scotians to drown in the deficit that the government itself created. And again, I have not seen the new list, but based on the initial budget that was put out, there was $9 million of cuts into youth and child programming. And only $6.5 million of that is needed to create a child and youth advocate. For years, we have been advocating for this independent child and youth advocate. And rather than seeing proper funding of this office, like I mentioned yesterday, a little $300,000. Not to dismiss that there is something going forward for this office, but it is, what does that even cover? Because apparently it doesn't even cover the appointing of an advocate, which is the main purpose of this whole thing. All right, I'm just reviewing what I have because things seem to be pretty chaotic and changing by the minute. So just need to figure out what is applicable now before somebody changes their mind again. Oh, and I would like to talk about the bus passes. And I have a letter here from a constituent, lives in Fairview, Clayton Park, but sent this letter out and put it on social media and sent it to all MLAs. And so with Teddy's permission and Teddy's mom's permission, I've been told I can read this here. All right. I am a 17-year-old high school student living at home with my family. I work 2 part-time jobs, babysitting and cleaning, and I volunteer once a week at a daycare in my community. Very sweet. I was deeply saddened to hear that our bus passes may be taken away. It often feels like the moment we walk through the doors of high school, our province forgets about us. We don't receive free lunches, and we don't even get discounts on cafeteria food, which increases in price every year. The one meaningful support we had from the province was access to bus passes. Of course, we use them to get to school, but they represent so much more than just transportation to us. Bus passes give students independence. They allow us to get to work, volunteer commitments, extracurricular activities, and home safely. They reduce pressure on our parents, who cannot always drive us where we need to go. Knowing that we have reliable transportation gives both students and families peace of mind. I am not an honor student, but I work hard and do my best. School has never been easy for me. I live with ADHD, dyslexia, and anxiety. These challenges have been documented throughout my education, yet the support I truly need has not always been available within the school system for me. My parents have spent thousands of dollars on assessments and resources to try and help me succeed, but the gaps in support remain. Despite this, I continue to show up and try my hardest every day. Teenagers today face enormous pressure, mentally, emotionally, and socially. When something as simple as a free bus pass can help build confidence, independence, and opportunity, it should not be taken away. Removing this support sends the message that students' needs and growth are not a priority. We are young people trying to build our futures with the tools available to us. I respectfully ask that you reconsider the decision to remove bus passes for high school students. For many of us, they are not a luxury. They are essential to our independence, safety, and personal development. Thank you for your time. Teddy, grade 11 student. Thank you, Teddy. So about the bus pass initiative, what's interesting about it, I heard from a counselor that this was actually started as a small pilot by the city, by HRM in Dartmouth. But it was this government that insisted that they expanded to 30,000 HRCE students on short notice. And so the city and Halifax Transit had to scramble to figure out how to make sure they instate this as quickly as possible, because I believe the school year was starting. And now, for the sake of who knows what, it has been completely canceled. Another interesting thing I learned from a counselor is that Nova Scotia is one of few, if not the only province that doesn't have any type of proper investment going into our transit compared to how other provinces invest in their public transit. And you know, we can talk all day about the expansion of roads, but making it easier for cars to be on the road doesn't actually reduce traffic. What we need to do is make it easier, expand and invest into our public transit system. And so with the money for that program going into opportunities and social development, what that means is that only children whose households or families are on income assistance or receiving supports from that department would be eligible to receive this, which a few years ago was already a thing. But it was cut under this budget. But again, I'm going to educate myself because that's the right and responsible thing to do as a people's representative before I talk about whether it's back or not. So moving on. So close to $1 million of cuts will have direct impact on women's health, safety, and access to education. This budget lays out cuts to women's health research, an area that has already been lacking for decades. And as the honorable leader of the official opposition had mentioned, there's been more research done on erectile dysfunction than on menopause, I believe it was. That's pretty shameful. It lays out cuts to domestic violence courts. And at a time when we are unfortunately seeing an increase in violence that impacts public safety and women and gender diverse persons, this budget also cuts funding to the Mass Casualty Commission and trauma-informed care at the IWK. So when, previously talking about the bill that's going to impact social workers, having them go under the same umbrella, does that mean that social workers will also now not receive trauma-informed care? So that's pretty vital in the work that they do. Scholarships for women in engineering, 100% cut. And I stand corrected if I'm wrong, because again, things are fluid. IWK Health Transformation Workforce Strategy, 20% cut. And for low-income Nova Scotians, these cuts will be pretty painful. So I don't know if the poverty tax reduction credit is being reinstated, or if folks on income assistance are going to get back the funding for dentist visits or bus passes and hearing aids. We did table a bill to support hearing aids for seniors, so, you know, if the government wants to take that and reintroduce it as their own, go ahead, as long as it helps people. So now I'm going to talk about the levy on electronic vehicles. So while all over the country, citizens are incentivized to adopt EV use with rebates and investments in charging stations, Nova Scotia is reducing a penalty on owners who are choosing cleaner vehicles. Environmental scientists have been ringing the alarm for decades. We need huge shifts in how we live and how businesses do business to address the climate crisis that we are all in. While this government is claiming that this budget does not have any new taxes, this certainly seems like a new tax to me. EV owners have been reaching out to us. They've described this as a levy to penalize people who choose to reduce emissions and to lower their carbon footprint. It's a tax and it's a punishment for doing the right thing. When traditional fuel taxes align with usage, this tax does not. It's a flat amount solely based on the type of vehicle and not how much it's actually driven. And for owners of hybrid vehicles that also use fuel, that makes me think, are we now taxing those vehicles in two different ways? That's certainly what it seems like. This is supposedly to address road wear and tear, but the reality is heavy trucks and commercial trucks, which traditionally are, for the most part, they use fuel, cause far more pavement damage than the average passenger EV. So now going into tax cuts. So we keep hearing that the average person is going to get $1,000. The average person is going to get $1,400. So let's do some math. I think I've tabled this math before, but let's go over it together. Nova Scotians have to make more than $125,000 to receive $1,400, and that is the top 5% of income earners in this province. So 95% of households in this province don't get this $1,400 for every household that we keep hearing. This government's tax cuts gives 8 times more to the richest few compared to the average Nova Scotian. People whose incomes are above $200,000 would receive nearly $2,300. And people whose incomes are $25,000 would only receive $300. So that means those that are making $200,000 are getting $2,000 more in tax savings, the richest of the rich Nova Scotians, in comparison to the Nova Scotians who need it most. So another thing that we've heard consistently is, what would you have not invested in? We would love to be able to answer that question if we knew where all that additional money was going. Because we don't. And so I'm going to read some excerpts from the CCPA's Alternative Budget 2026, the part that talks about fiscal framework. The Nova Scotia budget 2025 included $500 million in tax cuts, which the government claimed would save the average Nova Scotian family more than $1,000 this year. The HST cut is projected to reduce provincial revenues by approximately $260 million in 2025-2026 fiscal year and $265 million in 26-27 and $272 million in 27-28. This HST is a regressive tax. Just as I mentioned before, it really only benefits the richest earners in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm interested with the member's interest around HST and whether or not, if she would entertain a question about whether or not she would increase the HST, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the leader of the House Leader Official Opposition.
The members need to respect the rules of debate in the House, which provide for each member to debate for an hour.
I believe that I'll have to get a ruling on that, but it's my understanding that they are allowed to stand and ask the question, and they can.
Sorry. Oh, that someone tried to ask.
Order, please, and you can stop the clock, please.
Stop.
So. The clock stopped, and I'll speak in a second. Okay. If any member wishes to ask questions, then they can do it in the committee of the whole. I will not be recognizing any other interruptions other than legitimate points of order. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. I would very much like to see those members do the same thing to a male speaker when they're up. Haven't seen that yet. Would love to, though. You're not getting, there's no point of order to stand up on, so I'm going to keep talking. This.
Wait, question or privilege?
Question of privilege.
I'll recognize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I recognize the honourable member for Northside westbound. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, comments just came from the other side there indicating that I wouldn't have asked that question had it been a male speaker. I take significant offense to that, Mr. Speaker, and it affects my ability to do my job.
Question was not a point of privilege. Let's get back to debate and stick to the bill. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax or Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So again, going back to the issue of what would we have not invested in? The reality is we don't have the full picture to be able to answer these questions because billions of dollars of spending have gone out without going through the legislature. And so we can't answer those questions if we are not being given the full picture. This government has driven the province into a deficit of over $1 billion just this year. The money of hardworking Nova Scotian taxpayers was spent in many instances without a single vote in the House of Assembly. We see record spending on infrastructure, yet we have no transparency on contracts. We see huge spending on healthcare, and yet tens of thousands of Nova Scotians remain unattached to primary care. While we welcome talking about how many appointments are being made for Nova Scotians, they're still not getting attachment to primary care. An example from my writing is the perfect example of why appointments are not the answer. A gentleman came to me last year, came to the office. He had had a car accident in 2024 that caused him serious injury to his back. He's now paralyzed below the hip. He's unable to go back to work. But for him to be able to get on DSP, he needed forms to be filled out by a doctor. He went to several walk-in clinics and made several virtual appointments. Not one of them was comfortable enough to fill these forms for him. Understandably so, they were unfamiliar with this man. If he was attached to primary care, that would not have been an issue because he would have had a doctor who knows him and knows his story. His primary care provider would have been familiar enough with him to fill these forms in. Instead, a year later, when he came to me, he's still unable to work, still unable to get income support.
Order, please. I've looked. I can't see where primary care or Nova Scotia Health is referenced in this bill. I recognize the honourable member from Fairview Clayton Park.
That's all right. I think I've made my point there. And so I will read another letter that I've received from a constituent, Jasmine Stouffer. And it's entitled, "Austerity is Code for Erasure. What one disabled educator, researcher, and Nova Scotian thinks of this budget." I think anyone with a well-developed sense of pattern recognition could see this coming. A province currently under rule, and that's using words by a government member, not mine or Jasmine's, from an absentee government, fixated on money over people, has delivered exactly the kind of budget their ideology predicts. Once again, right-wing politics shows how easily it absorbs the worst instincts. This word has been called out before, so I'm going to skip it. Austerity reframed as responsibility, cruelty reframed as efficiency, and dissent dismissed as hysteria. The cuts to arts and culture, higher education, and the very spaces where disabled, neurodivergent, chronically ill people have fought to ensure our voices are not erased, are not incidental. They are ideological. As reported by Huron Consulting Group's involvement in shaping higher education restructuring, this budget follows a familiar script. Hollow out public institutions and call it modernization, and leave the most vulnerable to absorb the fallout. Consulting firms that have built reputations on slashing university budgets are not positioned as neutral arbiters of fiscal prudence. But there is nothing neutral about dismantling the infrastructures that sustain critical thought, community research, and accessible education. Higher education has long been a site where marginalized communities carve out space to study, document, and resist systems that exclude them. When funding disappears from disability studies, equity initiatives, and arts programming, what vanishes is not waste. It is representation, scholarship, and survival. The message from this government is clear. If you are not profitable, you are expendable. Frankly, and again, I'm just reading my constituent's letter here, and I will table it. Frankly, I would prefer the Premier to state outright that disabled lives are not worthy here in Nova Scotia. At least then, we could dispense with the polite fiction that these choices are value neutral. Budgets are moral documents. They tell us who matters. One of the tenets of resisting tyranny is refusing to comply in advance. So yes, write letters, call your MLA, show up at constituency offices, but understand that politicians can filter emails, delete voicemails, and delegate outrage. If you've done any of those things, consider that only the first step. If you care about disabled people, any people, your fellow Nova Scotians, then we need to talk seriously about collective action, about coordinated labor disruption, about a general strike. This budget will disable everybody. Austerity always does. It erodes public systems until precarity becomes the norm. The only people insulated are those with private buffers and political friendships. Years from now, it will be worth tracing where the money actually flowed. I argue it would be lovely to see that now, but going back to the letter, it certainly did not flow into disability research, public schools, or community care. What this budget reinforces is not fiscal responsibility, but systemic racism, ableism, and sexism, just to name a few. It protects capital while communities are pushed into deeper instability. Governments tasked with governing for all instead govern for the already secure. Disabled people, especially those requiring significant community and governmental support, including children, have always felt the sharpest edge of this province's misunderstandings of inclusion and accessibility. Inclusion costs money. Access costs money. Equity requires sustained investment. Ableism is not merely dislike or discomfort. It is structural violence embedded so deeply in policy that many do not recognize it until services disappear and survival becomes negotiable. You do not have to be disabled to experience ableism. You only have to fall short for what the market demands. And that is why this moment matters beyond any one community. Today, it is disability studies, doctorates in education and arts funding. Tomorrow, it's public health care, wage protections, and environmental safeguards. Austerity expands. It does not stop on its own. So the question is not whether you identify as disabled like me. The question is whether you recognize a system that will discard you the moment you become inconvenient. You do not have to be disabled to experience ableism. Do you feel it yet? Solidarity. I also have a letter from Literacy Nova Scotia that I'd like to go over as well. Dear members of the Legislative Assembly, I'm writing on behalf of Literacy Nova Scotia to share a matter of growing public concern, the future of adult literacy in our province. It was announced on February 24th that the budget allocation for Nova Scotia School for Adult Learning will be reduced by $925,000 in 26-27 fiscal year. This is of deep concern to literacy practitioners, community organizations, employers, and adult learners themselves. If this is funding that has been restored, I welcome the correction. This concern is grounded in a stark reality. 51% of adults in Nova Scotia currently lack the essential skills needed to practice fully in today's economy and contribute to its growth. At a time where many employers are struggling to find workers with the skills they need, and many Nova Scotians are struggling with rising costs and job uncertainty, literacy is not a side issue. It is central to our shared economic and social future. Adult learners are your constituents. They're showing extraordinary determination, returning to learning so that they can find work, advance in their careers, support their children, and contribute more fully to their communities. They are doing their part to build a stronger province. They need to know their government is doing its part as well. For decades, Literacy Nova Scotia has provided leadership, training, and coordination to strengthen literacy across the province. We support the practitioners and community programs that adult learners rely on. We help ensure that literacy services exist and that they are effective. Most importantly, we work to ensure that adult learners are not left behind. Without sustained provincial leadership, this coordinated support is at risk. Across the province, people are paying attention to this moment. Literacy organizations, community partners, the business community, and learners are asking what these funding decisions will mean, not only for programs, but for the province's commitment to opportunity, inclusion, and economic growth. They are looking to their elected representatives for leadership. We're asking you to stand with adult learners and the communities you serve by supporting A, supporting sustained and stable funding for adult literacy, B, raising this issue within government and caucus discussions, and C, affirming that adult learners matter to the future of our province. Investing in literacy sends a powerful message that the province believes in its people, its workforce, and its future. We would welcome the opportunity to meet with you to discuss this further. We will also be continuing conversations with community partners and stakeholders across the province who care deeply about this issue and its impact. We hope we can count on your voice and your leadership at this critical time. And I will make sure I table these as well. I just want to, again, just quickly go back to the family resource centers because, you know, I've mentioned this here before. Working in nonprofit before being elected, I did that for 4.5 years, and the impact, the positive impact that family resource centers have on our community is like none I've ever seen. When I worked with the Halifax Refugee Clinic, and I'll make this brief, but when I worked with the Halifax Refugee Clinic, clients were refugee claimants. They did not have access to many of the programs that were being provided by nonprofit organizations, including language education. And that's because when funding is provided to a lot of these settlement organizations, it's only to serve people of certain immigration statuses, and refugee claimants were almost always not part of that list. But family resource centers They always opened their doors to refugee claimants and always gave them a place to be, to feel like they actually belong here and they're not just an outsider waiting for the right immigration status to be able to become a fully participating member of their community. So like I mentioned previously, I just checked with a few of those organizations today, and none of them have heard anything about their funding being reinstated. And so that leads me to believe that the Parenting Journey program and funding to family resource centers is going to remain cut. So this first email about the Parenting Journey program is from Emily Martinello. And it reads, I see in the budget cut spreadsheet for the grants for Parenting Journey programs has decreased from $4,140,000 by $207,000. I'm trying to understand if this program was rehoused into a different program name or opportunity, or if the funding was just cut and families left stranded. I spent my early career working in early intervention and saw firsthand the impact of Parenting Journey for families who are struggling in their parenting role with children 3 to 16. It was often a referral I made. Children who weren't developmentally delayed, but their behaviors were beyond the family's ability to cope. It is home-based. It is family-centered. Families can access support without needing to resort to higher-tiered interventions, like inpatient mental health services and youth residential care. I haven't heard a word from a family resource center, so I'm hoping that perhaps maybe I can't find what I'm looking for. Where was this funding reallocated to? What specific program is being cut? Or did this government just strip away supports from families whose children are using challenging behaviors? I can absolutely guarantee that this will have far-reaching impacts on children, which will have an impact on teachers your government has left unscathed. These educators are scared in their jobs. Recently, a newspaper article highlighted that some teachers and EPAs are wearing protective clothing to be able to implement behavior guidance support because the children they're working with are showing unparalleled aggression. Yet this government has removed supports that would address this before the child gets to school, before these behaviors become unmanageable. And as behaviors escalate, so too will the need for residential care for youth, as their parents have no resources or supports, no coaching or mentoring. I would also expect that calls to families and child services will increase as families are overwhelmed and don't have appropriate help and resources to calmly respond to their children. So that was $207,000 cut from these programs. And I would argue that the cost now that's going to be going into our healthcare, into inpatient like facilities or group homes, the cost that's going to go into those other spaces is going to be significantly higher than $207,000. And so not sure why that funding would be cut. I'm going to add that to my list of documents that I'll table. I also have a letter from Katie Rennie Deschamps. Dear MLA, me and Premier, there are names here, so trying not to say them. Writing as a resident of Nova Scotia to express serious concern regarding the recently announced budget reductions, particularly those affecting domestic violence courts, Mi'kmaq and African Nova Scotian services, post-secondary education, the Department of Natural Resources, mental health and addiction services, child welfare, and programs under opportunities and social development. These reductions are deeply troubling, especially in the current context. I wish to highlight at the same time that these are only a few of my concerns based on provided public information of proposed cuts.
In the interest of keeping this email relatively short and accessible, I have chosen to only highlight a handful of concerns. 2 years ago, intimate partner violence was declared an epidemic in Nova Scotia. Cutting funding to specialized domestic violence courts at this time sends a devastating message to survivors and to communities already working tirelessly to prevent harm. These courts were created because traditional systems were failing victims. Weakening them risks reversing critical progress. Reductions to post-secondary education threaten accessibility and affordability for students at a time of rising living costs. Education is not discretionary spending, it is foundational economic infrastructure. Cuts to the Department of Natural Resources are difficult to justify following the record-breaking 2025 wildfire season. Climate-related emergencies are increasing in frequency and severity. This is precisely the moment when prevention, preparedness, and response capacity should be strengthened, not reduced. Equally concerning are the reductions to mental health and addiction services amid long wait times and evolving toxic drug crisis. Nova Scotia continues to lose lives to overdose. Disinvestment in this area carries measurable human consequences. Cuts affecting child welfare programs under opportunities and social development are particularly troubling. Families already facing poverty, housing instability, food insecurity, and violence rely on these supports. Reducing services in these areas will not eliminate the need. It will deepen the crisis and shift costs downstream into emergency systems and services. In addition to these reductions, I am concerned by the government's failure to invest meaningfully in women's health, particularly the decision not to sign the federal pharmacare funding that would have provided no-cost contraception to Nova Scotians. Access to contraception is basic preventative health care. It reduces unintended pregnancies, improves economic stability, supports gender equity, and decreases long-term health system costs. Declining federal dollars for this purpose, while simultaneously cutting social supports, undermines women's economic and bodily autonomy. I recognize that fiscal decisions require trade-offs. However, recent revenue reductions, including tax changes and the removal of the bridge toll, raise legitimate questions about whether these service cuts are unavoidable or a result of policy change. When revenue is reduced, the impact is subsequent cuts must be examined carefully. If the burden falls on survivors of violence, low-income families, racialized communities, children in care, and those experiencing mental health or substance use challenges, that is not neutral budgeting. It is a shift of cost onto the most vulnerable. I respectfully request a clear explanation of the impact assessment conducted prior to these reductions, clarification on how equity and gender-based analysis informed these decisions, reconsideration of cuts affecting domestic violence courts, child welfare, mental health and addictions, Indigenous and African Nova Scotian services and opportunities and social development. An explanation of the government's decision to not participate in federal pharmacare funding for no-cost contraception. Nova Scotia's strengths lie in how we protect and invest in our people, especially during periods of economic strain. I urge you to prioritize policies that strengthen safety, equity, and long-term resilience, and I look forward to your response. Yeah, so I mean, in going back to what we're here to talk about, this entire act needs to be scrapped, take it back, think again, then let's see what this government can come up with. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you. I take my seat.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North, I'd like to read something. Yesterday, the honourable leader of the opposition rose to request clarification on the scope Honorable member for Cumberland North, I'll be a couple seconds, so save your legs and back. Yesterday, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition rose to request clarification on the scope of debate on second reading of the Financial Measures Act 2026, raising a number of points in support of her position. While I will address those points in fullness of time, I should say, I will for now limit myself to noting that we are not debating second reading. We are debating a rescind amendment to the motion for second reading. The motion is that Bill 198 be discharged for the reasons stated by the mover prior to making the motion. Those reasons stated over the course of a lengthy speech amount to a general disagreement with the bill. A rescind amendment should normally meet the following criteria per Speaker McEwen on April 24th, 1995. It must be declaratory of some principle adverse to or differing from the principles, policies, or provisions of the bill. It may not propose an alternative scheme. It may not approve the principle of a bill, and at the same time, oh, I can't even read my writing here. I scratched something out, so just give me a second. Initiate a declaration of policy. It may oppose the principle rather than the subject matter. It may express opinions as to any circumstances connected with the introduction or prosecution of the bill or otherwise opposed to its progress. It may oppose the principle of the bill but not propose that the bill be withdrawn and a new one introduced. I am not sure this amendment is fully in order, however, but debate has begun, and I will let it continue. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid yesterday referred to the late Arthur Fordham's procedural text, the Nova Scotia Legislature and overview of its procedures and practices revised 2006. I note, Fordham spoke directly to the question of debate on a dilatory motion, such as a rescind amendment. At page 22, he stated, when speaking on a dilatory motion, a member must confine his or her remarks to the motion itself. For example, when speaking on a hoist motion, a member must confine his or her remarks or their remarks to the advantages or disadvantages of delaying the bill for 6 months, depending on what position the member takes on the motion. Thus, while debating the amendment to the motion for second reading on Bill 198, debate must be confined to disagreements with the bill that result in it being deserving of being discharged. In other words, the members must speak to what is in the bill that they disagree with. So this is just to kind of straighten things out, and I will, in the fullness of time, come back with your request from yesterday. I just really wanted to set this straight because maybe it was me not explaining it right. And so this is why I kept saying, and it's fine to weave things in and out, but last night I gave the honorable member 27 minutes before I asked that member to weave in. So I have been giving a broad ban, and I will continue as long as people weave it in. But we have to stay on the bill. We need to save our energy for other things, I think. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Just a point of clarification in your statement there, Madam Speaker. You said that you had to discuss whether it would be advantageous to either have the bill go through now or be postponed for 6 months. I just want to know if that's accurate.
No. That was just an example for a hoist amendment. So there's 3 different types of dilatory motions, and so I gave that example for the hoist amendment. No. Although I am very unsure if this amendment is actually an amendment, but we're going through it. All right. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that explanation. And Madam Speaker, I rise tonight to speak to the amendment before the House regarding Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. As the Speaker has indicated, the motion before us is a rescind amendment to the motion for second reading of this bill. The amendment asks the House to decline to proceed with Bill 198, and I will share in this House the reasons why I support this amendment and why I believe that this bill should not proceed. In parliamentary practice, amendments of this nature ask the legislature to pause and carefully consider whether legislation should proceed in its current form. Before I turn to the substance of the amendment, I do want to acknowledge, I believe, the excellent remarks made last evening by the Honourable Member of Lunenburg West. She did a very effective job of explaining the important distinction between the budget itself and the Financial Measures Act, the very different paths each take through this legislature, and the limited opportunities that we as MLAs actually have to debate the budget. And in the past, there has been a practice to sort of treat the FMA when we are doing debate in second and third reading. In fact, some people thought it was the budget. The reality is that MLAs, we're really given very little opportunity to debate the budget in any meaningful way, and I thought the member from Lunenburg West was able to explain that very well last night. We are often largely left to ask questions to the individual ministers, who then often have lengthy discussions with deputy ministers before rising to respond during estimates, which also raises a very troubling question for the House. If ministers cannot answer questions about their own departments, who is actually running them? And that has been a common theme that has been heard this session as people have asked questions to the ministers about some of the budget decisions, including some of the things we see in the FMA, the Financial Measures Act, Bill 198, and ministers aren't able to answer their questions. In fact, the very first day of the sitting of the legislature, actually it was the second day, and I was in Ottawa to present at the Agriculture Committee to share all the reasons why we did not agree with the closure of the Napan experimental farm. I had estimates on, and I was watching that, and the person in the room with me said, "Why are there long pauses? Like, what's happening?" I said, "Well, the minister's asking the staff what the answers are." And the person in the room couldn't believe that. She said, "You mean that ministers can't answer the questions for their department?" And I said, "Well, we're just used to that." But they said federally that would never happen. That would never happen. Ministers are educated and able to answer questions of their own department. So I think we've gotten used to that practice here, Madam Speaker, but it is something to consider. And it's something to consider the length of time that takes, and it takes away from MLAs being able to ask questions. When we examine Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, carefully, there are reasons why this House should take pause before allowing this bill to move forward. I believe that the spirit of this amendment, too, was not only to pause Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. I believe the spirit of the amendment was also meant to pause the budget as well. In fact, Madam Speaker, even the Premier himself has now acknowledged that the process around this session and the budget has not gone as it should have. Just days ago, he said himself, on some of the decisions, we got it wrong, and went on further to say the process became too, quote, clinical, which as a nurse, I thought was a very strange use of the word clinical. What does that even mean? Madam Speaker, I don't believe that Bill 198, Financial Measures Act, should proceed at this point in time. I believe we should pause and carefully consider whether this bill deserves further scrutiny before moving forward. Madam Speaker, across the legislative session, we have seen a clear pattern emerging in legislation brought forward by this government, including in Bill 198. Centralization of power, oversight bodies losing authority, municipalities lose authority, ministers gain authority, or Premier's office gain authority, whoever's making the decisions. It's definitely a pattern, and Bill 198 is very much a part of that pattern. Several provisions in Bill 198 expand the government's ability to implement financial measures through regulation rather than legislation. And some may think that's not a big deal, Madam Speaker, or may just think it sounds technical, but it's not, because it's a reflection of weakening of democracy. Whenever we move bills and legislation into regulation, it weakens democratic oversight, weakens legislative oversight. We want legislation to stay here in the chamber. We want to be able to debate it on behalf of Nova Scotians. We believe that accountability and transparency is an important part of the democratic process. Regulations, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, can be written behind closed doors, and that shift between legislation and regulations matter. It matters because this legislature represents the people of Nova Scotia. All 55 of us are here to represent our area of the province. And our constituents expect us to be able to come here on their behalf, voice their opinions and concerns. So every time authority moves from legislation to regulation, as we see here in Bill 198, decisions become weaker, accountability becomes less, as well as transparency. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why the amendment before the House deserves careful consideration, because it asks us to pause before allowing those kinds of shifts in authority to proceed. Mr. Speaker, we know the Auditor General has also had concerns. The issue becomes even more significant when we consider the repeated warnings of the Auditor General. The Auditor General's raised concerns about procurement processes, about transparency in major expenditures, about government spending occurring outside of proper legislative oversight, and those warnings have not come from opposition politicians. Mr. Speaker, they've come from the Auditor General, who's an independent watchdog of the legislature. So when legislation expands the ability of government to implement financial measures through regulation rather than legislation, members of this House, including myself, have a responsibility to ask questions. Again, does Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, strengthen transparency or weaken it? And we'll go through the 20 pieces of legislation that are included in the Financial Measures Act, the Omnibus Bill. Mr. Speaker, those are exactly the kinds of questions that justify the pause proposed in this amendment. Mr. Speaker, later provisions in this bill deal with economic development incentives and capital investment programs through amendments to the related legislation. And let me be clear about something. Everyone in this chamber wants economic development, I'm sure of that. We all want jobs. We all want investment. We all want Nova Scotia's economy to grow. But economic development must always be balanced with public accountability, because public money is involved. Tax incentives are involved. Infrastructure investments are involved. And those decisions must be able to withstand scrutiny. When legislation expands government flexibility in these areas, it becomes even more important that the House take the time to examine whether the proper safeguards are in place before we allow the bill to proceed. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn briefly to the broader economic context in which this legislation, I believe, is being brought forward. Now, maybe not all 20 pieces of this bill that make up the Financial Measures Act, but a great majority of them, I believe, Mr. Speaker, have a common thread. The Premier has been clear about where he sees our province's future. He has spoken about opportunities in natural resource, energy development, offshore wind, and green hydrogen. These opportunities could reshape Nova Scotia's economy. However, when opportunities of that scale exist, we need to ensure there's transparency and oversight, because decisions made today will shape Nova Scotia for decades to come. And recent developments in Atlantic Canada provide a cautionary example. Earlier this year, the government of Newfoundland and Labrador announced it was owed more than $34 million in Crown land reserve fees from wind hydrogen proponents. 3 companies, including Everwind, had their land reserves not renewed due to unpaid fees and lack of project progress. That situation raises an important question for Nova Scotia. What safeguards are in place here? What financial security is required? What reporting requirements exist? What happens if companies fail to deliver? Because governments must learn from the warning signs before they become a crisis here. And Mr. Speaker, that is exactly why the House should carefully consider the concerns outlined in this amendment before allowing legislation affecting these sectors to proceed. Again, Mr. Speaker, I will go through some of the amendments in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, that I believe are related, overarching. There is a thread that connect them to this green hydrogen project, and that is why I'm going to bring this next point up, which probably will upset the government. There's broader questions about transparency and public confidence. Mr. Speaker, public reporting indicates that the Premier had multiple meetings with the head of Everwind, and those meetings later became controversial because of questions of how they were disclosed in expense reporting. Now, I'm not suggesting any wrongdoing, Mr. Speaker, but situations like this do highlight why transparency matters. Because when governments are simultaneously reshaping policy frameworks for major industries, like in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, public confidence depends on openness. And when legislation increases executive flexibility, while questions about transparency exist, the legislature has a responsibility to examine those issues carefully before proceeding. And I know the Premier agrees with this because back in 2019, he himself said, does the Premier believe that Nova Scotians have a right to know who the Premier of this province is meeting with and for what purpose? Of course, this was the now Premier making that comment about a former Premier. So we know he also believes transparency of who premiers are meeting with is important. And in an article dated November 12th, 2024, in the Halifax Examiner, Joan Baxter writes about a private meeting between Houston and the owner of Everwind, who was at clearly a lobbying event, but Houston has not reported the meeting on his required expense claims for travel. And in a subsequent article dated the next week, November 19th, Joan Baxter writes, a previously released Freedom of Information request offers some details of Premier Houston's trip to New York in March this year, during which he dined with Everwind Fuels CEO and founder, as the Halifax Examiner reported here. But still, there are important details missing from Houston's official travel expense claims, leaving some big questions unanswered about that trip with Houston meals with Vici. Oh, sorry, the Premier. The Premier's office has failed to respond to 4 email inquiries from the Halifax Examiner. They have sent details on that travel, which he undertook as in his capacity as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. The Freedom of Information release package contains Houston's official travel expense claim and form for his March 2024 trip to the United States, Those offer more detail than do the summary expense forms posted.
I recognize the honourable member from, Lunenburg. My
heart's
apologies.
broken, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if, I will say point of order for lack of knowing, but 4 times the surname of our Premier has been used, and my understanding out of the rules of the House is that is improper.
Yeah, I would remind a member from Cumberland North that we're not allowed to use names of people currently in the not physically in the legislature, but members of the legislature. I recognize the honourable honourable member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for that. I'll try to, as I'm reading the article, I'll try to remember not to use his name as I'm quoting the article. Those offer more detail than do the summary expense forms posted by the Executive Council Office for his March 10th to 12th, 2024 travel to Boston and his subsequent travel. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. The Premier or MLA from Pictou East made those trips with his Chief of Staff and General Counsel Nicola Foss-Parker. I think we all know, and but I'll just continue to read on here. But Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, has a lot of amendments that I believe are tied to this green hydrogen project, Madam Speaker, and I think there needs to be more transparency and accountability to Nova Scotians about this. The article goes on to say Everwinds is proposing to build a facility at its fossil fuel storage point in Point Tupper, Cape Breton. I think we all know that, where the plan is to produce green hydrogen and convert it to green ammonia for shipping to Europe. The concern, Madam Speaker, is around the lack of transparency and accountability, where not all the travel was reported. And what this reporter was asking is why. Nicole LaFosse-Parker, who filed the MLA from Pictou East office, filed only one expense claim for both the Boston and New York trips. The total cost was $3,789, and so on. There is also some inconsistency in the way the MLA for Pictou East travel claims and those of LaFosse-Parker were filled out. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, and we're looking at all of the amendments to the different bills, I believe there is a common thread around this green hydrogen project. And with what's recently happened in Newfoundland, I think we need to make sure that there's more transparency and accountability for Nova Scotians before this bill moves forward. Madam Speaker, I also want to draw attention to the casino, the tax exemption for the casino, and that's another amendment in Bill 198. I want to draw attention to a provision in the bill relating to the tax treatment for casino property transfers. I raise this provision, Madam Speaker, only because it illustrates the broader concerns outlined in the amendment before the House as to why this legislation deserves further scrutiny before proceeding. On the surface, this provision may appear unrelated to other sectors, but it establishes an important precedent. It demonstrates that the government is willing to create sector-specific tax exemptions to facilitate private investment. Once that precedent exists, similar frameworks can expand into other sectors: energy, industrial development, infrastructure partnerships. Now, I'm not opposed to economic development. I love that as a businesswoman. But when you're using taxpayer dollars and when you're giving tax credits to large companies, especially if there's controversy surrounding large companies, taxpayers deserve transparency of why these kinds of decisions, tax credits, exemptions, et cetera, are being made. And Madam Speaker, that's exactly why the House should pause and examine whether appropriate safeguards exist before allowing legislation like this to proceed. Madam Speaker, there's also provisions in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, that affect the relationship between the province and municipalities, as well as many others. And once again, we see a familiar pattern: more provincial authority, less local power. Municipal governments represent communities most directly affected by development decisions, such as whether it's resource development or green energy projects. Municipalities should be consulted and be part of the decision-making, Madam Speaker. When municipalities' authority is reduced, local voices risk being diminished. And Madam Speaker, I believe in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, where we see a reduction of collaboration with our municipal governments and more power being taken to the centralization of power. I believe that's a concern. And again, this illustrates why members have brought this amendment forward to the House. Madam Speaker, we also have the Capital Investment Tax Credit as part of Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. Another example can be seen in the extension of the Capital Investment Tax Credit until 2035. Is this specifically put in the FMA for the Everwind project, or is there another big project? We know that nothing happens. There's always a reason behind everything, Madam Speaker, and it would be good for people of Nova Scotia to know why this capital investment tax credit is being extended. I reference this provision because it further illustrates why the concerns raised in the amendment that was put forward by my colleagues in the NDP deserve careful consideration before the House proceeds. Because while this capital investment tax credit in Bill 198 is being amended to extend to 2035, we're also seeing the people of Nova Scotia. I mean, I think every Nova Scotian's been affected negatively by this budget. And I know that's been discussed at length already here in the House, so I won't go through all of that, Madam Speaker, but we're looking at this amendment, and which is going to give big industry a huge capital investment tax credit. Meanwhile, vulnerable people in Nova Scotia are having their budgets slashed. And people are devastated. Like people that work at the Visitor Information Center, I was embarrassed, Madam Speaker, how they were treated. They were treated like you would see in movies of people that work on Bay Street. Like they were told to come pack up your laptop. You've got 15 minutes to get out.
Order. I've given wide berth, and you do weave in and out, but I'm going to ask that you stay on the resend amendment. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the reason I brought that up is because one of the amendments in Bill 198 is the capital investment tax credit extension to 2035. And my point is, this government is offering somebody, is it the owner of Everwind? We don't know. Someone, a pretty significant tax credit, while Nova Scotians are hurting. And I think we should be able to say that. Every tax credit represents foregone revenue. Every tax credit represents foregone revenue. Revenue that could otherwise support healthcare, education, housing, infrastructure. We're seeing 3% cut in education, 3% cut in long-term care. Every tax credit represents foregone revenue. So we're giving up revenue. Why? I'd love to have the Premier come and tell us why. Why is this amendment in Bill 198? The public deserves to know what return on investment is expected for this tax credit, what accountability measures exist, and whether benefits justify the cost. These are good questions. Nova Scotians deserve to know. And these are precisely the kinds of questions that justify taking the time to reconsider why this, whether or not this bill should proceed. Madam Speaker, I wanted to return briefly to the Premier's remarks because they do matter. The Premier said this budget process became too clinical. And he said the government moved too quickly in areas that affect people's daily lives. He said plainly that on some decisions, they got it wrong. And if those statements are sincere, then the logical response is not to rush forward with legislation that expands executive authority. The logical response is to slow down and pause Bill 198, the FMA. Consult with Nova Scotians. You know, one of the amendments in this bill, Madam Speaker, is amendments to the Forestry Act. And that really affects the people of my area. Forestry is a huge part of our economy in Cumberland County. It's significant in other areas of the province as well. But when before Northern Pulp closed, you know, we contributed over 25% of the wood fiber to that plant. And I certainly learned a lot about forestry during those days. But the amendments to Bill 198, the FMA, nobody understands them. People in the forestry community are reaching out. I do have a letter here, if I can find it. And there's questions around, you know, what's the purpose of this amendment to the Forest Act? Is the purpose of the amendment to do with one specific large company that's an international company that's come in, bought up a bunch of woodland in Nova Scotia and are using it for carbon? If so, explain that to private woodland owners. I believe Nova Scotia's forestry is mostly, it's like almost reverse of New Brunswick, and because New Brunswick is so much of its crown owned, but here in Nova Scotia, I think 75% of our forestry is private, owned by private woodland owners. So I would, related to the amendment to the Forestry Act, Madam Speaker, I would like to read a portion of this letter I received from a forester, and I will table the letter. It says, I'm a registered professional forester and started my career in the Premier's riding in an industrial sawmill during the financial crisis. I understand the importance of supporting rural industry and good jobs. I've also worked until 2021 with private woodland stewards in a now shuttered forest cooperative. My family and I care for 130 acres of forest land in Cumberland County. And I still assist several forest owners in the area with their management. I now work for a large landowner providing expert climate-focused forest stewardship advanced based in current peer-reviewed forest science. I have worked closely with both current MLAs in Cumberland County in the wake of the Northern Pulp closure to propose positive policy changes that would uplift landowners' capacity to participate in the forest economy while also meeting broad social goals for conservation and climate resilience. Those recommendations included measured changes to the structure of forest taxation in Nova Scotia. Although I generally support broad changes to the way forest land is taxed, I am well versed in the changes you are proposing, and I think they are misguided or potentially incomplete. Additionally, Property Valuation Services Corporation nor the municipalities hold the expertise to properly audit or evaluate landowner statements of intent or evidence of compliance. There are also not enough independent forest professionals to provide the evidence or guide private land stewardship regionally throughout the province. These shortfalls need to be addressed first, before increasing the weight of administration on landowners. Now, I'll just pause reading this letter for a moment, Madam Speaker, because for those in the chamber that have read the amendments and read the Forestry Act, you'll know that private woodlot owners are supposed to have a plan, like a forestry management plan. And the amendments to the Forest Act, they're a little cloudy, but most people that work in forestry that have read them, their interpretation of them is that if they don't have a document that shows a management plan of their woodlot, that they could no longer qualify for the tax, the low taxation for forest land, forest woodlot. That's a huge concern, huge concern. We recently lost our cooperative, Athol Forestry Cooperative, which managed almost, a large amount of the forestry land, private woodlot owners in Cumberland County and some Colchester. And that's gone. Our cooperative's gone. They went out of business. So this person that wrote this letter, and I got a phone call from someone down from the Premier's area saying the same thing. There's not enough professionals in the province right now that could provide forestry management plans for all the woodlot owners that we have in the province. So if a woodlot owner has to have a forestry management plan in order to qualify for the low forestry tax, it's going to cause, it's going to be a lot of problems, and it'll be quite a lot of dissatisfaction with woodlot owners in the province. And the reality is, my experience, at least growing up on a farm, most farmers in Cumberland County, and I suspect around Nova Scotia, have woodlots. It's part of their diverse portfolio. And a couple of months of the year, they spend in the woods. And they get their wood for their own personal use if they're building something. Well, we don't have local sawmills anymore, but they used to use local sawmills and get their own wood for that, but now it's more for just small projects and or for their home furnace fuel. A lot of them have their own maple syrup camps. But they manage it themselves, Madam Speaker. They don't hire professionals. So if this amendment in Bill 198, the FMA, goes through, there's a lot of uncertainty around what it's going to actually mean to local woodlot owners, private woodlot owners in my area, and I think probably around the entire province. So there seems to be two pieces to it. There's the piece where the government looks like they want to be able to control the amount of fiber that's available for the forestry industry. And so if there's large pieces of land that are currently being managed for carbon sequestration that makes that wood unavailable for the forestry industry, it looks like the government want to be able to intervene there. But these are questions, there really wasn't there was a lack of consultation, Madam Speaker, and any major changes to the forestry taxation of forestry land, there should be consultation. So that's another very good reason why this bill should be sent back for further work before it goes forward. And I'll just read a little bit more from this letter from this forester. And this gentleman rather is a professional. He knows what he's talking about, so we should listen to his comments. He goes on to say, while I understand these changes may have been a reaction to foreign investment in land benefiting international climate objectives, they also have the potential to be a disincentive to small and large private landowners' ability to improve rural economic outcomes by participating in carbon offset projects, while contributing to provincial conservation targets and respecting their autonomy. In my opinion, combining these incentives with municipal-level district heating projects, targets for ecological forest management, guided by professional oversight, could be part of a broad answer to improving landowner trust, social license, and forestry industry success in rural communities, while requiring much less long-term provincial subsidization. Making those tax categories only resource-based isn't an improvement over the current system. Landowners will simply continue to sidestep the classifications or be ingenuine about their intentions. Aside from my belief, backed in numerous studies, that all forest values carry societal benefits. When they are guided by professional advice and good policy, forest products flowing to the market will happen to various degrees when people are intentional about their management activities. This is what those tax categories should be for, to drive and record intentionality that the province and municipalities can then base policy on. There are other mechanisms like silviculture, carbon credits, market pricing, regulation, certification, and conservation credits, or easements that are better used to support specific forest values. As an example, the MLA from Queens riding and most of the province currently has few options for low forest value products, making complex forestry on private land difficult. Short-term objectives are being prioritized over long-term prosperity. Multiple studies support that this reduces landowner options for meeting personal and social objectives that are different than industrial and some large private landowners. Small private landowners aren't choosing to be inactive because they don't support active management, but because they have limited options under the current system to meeting their, and by extension, the local community's objectives. These landowners see right through a recent sea change in your department's approach. This letter was directed to the Premier, the Minister of Natural Resources, and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. These landowners see right through a recent sea change in your department's approach that would make them modern-day serfs to large industrial interests. I would assert from a wealth of interactions and disappointment that intensive management and heavy harvesting is uneconomical for the vast majority of small family-owned woodlots, their owners, and contractors. Taking political shots at forest carbon offsets will further erode trust in the province, your department, our industry, and result in even fewer landowners participating in improving the social and economic value of forests through active stewardship. Please reconsider these blunt and potentially damaging changes to the Forest Act. And I will table that letter, Madam Speaker. Another comment that somebody gave to me with respects to the Forest Act amendments, Madam Speaker, was that it appears that the government wants to interfere, for lack of a better word, in private landowners' woodlots when the government themselves have not properly managed the Crown land. At least up in Cumberland County, there is huge acres and acres of Crown land that still has trees down from the last hurricane, which pose major fire risks. And local residents have asked the department and asked the government to clean up their own Crown lands, and it hasn't happened. So one of the messages that was given to me was tell the government to clean up their own land and create some property management plans for their own Crown land and stop interfering with the private woodlot owners' land. Another reason, Madam Speaker, why I believe this bill should be paused and sent back is the changes to the Meat Inspection Act. Very concerning. Many people here in this chamber may have visited an abattoir. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but it's a hard word to say. But we have had the honor of having really ethical people with integrity that run an abattoir in our area. In fact, I remember their father growing up in the farm, and he used to come and purchase cattle from my father. And now their sons, the Dickies, run a very successful abattoir in Leicester. It's actually in my colleague's area in Cumberland South, but all of Cumberland County and surrounding area use them for their butchering. And they're very concerned we've had this conversation about meat inspectors with them before, because there has been problems before. I won't go into all of that, but we've had conversations about the interprovincial barriers right now with provincially inspected meat. And if meat is inspected here in the province of Nova Scotia and in Cumberland County, it can't cross the border into New Brunswick and vice versa. And one of the things I learned a few years ago is that Nova Scotia, we actually have very high standards when it comes to meat inspection, which I think should bring a lot of reassurance to the public. And New Brunswick's meat inspection rules would be weaker, significantly weaker. And I remember some owners telling me before, if we remove the interprovincial barriers regarding meat crossing the provincial boundaries, we should make sure that Nova Scotia's standards don't go down, but that other provinces' standards go up. And unfortunately, the amendments to the Meat Inspection Act don't do that. The Meat Inspection Act amendments will lower the standards of meat inspection here in Nova Scotia. So what has been happening and continues to happen now, I think until April the 1st, is that an animal is not actually allowed to be butchered in this province unless a meat inspector is on site. So if someone was to do that without a meat inspector on site, they would receive a fine. They would be violating the policies that we have here in Nova Scotia. And that has really helped. It's helped to ensure that the quality of the meat that's being butchered, that the animal's not sick, that they're butchering a healthy animal, and there's certain standards that are met. The amendments in the Meat Inspection Act will remove the meat inspectors from here in Nova Scotia. And what it will do is, from my understanding, Madam Speaker, is any owner of an abattoir will have to become licensed, and then they have to appoint or train one of their own employees to be, they have to get licensed to become a licensed meat plant. And then it says here that then they will have a meat plant representative on site. So that's part of the amendments. And it's one of their own staff. And it says also in the amendments that there will no longer be meat inspectors here in Nova Scotia to ensure that the animal is healthy before it's being butchered. So some of the concerns that have been shared with me from industry, Madam Speaker, are there's clearly a conflict if you're responsible yourself. There's no oversight for safety, for public health. And the owners aren't comfortable with that, Madam Speaker. It puts a huge liability on them. And if there was something to go wrong, they're going to be the ones to get blamed, and they don't want that. They've always been very proud of the high standards that they have here in Nova Scotia, knowing that the meat that is sold to consumers is safe. And we're going to lose that. I don't think Nova Scotians will be too supportive of that, Madam Speaker. Now, I'm a big supporter of removing the unnecessary interprovincial barriers. I don't think we should be lowering our standards. I think other provinces, if they have lower standards than ours, I think their standards should be brought up, not ours lowered. So there's quite a bit to this piece of legislation. I won't go through all the pieces, but that's kind of a high level, the concerns, Madam Speaker. And again, these decisions were made without, we hear this pretty much with every bill that's brought before this House. So there wasn't any consultation with the owners of the abattoirs. And they did not work with them before they made these changes. So as I mentioned, Madam Speaker, there's 20 pieces of legislation in here that are being changed. I do have concerns about what's happened in Newfoundland, and just to tie a thread through many of the pieces of legislation that are in the FMA Bill 198, I believe are probably tied to the green hydrogen project. And that's okay if there's accountability in place. The fact that the MLA from Pictou East wasn't reporting and wasn't transparent about all of the meetings that he had with the owner of Everwind does raise a red flag. And what's happened in Newfoundland, where that project's now been canceled because the company didn't pay for the leases on Crown land in Newfoundland, also raises a red flag. And if all of these amendments, we have Conservation Easements Act, Community Easements Act, putting the power to make decisions on easements in the hands of the minister, which I wouldn't want to be the minister making those decisions. Anyone that's been involved with disputes around easements. Yeah. So now, is that taking away power from the judicial branch of government, putting into executive council by changing this legislation? I'm not a lawyer, so I'm asking that question, but it appears to be that way because certainly any easement disputes that I've ever seen, they are usually decided by a judge or a adjudicator in small claims court. In fact, I had to go to court over an easement dispute. Thankfully, I won. Interesting fact. It happened in my role as MLA, actually. Yes. Of course, another amendment is to the non-resident deed transfer tax, Madam Speaker, and we're not really sure how that is involved. But I will say, if there are special favors being done, if this amendment is...
Order. It's getting awful loud in here. I ask that if anyone in this room has conversations, to take it outside or put it to a whisper. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could tell you the story about the easements, but it might get ruled out of order, so it's quite interesting, actually. I can. So I wanted to make a comment about the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act amendment, and it's part of the FMA, part of 198. We don't know why. Is it also related to this bigger project? Is it part of that thread where a non-resident of Nova Scotia will be exempt from paying the non-resident deed transfer tax? Who is this meant for? I can tell you one thing, Madam Speaker. I have a sister that lives in the United States, and we have family property, and it's a huge distance. Like she is going to be able to own some property here so that we can all spend time together in this little area. But it seems so unfair, and I know she's one of thousands of Nova Scotians that live away that want to be able to come home and have property that are disadvantaged and punished with this, I don't like it, Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act. So why should my sister have to pay it and somebody doesn't, whoever the Premier's office decides, because we don't know who this amendment is for, but this amendment in the FMA is giving somebody special consideration, and I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair. And going back to the Easement Act, I am concerned about the minister having that responsibility, Madam Speaker. It's in our area of the province where there's so many cottages, easement disputes are like, they happen every minute of every day, especially in cottage country. But I don't know why we're going to be giving this power to the minister rather than it going before the courts. So, Madam Speaker, I think that sums up most of the reasons why I believe we should press pause on this bill and before it goes forward. And I also believe that we should consider that for the budget as well, even though we're technically not allowed to speak about the budget during this amendment. I certainly think that what Nova Scotians have told us, Madam Speaker, is that they don't want it to go forward. They're not happy. There seems to be a lot of confusion, even amongst the ministers with government. They certainly haven't given us confidence here in the House, and I don't believe confidence in Nova Scotians don't have confidence that we really know what this budget means. I mean, we saw some of the impacts of the budget before we even sat in here. The Visitor Information Center got word that they were being closed. It supposedly was effective the budget, but the budget hadn't even been tabled. So decisions were being made before the budget was even before the House. And my understanding is you would be waiting, you would table a budget, table an FMA, table 198, and debate it, pass it if possible. Because in other jurisdictions, Madam Speaker, just because you're part of a party doesn't mean you vote in favor or not in favor of something. You vote based on what's best for your people. And I know that people are going to hear me say that and it will mean nothing because I'm just a lowly independent. But I know that that is sort of the feeling, Madam Speaker. But I will tell you that people want democracy. People want democratic representation. They want, I'm watching the messages come in, yes, for my colleague from Lunenburg West and some of her comments that she made on Bill 198, the FMA, and this amendment. And there's just so much respect. There's just so much respect because people want us to have integrity. And I only say that, Madam Speaker, because it's pretty clear from the protests and from the massive amount of emails that we've all received on Bill 198, Financial Measures Act, as well as other bills that have been tabled here in this House, that people are not happy in Nova Scotia right now. And Nova Scotians should not be worried that their meat is not going to be inspected properly. People that run abattoirs in this province shouldn't have anxiety and be considering shutting down their business and then jeopardizing our beef and cattle industry because our government's decided to get rid of the meat inspectors, which, how many are there? Like 9 or 11? Like, how much of a cost savings is that really? Why is that being done? And woodlot owners in Cumberland County or Pictou County or Yarmouth or Queens County shouldn't be worried about what's going to happen to their woodlot because of a possible change in taxation that none of them have been consulted about. And the fact is, a lot of industry stakeholders are scared to speak out. A lot of industry stakeholders are scared to say anything because they don't want to be punished, and that has sometimes happened. Even the cuts to education, they were all told, you're not allowed to tell anybody. It's all secretive, and if we find out that you've told anybody about the cuts, the 3% cuts that are coming, you know, there'll be problems. Same as in long-term care. I don't think that's a good way to lead this province. We need healthy leadership, Madam Speaker. We need healthy leadership so we can have a healthy province. And this Financial Measures Act, I'm not confident, is a healthy piece of legislation. It certainly is concerning in Cumberland County for a lot of reasons. The changes to the Forestry Act, the changes to the Meat Inspections Act, but also all these other changes. Why? Why? Are they related to the Everwind project? Why is the leader and the MLA from Pictou East not being transparent about his meetings with Everwind? Why are they not being reported? I do have a question, Madam Speaker, also that I think should be answered. Why are we changing the governance for the Maritime Harness Racing Commission. Why? We should be doing more as a maritime region and Atlantic region, not less. There's so many things that we should be doing as a region. Last fall, I was in Ottawa. I went to Question Period a couple of times, and not once was Atlantic Canada mentioned. Not once. Everything was Quebec, Ontario, and the West. And in my opinion, Madam Speaker, we need to be uniting more as a region. The amendments to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission actually takes us out of the Atlantic Premier's Council. That's where the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act was, and is putting it back here in Nova Scotia. And I'm sure the minister will do a great job, but why? Why are we doing less as a region? In my opinion, we should be doing more as a region, strengthen the Maritime region, strengthen the Atlantic region so we can make more of an impact on the national and federal stage, Madam Speaker. So I think we've kind of gotten away from ministers speaking to their bills in this House. I'm not sure why, but the FMA, Bill 198, maybe we'd have more confidence in putting it through, and the NDP wouldn't have tabled this amendment to pause the bill and send it back if we were given more information about it. In most of my years here in this legislature, ministers for the departments that were related to the different amendments in the bill would stand up and speak to it. So I don't know why that practice has changed, but if the ministers, and they could do that on this amendment, they could stand and speak to the pieces of legislation that are affected by them, like the minister that is responsible for the Conservation Easement Act, the minister that's responsible for the Community Easement Act, the minister that's responsible for the Crown Lands Act, the minister that's responsible for the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Act, the minister that's responsible for the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act, the minister that's responsible for the Meat Inspection Act, the minister that's responsible for the Mineral Act, the minister that's responsible for the Forest Act. Those are the only ones that I have tabs for, but there's even more. But if the government, and maybe people are going to be mad at me for saying this, Madam Speaker, but maybe they're not telling us because maybe they don't know, because there has been a common theme with the budget and other bills where sometimes the ministers for those departments aren't able to answer the questions that we ask of their department. So is it because these bills came forward and the ministers weren't aware of the amendments to the departments? If that's not the case, then what's stopping them? Is someone telling them they're not allowed to speak to their bills? That's pretty sad. That's not democratic. That's not responsible government. And we can do better here in Nova Scotia. I would love for us to have a healthy legislative assembly, healthy leadership, and a healthy province, Madam Speaker. And as I end my comments on this amendment to pause Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, I would just say, it would be so nice if we had a healthy legislature with regular hours where we're not sitting till midnight every night. And I'm a nurse. This is very unhealthy. It's very unhealthy. Physically, mentally, socially, emotionally, it is not good for us. And I know there's nothing in Bill 198, Financial Measures Act, that talks about health and wellness. But this government, if they respected their own members as well as those in opposition, would not be having these hours. And that ends my comments on Bill 198. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay. I've been thinking about this for the last few days. Like, it feels like the pent-up energy is finally here. Madam Speaker, I take a lot of time and love and effort to write my speeches. The second we get the email that we're going back into session, I sit down and start writing speeches. I enjoy writing thought-provoking, almost somewhat poetic speeches. And so I couldn't prepare for this one. This is not one I could sit down and write. This is not a speech that you write down. Nobody writes hour-long speeches, pen to paper. I'm not going to speak for an hour, by the way. But I was unable to prepare the way I like to. So the tension builds inside my body. And so this evening, you are all going to get a snapshot into what it's like to live inside my brain. And I've been, like all of you, I've been having conversations and reading emails and watching social media, and the days are long. Not sure if you've noticed. And so sometimes I feel like the conversation I had this morning was the conversation I had 2 weeks ago. So my brain it's full. And so I start here this evening. I lead my life with kindness. I believe kindness is one of the most important things in the world. I teach my son kindness. Our slogan in our house is be kind, work hard. I believe a compliment to a stranger can go a really long way. I believe in smiling at people on sidewalks. I think it's a Nova Scotian thing, and I think we can all agree with it. When I decided to run, I watched videos of the leader of the official opposition and said, yeah, she seems kind. I think I can do it. The other thing that guides my path is the spirit of collaboration. And I thank you for giving me a wide berth here. I'm at my point. I believe that the job of the official opposition or opposition parties is to bring forth stories and bring forth ideas and bring forth thoughts that produce excellent bills, that make good laws for Nova Scotians. And I think everybody here wants to do that. I think everybody wants to do what's best for their constituents and their families and all Nova Scotians. And I don't believe that the job of the opposition is to complain or moan or whine. It's just to bring forth ideas. And so that's what I do here. I tell government leaders when they do a good job. I told the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture today that he did a good job. He likes his job, and I can see it. And I told the Minister of Agriculture in estimates that he had a busy year. He did some good work this year, and so I'm not just here to moan. I believe that other Commonwealth countries work in collaboration, and I am optimistic that one day I will be here in this chamber when we all rise for the same purpose in good. We have a lot of conversations in the Oppo room, and I've heard stories of people who have been here longer than I talk about the good old days when everybody stood up on one thing and everybody was excited and everybody was in tears because they were telling these beautiful stories. And I really want to be here for one of those days. I really, truly do. And the leader of the official opposition looked at me yesterday and she goes, Krista, go find that. Go find that. Go find what is going to unite us all. And this is only my third session here. And I am really optimistic that something will come together, that we're all working together in the spirit of collaboration. And so, back to the recent amendment, got to change my topic here. somehow I've found my way into a job where all of my colleagues are looking to me to talk about the Meat Inspection Act. And so, and oddly, I can. And it's like, I found something. I can talk to this because I know people in the meat inspection world and I know abattoir owners, and so I called them and I said, hey, like, how you feeling about this? And, you know, they're worried, but they're not worried for the reason that we may think. The member from Cumberland North brought this up. We have the highest meat inspection in the country. Like we kill it at this. We're really, really good at this. We have safe meat. This is not our worry here. Abattoir owners are actually worried about the liability that's going to be put on them from this. Not having a meat inspector in their facility every day means they're opened up to a lot of liabilities that they're genuinely concerned about. They're worried about this. Their meat inspector was their safety net, and now they won't have it, and that's scary for them, and that's not in the spirit of supporting small businesses. They're concerned. They are also a bit concerned about some procedural changes around the SPCA and animal welfare. Farmers are experts in animal welfare. They know what they're doing. They understand that pigtails need to be docked so that other pigs don't pick on them. Pigs are really intelligent and they pick on the weakest link. Not all SPCA members will know this. The farmers are experts in their fields. I have to resort back to my notes. Just one moment, please. Okay.
You're looking on the member. I tend to think of us as looking as a family and always at that Thanksgiving dinner.
You're always at that Thanksgiving dinner. Okay. There is a good thing. There is a good thing about this Meat Inspection Act. The good thing about this Meat Inspection Act is now small business owners, abattoir owners can work at their own time. They don't have to wait for that meat inspector to show up to start processing animals. Now they can do this at their own time, which is great. That's the perk of owning your own business, is that you work on your own rate. And now that abattoir owners will not be waiting for meat inspectors, they can work when they want to work. It's a good thing. Yay. The other unfortunate thing is our abattoir owners are actually getting older. They have the abattoir owner that I spoke to, she's in her late 60s. She's looking to retire, but we don't have enough abattoirs. And so what we really need to be looking at right now is increasing our abattoir numbers with that high standard. The standard is excellent, it's great. I hope we don't lower it too much, but I'm not worried about meat quality. The quality of meat in Nova Scotia is excellent. Okay, procedural changes. Okay, where are we going next? The EV levy. Oh, I forgot to also mention, the questions that I have this evening are just genuine questions. There's questions from constituents, they're questions from stakeholders, they're just genuine questions, and I'm not being facetious when I ask these questions. I'm getting a few emails from EV owners. I have a question about the hybrid. So this bill says that full EVs will have to pay $500 every 2 years, and hybrid every 2 years, that's what I said, and hybrid every 250. What does hybrid mean in this bill, is my question. Is that the plug-in hybrid? I'm curious. I'm not sure what that means. I have an email from a constituent, and I am paraphrasing. It says something along the lines of electric and hybrid vehicle owners already pay taxes on electricity used to charge their vehicles. Electricity bills include applicable provincial and federal taxes, meaning EV and hybrid drivers are already contributing tax revenue through their energy consumption. Imposing an additional vehicle-specific tax would effectively result in taxing these drivers twice for the same purpose. I thought that was really interesting. That was actually a really good point. So more research needed, maybe? I'm not sure. For years, governments at both the federal and provincial levels have actively encouraged Canadians to transition to electric and hybrid vehicles. Incentives, rebates, and public messaging have emphasized the environmental and long-term economic benefits of making this switch. Many residents made purchasing decisions based on policy signals. I think, yeah, you're right. And investing significant personal funds into vehicles aligned with those goals. So I'm just curious. Maybe more research needed on the EVs. I'm curious. I'd like to hear more. The Forestry Act changes. So I grew up in the Valley. I grew up on the North Mountain in the Valley. And I text my dad, because he's a landowner, and I'm like, ooh, I'm a little bit concerned about these changes. What are your thoughts? And as I understand it, there's going to be a different tax implication for folks who were not actively, taking lumber off their land. And I mean, my dad texted me back and he's like, Krista, I think like 70% of the mountain is, zoned forestry and privately owned. What does that mean for them? I said, I don't know, Dad. Let me ask. What does that mean for them? What's the plan there? Getting a lot of emails from rural Nova Scotia. Folks are flabbergasted, dismayed, and angered by the proposed increase in tax on forestry that are not actively being harvested. Inactive forests are crucial to the habitat for species sensitive to human activities, as well as to maintain the ecosystem functioning. Not to mention how many, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, and it's a part of who we are. And it's, we've all drove down the highway and saw the beautiful forests, and I worked in tourism before. I was, a long time ago. And it was one of the comments that so many tourists mentioned to us is, it's so vacant, it's so vast, it's you haven't clear-cut it yet. And I do truly hope that that's not what this bill is doing. I'm curious why. I mean, I've asked that question a lot. Why? Why? Why do we need this? What is it solving? It feels short-sighted, and it feels like we're moving policy backwards. How can we ever address biodiversity and climate crisis with these kinds of disincentives and punishments on everyone who isn't actively harvesting forests? Land use as carbon sinks will need to be reported and would be taxed at a different rate if not actively contributing to the Forestry Act. This legislation makes it easier for landowners to terminate community and conservation easements on protected land that they own. Oh, this is easements. This is a different note that I had in my brain. Remember I told you earlier? I've just got a whole long list of random thoughts from my brain. I received an email from an older gentleman in rural Nova Scotia. I think some of us may have been CC'd on it, who's worked in the forestry for 69 years. That's older than my dad. He runs a skid steer, and he's got some questions. Will the government place a financial burden on my efforts as a reward for being a decent human being and looking towards the future. And along with like the 87,000 other thoughts that went through my brain, that one really stuck out to me. He's worked his entire life in the woods, and he's obviously worried and disheartened by this. Growing a forest, sequestering carbon, filtering air and water, and opening our trail system to the public is it not enough for the province, he said? I'm hoping the member can talk more to that. The Provincial Parks Act, this is the next random thought in my brain. The Provincial Parks Act, it expands the ability of others than a conservation officer to impound vehicles. Madam Speaker, what is a vehicle? Is that a canoe? Is that a stroller? Is that a surfer's van that's parked at Lawrencetown? My husband's a surfer. We spend a lot of time at the beach. He surfs in the winter, he surfs in the spring, he surfs in the summer. He's intense, he's intense. And he surfs all day. He's there all day. He's like marathon man for surfing. He parks the van at Lawrencetown Beach. He gets his wetsuit on, he's like shimmies into it. He's like completely covered. He gets in the water, he's there all day. Is his van going to be impounded? Like, more info needed. The vehicles isn't defined, and are we going to lose our surf van? Ministers decide on permits and rentals. It sounds a little bit like West Mabu here. I'm curious. I'd love to hear more. These are not facetious questions. They are genuine questions. I'm curious. I do have a few letters that I've received that I will table. I will read and I will table. And this is just adding to our point that the bill is bad and it should go back. And just for a sober second thought, we have a lot of questions, sober second thought. And so this email came to me on February the 26th, which feels like a lifetime ago, but I'm writing to express my deep concern about the recently announced austerity budget that the NS government is tabling. One which called for cuts to arts, culture, heritage. This decision will have a lasting and damaging impacts on our culturally rich province for years to come. As a longtime professional musician, author, and admirer of hard-working authors, musicians, and artists in Nova Scotia, I urge you to abandon any cuts for funding arts, culture, heritage. With respect, I ask you, my MLA, to reconsider this course of action. We must not allow the erosion of our cultural landscape in this manner. I look forward to hearing from you. The bill is bad. It should go back. It should go back. We should rethink. We should rethink it. In the spirit of collaboration. My name is Heather. I'm a constituent of Halifax Armdale Riding, and I'm the executive director of Atlantic Publishers Marketing Association. I'm also the editor of Atlantic Books Today magazine, and I am the Nova Scotian author published by a Nova Scotian publisher, and my memoir, Gutsy, came out in 2023. I urge you to immediately reverse your decision to eliminate $700,000 fund that helps local publishers create books by local authors. I urge you to reconsider and drastically destabilizing cuts in cultural organizations and programs by the government of Nova Scotia. My writing's been recognized through nominations for 2 Nova Scotia Book Awards. I've previously held the position, festival coordinator. I've taken part in various programming. I've lived in Nova Scotia for decades. You get the point. The bill is bad. It should go back. If you cut our roots, we cannot flower. And like I said at the beginning, I really just want to be a part of something in here that's fantastic for Nova Scotia. I want us to work in collaboration. I want us to work with kindness and do good work for Nova Scotians. And Nova Scotia's in uproar right now. They're upset, they're hurt, we're reeling because our roots are being cut. And it's a moment where we could come back stronger and flower even greater when we work collaboratively and we work together. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I would like to speak to the amendment. My presentation will be probably a bit more clinical, but not too clinical. And keeping with my background and the theme of the day, I've reviewed the scope of debate document that you provided, Madam Speaker, about an hour ago, and I believe my comments are in keeping with that. My questions, I have a lot of questions, and like the course of this week, my notes have changed about 4 times, depending on what hour of day it is. So I'll start out with the last 2 hours questions before I get into the last 48-hour questions. My questions that I want to speak to initially are more about having spent a lot of time in quasi-judicial system in terms of the regulatory world with College of Physicians, the Barrister Society. I have questions about process related to this bill. The first question is probably the biggest but the most important, is what is the budgeting process that's being used this year? And the reason I ask that is I'm not suggesting it should be different, I'm just not clear. And that has a lot of impact on this bill, and it's had an impact on Nova Scotians. In my short career as a civil servant, I think it was 24 months, 2 weeks, and 3 hours, I participate in the 2017 and 2018 budget. Very, very small part. My role at that time was predicting physician resources and determining the budget and funding for that, and working with stakeholders to ensure that we were trying to provide enough physicians for the future. I won't go into the success of that story for many reasons. However, at that time, there was an internal budgeting process that I was a very small part of, and it started probably September and was, on its final wraps when it went to the printer, but there was no big surprises when it went to the printer. Certainly, there was also no big surprises on budget day to MLAs, cabinet minister, and senior civil servants. There was no surprises. Of course, it was embargoed, but there was no surprises. So I guess the first question I think that needs to be addressed before I can really grab a hold of this budget is, what is the process? Who was involved and who wasn't involved? Who knew what when? Now, it's not a murder mystery, but we've had such conflicting opinions all week that changed by the hours, from some ministers publicly saying, I wasn't aware of that, others saying I support him on the Treasury board. So again, there's contradictions in the process. There was no clear process. And I remember when I was involved, again, in my very small role, we sometimes were floated confidentially ideas. I was asked to cost them out, but also do a risk analysis. And then when it went back into whatever the process was internally, if an MLA or a cabinet minister had questions, Like if I cut these programs, what's going to be the response or what's going to be the impact? I would get called back and have to speak to that. So I don't know if that's the current process, but without a clear definition of who knew what, when, and where, was it done internally or was it outsourced? And that raises all kinds of questions about transfer of information, of Nova Scotia's information. So I think, I heard earlier today a member of the legislature say, when you know better, you do better. So my question is, in order to do better, what did people know and when? Because the lack of contradictions and the lack of knowledge appears to impact, and I would suggest impact the credibility of the budget process and the budget itself when we get conflicting opinions as to who knew what, when, and where. So again, the process is not clear to me. And clarity, that's why I'm speaking this amendment, clarity would be really helpful, I think, to gain credibility and also trust in the process. The other thing I heard the Premier say today, we're doing what's best for people. And that relates to a question that came across my desk in phone calls and emails. Who made those decisions, or more not only who, how were they decided? And earlier this week, the finance minister said to, I think, a member, the independent member, why does one group make, or is one group more important than the other, or how does that decision get made? I had a Zoom call with 60 parents whose family members go to Club Inclusion on Saturday. They were angry, they were scared, they were confused. They educated me that these cuts appeared clinical, not clinical, but surgical, because some homes were not just impacted by the caregiver's benefit, they were also impacted by the disability benefit. And then so the homes would be impacted by 3 cuts to the same home, supporting the same person. And if they were in the arts industry or culture and they were having another impact, so the question, which I thought was a reasonable one, is how were these decisions made? Was it just cut 20% across the board? Because it felt like there wasn't good judgment applied in the discretion of it, or any discretion. It felt like somebody created these decisions that either didn't know the impact that some homes requiring 2 or 3 benefits, or it raised, was there some decision-making bias in that? So from a procedure fairness, we still don't know how the decision was to make. And if someone would just say to us, and to probably those parents, it was a 20% across the board, no one was treated any differently, you're all treated equally, that would actually help clarify the mystery. But there's a kind of this cloud of what was the procedure, which raises a question, I think, of procedural fairness. When people don't know how decisions are made for them, it really impacts them. And it has impacted people, and it's changed day to day to day to day. And one of the impacts, again, this is based on March the 8th. I want to read to you, and this was a letter that I was CC'd that was addressed to Minister of Seniors and Long-Term, dated March the 8th at 3 p.m. A lot's changed since then. Our daughter Sarah has been a member of Club Inclusion since its inception in 2008 and has been employed full-time at Prescott since 2011. We feel very fortunate. However, we are devastated by the cuts proposed by your government. The programming that Sarah enjoys will be greatly diminished. She relies on having a daily structure. Prescott and Club provide that, along with skills development, employment opportunities, and most importantly, social inclusion in a safe and supportive environment. The cuts will cause increased hardship for Sarah, our family, and our support system. The decrease in community participation, as well as the increase in social isolation, will be very detrimental for her and exhausting for us, her family. Excuse me. Sarah is a lively and very energetic and outgoing individual. This will devastate her and all who know and love her. She will have an increase in negative behaviors, a decrease in emotional acuity, greater isolation from her community. In other words, Sarah's life will be greatly harmed. The anger and isolation that she will feel is distressing for us all. We are all aware and informed as to what remedy is planned to do. However, Sarah and her friends' community cannot wait another 2 years. The proposal is destroying the programs that are supposed to be there for her if and when the remedy rolls out. As 2026 started, we generally felt that we, Sarah and her family, were in the best place possible. Thriving programs at Prescott, continued fun at Club, and adequate funding for respite. We've been working towards Sarah one day living independently from us. As older parents, these cuts and increase our stress, both physical and mental, cause undue financial hardships through loss of work and time, possible delayed retirement, and great uncertainty in relying on your government to be the steward of Sarah's future. We are furious that you and Premier Houston are putting Sarah, her friends, family, and community into this situation. This is a direct assault on Sarah's human rights, Sarah's dignity, and Sarah's right to a safe and supportive place in the world. Respectfully submitted, without prejudice, Sharon and Bud Mallet. So I bring that forward because the decision at that time on May the 8th, while it may have been reversed, has greatly impacted them, and they didn't know how the decision was made. Who made the decision that was going to have such catastrophic impact on their home and their family? One of the arguments I heard earlier this week was caregiver beds could decrease because more people would be coming off and going to nursing home. Of the 60 people that I met with on Saturday, they are all seniors looking after adult children. They're not worried about going into nursing homes. They're worried about who's going to look after my family member after I'm gone. And we are impacted by all these cuts. So I bring that up because I think that's an important issue that, as several ministers had said, it's chaos. And I can't help but remember when I was working, doing consulting at the college and working with a distinguished lawyer, she told me, when you deviate from process, it's going to come back and bite you. So I have to wonder if maybe there was some deviation from a well-established budgeting process that may be coming back and biting some people. All this to say that bad things have happened in the last week. People have lost their jobs. Rural museums have closed that reminded us of their past, reminded of people's successes. And as one senior said, when the museum's gone, the community's gone, there are going to be no memory left of us. We'll just simply be weeds along a highway. So bad things did happen. The opposition is not making this up. Those are kind of my procedural process, but I think it does raise a lot of questions. If we could get clarity on, I don't really care who knew what, when, and where. I just want to know, what was the process? I've raised this over and over, and it is apparent to me, it's kind of asking a question of the answer. Was there any consultation? Well, as I'm hearing, and as it's self-evident, there doesn't appear to be the consultation. So it kind of flies in the face. Numbers really don't tell the full story when you think about the human aspect, because it seems like this was outsourced. Somebody looked at the numbers, came up with a budget, did look at the numbers, and didn't look at the context of these cuts. Like I said earlier, one of the things, having grown up in Ontario and spent a lot of time in Northern Ontario in a different culture, particularly an Indigenous culture, when it came to Nova Scotia, what really struck me was the fiber of this province in Atlantic Canada is how much arts and culture is valued and how much respected physicians are, yeah, of course, but how much respected musicians are. Musicians are a highly skilled trade that because of their success, their skills, they're respected. And I would suggest much more respected in other parts of Canada as a true craft, a true trade, a true skill, and a gift. And it's quite striking to me that musicians are distinguished parts of communities where other communities I've grown up that might have towers, musicians are seen as, you know, it's a good gig, but get a real job. Where when I came to Nova Scotia, it was quite different that musicians, artisans of all sorts were a respected part of the culture for the last 300 years. And were just as valuable and skilled as a tradesperson, as a physician, as anyone else. They had something, a skill, a trade, a craft that no one else could necessarily do. I certainly couldn't do, and were highly respected as members in the community. So I was surprised. So my question goes back, did whoever write this budget really know Nova Scotia? Did they appreciate the impact that this is going to have on people's families, cultures, but also the culture of Nova Scotia? So again, I asked, who wrote this budget? If anybody wants to, if we want to do a recorded vote, anybody wants to raise their hand, I would be up for it. But in light of time, I would suggest not. So I want to leave those questions with you, but there is one part of the Bill 198 that I'm really quite confused about, and that's the EV. I have to raise this question, is what's the intention of the bill? Because it doesn't fly in the face of common sense. We're trying to create a wind farm, right? Am I wrong? We're trying to create a wind farm to create energy that we're going to sell. Who are we going to sell it to? Someone needs to buy that energy. Who uses electricity? EV cars use electricity. So that's one part of this puzzle. The other puzzle is other parts of the country are trying to grow their EV industry and section. I've been driving a straight EV for 5 years and can speak to this. When there was a federal rebate and a provincial rebate, the industry was thriving. In 2003, when I bought my first EV, you couldn't get them because the rebates were so good. 3 years later, you can't give them away in Nova Scotia. And I'll give you an example of Quebec is doing a really good job at growing their industry such that when short-range minis came into Canada, Atlantic Canada could sell them. They were selling like hotcakes in Quebec. Why? Because the Quebec government was investing in EV sector in several ways. Besides increasing the infrastructure with the FLOW program, which is a Quebec-founded distributor of energy, they also, in Quebec, there's 2 manufacturers of the charging cords used at home that are the best at the world and can compete with the American products. And Quebec even put a $500 rebate on the cord. Quebec has is planning to double their FLOW. FLOW is the server for the energy that we pay at, that we use. So and most of the energy, when I was researching it for EVs, is actually supplied, Canadian supplied and Quebec supplied. There's different sources of the energy that goes into the FLOW retailer, so to speak, but a large part of it is the Quebec energy. So Quebec development and energy producers are selling to their own people, and they have a customer base that they want to grow. So why are we not trying to foster a market that we could sell energy to? And maybe we are, and I'm not aware of it, but it doesn't make sense that we're put a disincentive for an EV. So what we really are missing in Nova Scotia to grow that industry is the infrastructure. When I go to work in Canso, I have to make sure my range is ready to get there, and I usually require a stop at Monastery When I go to Debert, I have to recharge there. And what's really interesting, if you're in Debert or Monastery, there's now a lineup, especially in the summertime, because it's full of tourists from Quebec and Montreal, especially Quebec and Ontario, but particularly Quebecers who've adopted more EVs, and the uptake has been tremendous. So we don't have the infrastructure to barely meet tourists, and we certainly don't have the infrastructure to support local EV growth. So I'm no economist, I'm no industry economist, but it feels like we want to create a market, we want to sell a product, but we don't have the infrastructure to retail it, and we're not actually encouraging consumers for that product. So I leave that for a thought as to why is that. Now, if you talk to the EV Association, they tell you that, and I certainly agree with it, and that may change, that the average EV, fully EV, is probably 10,000 higher, costs more than a gas comparable model, but you pay HST at that point. As my colleague brought up, when we use energy at home, it's on our electrical bill when we charge a car, and so you're paying HST on that. So is there a double bill? Are we double dipping in taxing on EV users? I was asked to bring that argument forward. I just think that it's an opportunity that goes hand in hand with creating a wind energy source that seems to be not well recognized. So, Madam Speaker, I think those are the majority of the comments that I want to speak to, both to the amendment and to Bill 198. It's a mess. The process is a mess, I should say. Before even going, it's a mess. And so what is the process? It appears to have gone off the rails. Did it go off the rails in Nova Scotia or somewhere else? I think the other question is, has this government learned anything from it? I expect, given seeing the protest at MLAs, you could not help but learn something from it. So how do you incorporate that learning into this time? How do we alleviate the anxiety of Nova Scotians? Because some of the Nova Scotians I've spoke to, okay, so one day it was this, the next day it was this. What's it going to be next week? And one person said, and it's not a question I asked lately, why should we believe this government? The story has changed dramatically in 48 hours from it's going to be hard to we hear you, we love you. So, you know, Nova Scotians are perhaps a bit cynical, cautious, optimistic, maybe feeling a bit hurt, but I think lacking the hope. I've heard several apologies this week, and that was terrific. But as a good friend of mine said, in addition to your apology, what behavior are you going to change so you don't make the same mistake again? So that speaks to the budgeting process, both the execution. I think these points are in line, Madam Speaker, with the scope of the letter of the debate you sent us. So I think it's not over till it's over. I raise these questions that I think adding some clarity to process, some reassurance that it's not going to change again, and that people feel heard, not just in the seniors and long-term care and caregivers, but also in the arts and culture industry, because I'm not sure they feel heard. But at this point, on process alone, I think this budget, separate from the content, is lacking credibility and trust because the process is questionable. There's questions around procedure, fairness. If this was a company and you wanted me to invest, I'd be like, I'm not quite sure I really want to get involved with those people. Not invest money with those people is a better word. So I think Nova Scotians deserve better. I heard the Minister of Housing say that this week. Nova Scotians deserve better, and better involves clarity around the process, some degree of commitment to reassurance that people are heard, and it's not going to happen again, and it's not going to change within the next week. So I think before the budget should be voted on, there's a lot of outstanding questions around process transparency, procedure fairness that really need to be addressed before this budget can be accepted with credibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why, thank you very much. This is very encouraging because there's a lot that I have to say, as everyone knows in this House. And it's really interesting because, you know, I love to go through the bills, line by line. But I will tell you this. It has 137 clauses in the Financial Measures Act. And, you know, I'm not going to bring out every single bill, which there is 20 of them, because I like to go through them to make sure that we're actually understanding what the bill is all about. Because this reasoned amendment is basically saying that we want this bill to be discharged. We want it to be sent back, withdrawn, for the reasons that my colleague from Citadel Sable Island had stated. And I mean, if me saying I'm not going to read the 20 bills and the 137 clauses in this bill should be an indication as to why this needs to go back. You know, number one, way too many clauses in here. Way too many pieces to debate thoroughly and to really do the bill justice when it comes to making sure that we're putting forward proper legislation. So first and foremost, I mean, and I'm just gonna use an example, if I was a teacher and I said to my student, please explain to me the Financial Measures Act, Bill 198, that has been put forward by the Nova Scotia legislature in 500 words, I'm pretty sure we might only get to like the first two bills. And that's troubling when we think about we want Nova Scotians to trust in the work that we're putting forward is going to be the best work for all Nova Scotians. And I use that as an example because, I mean, I haven't read every one of these bills, because there's 137 clauses and there's 20 bills. So if I haven't, and I love going through the bills, I would like to really know if anybody else has. And you know what? After the presentation, well, you have to. After the discussion, if anybody has done that, I would absolutely love to hear more about how these pieces of clauses fit in the puzzle in order for us to understand it clearly so that I can explain it to other Nova Scotians so that they can have an understanding and believe in the work that's happening here in this House, because it's really hard pieces to follow. So I appreciate those that have read it, because I believe that, you know, it's not an easy role to do, and I love doing this work. But like I said, we want it withdrawn for the reasons. Too many acts in the bill. To have a fulsome trust in the changes with the intentions of the changes. And you can take that any way you want to. At the end of the day, if I can't explain it to constituents and I can't explain it to other Nova Scotians in this province on what these changes are, and as well, ministers and other folks in this room can't explain it, and bill briefings can't explain it, I think we need to do better. Just saying. We already have too many other pieces of legislation that are coming across this table that have a lot of things in it that are questionable. We have lots of questions. I still haven't received any answers. I did make a list of them. I would hope that folks were listening, gone back, kind of wrote them down, pointed them out when I had estimates. Not all the answers were there. You know, I'm kind of disappointed that here we are discussing this bill, 198, the Financial Measures Act, and you know, it has so much in it that we couldn't parse it out. We couldn't have each minister have the discussion pertaining to the part of the bill that is relevant to them. And then as well, it doesn't give us a lot of opportunity to hear from folks bill by bill, Because as we know, when this goes to public bills, people are going to speak to the bill, but they have a short amount of time to speak to one part of the 20 pieces. If they disagree or have questions or feedback on all 20 acts, and I'm just saying this because I don't know, it may be possible and someone could correct me, can they sit 20 times and speak on every part of the act? I mean, that is a question because there are folks that have lots of questions, and I hear from them every single day in this province, and it's not just from my riding. So what's in the bill? Well, you know, this government loves to talk about how the NDP wants to implement the taxes, which is not what we've said. We are actually trying to tell people's story in Nova Scotia. We're trying to let people, let the government know that folks are in disagreement with certain things that are being put forward here. But this bill establishes a new tax on hybrid vehicles, which is what the PC government is going to do. They're going to tax, adding a tax, 2026, new tax by the PC government. Every 2 years, full EVs will have to pay $500. Hybrid vehicles will have to pay $250. And it doesn't distinguish between plug-in hybrids and regular hybrids. And what is included to be set in regulation? Well, we know how regulations go. We don't have a say over what goes in regulation, so it could be a lot of other things. But the tax leaves open the possibility of hybrid vehicle owners being taxed when they already pay gasoline taxes. So, you know, we have a letter from a constituent that says Nova Scotia's EV levy is a step backward, not forward. A government that talks about how they're doing amazing things and they're not going to tax the people. Yet, here we see in this bill, amongst the 20 acts that are in this bill, first and foremost, a tax on EV vehicles. Wow. So I'm just saying, if we want to bring up history and we want to talk about things that, you know, our party has done or other parties have done, don't forget that there's a tax in this bill in 2026 on EV, on electric and hybrid vehicles, which is really interesting because we really want to get off of coal or you know, all these the things that harm our environment, and yet here's something that's going to do that's going to move us forward, and yet we are stepping backwards, not forward. So the constituent said the government in Nova Scotia's decision to impose a $500 biennial registration fee on battery electric vehicles, BEVs, and $250 on hybrids is misguided public policy. While framed as a way to recover lost fuel tax revenue, it sends the wrong economic, environmental, and ethical message at a time when we should be accelerating, not discouraging, the transition to cleaner transportation. This would be wonderful to know what the environment minister thinks about this, because, I mean, this falls right in line with the work that needs to be done, and we need to be moving forward as a province, but yet the PCs are going to tax Nova Scotians for purchasing an EV vehicle. EVs are reducing Nova Scotia's carbon footprint. We know this. These are facts. Transportation is one of the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. Electric vehicles are not a symbolic gesture. They are measurable climate solutions. And I think all of us in this House agree with that, which is really strange that there would be a tax on the initial, this bill that's being put forward as a Financial Measures Act that the progressive Conservative government is putting forward for Nova Scotians who want to buy EV vehicles. According to Natural Resources Canada, EVs in Canada produce significantly fewer life cycle greenhouse gas emissions than gasoline vehicles, and that advantage increases in provinces with cleaner electricity grids. Nova Scotia's grid, while still transitioning, is rapidly decarbonizing through wind, which is what the government loves to talk about, hydro imports, and coal phase-out commitments. Every EV on the road contributes to reduced tailpipe emissions, improved air quality, and long-term public health benefits. So, you know, number one, first thing in the bill, establishes a new tax on electric and hybrid vehicles by the progressive Conservative government. And, you know, I don't know if folks chimed in on that. I mean, did we consult the word of the week? Consulting with stakeholders on how this might be affecting folks, how it impacts people. I mean, this is from someone who, clearly knows what they're talking about. I mean, at the end of the day, did we talk to this constituent? Did we have conversations about what this looks like? There's robust information here to talk about how important it is for us to get off of coal, and we all agree. And this is a great way. Why are we penalizing folks for protecting our environment? So interesting. But it's good to know that the Progressive Conservative government will start off with a tax on EV vehicles. So I don't want to hear no more about how the NDP tax, when this government in 2026 is taxing people for being good to the environment. Because we got a lot to talk about when we talk about what's in bills, and we always have something to say, but this is a direct piece in the bill, it's in the act, actually, that says they're going to be taxed when they purchase an EV vehicle. So absorb that, just in case some folks didn't know that was in the bill, just in case. The next part of that is it amends the Crown's lands to allow conservation officers to impound vehicles on Crown land. Now, you know I have a lot to say about that there, because it's just so interesting that we would continue to, and folks will say that this is not the case, and I love how everybody looks around and like, oh, that's not really what happens. It is. When we impose ourselves and our ways of being on our Indigenous brothers and sisters, it's harmful. The same way racism is harmful. But, you know, the trauma that people feel when they experience that, folks in here may not understand. So, Clause 58 allows for conservation officers to impound vehicles. Last fall's Protecting Nova Scotians Act. So this year's budget is called what? Defending Nova Scotians? So it's called Defending Nova Scotians Act, or Defending Nova Scotians, sorry, the budget. And last year it was about protecting Nova Scotians. So we're protecting Nova Scotians from who? We're defending Nova Scotians from who? And yet we see coming across the table over and over and over again harm to our Indigenous brothers and sisters. You can call it what you want, but I'm going to tell you what it is. So it says there's provisions related to clearing obstructions. That was in last fall's bill. That was largely interpreted as going after Indigenous protesters on Crown lands. We need to clear the obstructions because Indigenous folks are out there getting their medicine in the forest. And we can't have that. So we need to clear these roads. And guess what was in the bill at the time? And if anybody is in the way, they will be charged $50,000, criminalizing our Indigenous people, causing more harm without consultation. So this provision expands that power further. So instead of now clearing obstructions, we're going to impound vehicles. And, you know, the example was used, if there's a vehicle on a beach parking lot, let's keep it real. A beach parking lot? Are we serious right now? We're going to have people that could be doing some real police work go to a beach parking lot to impound a vehicle? Does that make any sense? Make it make sense. So that provision expands that power further. Essentially, if the obstruction is a vehicle, it allows a conservation officer to withhold its return to the owner unless relevant fines and fees are paid. Here we go again. Now we're fining people again for having their car, it says a vehicle, it could be a truck house, it could be a trailer, it could be a campsite, it could be, like there's so many could-bes, but we have no clarity on what that looks like in this house because nobody wants to talk about it. And then when we pass the bill, guess who feels the harm? our Indigenous brothers and sisters, and any allies that may be there, any of my African Nova Scotian folks that are there, anyone that is in that space. And this government seems to be proud to be able to sit here and put forward legislation that continues to harm and roll back the sands of time to do the things that we're not supposed to be doing. So then I asked the Minister of Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, was this viewed under the lens of equity? Was any of this stuff that was in here, there's 20 acts, was any of it viewed under the lens of African Nova Scotians, of Indigenous people, of 2S LGBTQIA, any equity-seeking people in this province? Was it viewed by them? Did anybody have any consultation? Did we talk and figure out, you know what, what's the best way forward? How do we do the best work? Why don't we talk to each other? I had no idea. Nobody called me and asked me nothing. Nobody sent me an email. Nobody even gave me a heads up on what was gonna go on in any of the bills put forward in this House. So I say these things because, you know what, I'm very frustrated at the fact that we continue to do this, and even worse, we do it more and more to the people in this province that don't look like you. So let me move on to the next piece. It exempts the sale of the Harbor Casino from the land transfer tax for the province. Do they not have money to pay taxes? Do they not have money to pay the land transfer tax? We are going to criminalize Indigenous people on lands, charge them $50,000 if they have their tent or type of thing in a space. And here we are, a casino wants to build a new casino, and we're saying, sure, no problem. Don't worry about the taxes, guys. You got all this money, you're good. Make that make sense. Nobody feels like there's something wrong with that? But I bet if it was an Indigenous person that wanted to put a casino up, I bet you'd be taxed on that. So let me get into the next thing, because these are all things that don't make no sense. I literally have talked about bills multiple times. And like I said, I don't have time to talk about 137 clauses. I don't. But what I do have time for is what we could be doing differently, which is why this bill needs to be discharged. It needs to be taken back. And actually, we have people in this House that are supposed to be doing jobs, doing things to make sure that we put forward the best legislation. And what do we see? Nothing. Nobody's doing the work. Nobody's answering questions. Nobody knows what's going on. It's disappointing. And nobody should be sitting here thinking that it's great, because it's not. And then you wonder why we're sitting here for hours talking about things that are important, because we got bills with 20 pieces of acts in it. Okay, let me just bring it back. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm just getting a little bit. Okay. Okay, so it also says that it includes, I'm just going to move into the Meat Inspection Act. My colleague spoke about that, and I think, you know, the fact that she, my colleague from Shabakto, Halifax Shabakto, did her due diligence and spoke with the people that this was going to be affecting. I think this is why it's so important for us to see what this bill looks like, because we're doing the troubleshooting and the mediating of all of the things that people don't know nothing about when a bill is dropped on the table the day of the budget, and folks have no idea what's going on. Like, how do you put forward a bill that's going to be affecting the meat inspection folks and not tell them? Like, that's like, you know, consultation 101, lovely word, consultation. So it says that they're reducing their inspectors by 5, saying they're not going to inspect abattoirs and small butcher shops as they did before. And my colleague spoke very well about that. Like, she spoke to the folks that it will be affecting, and they were, you know, they said their piece. And my colleague mentioned that here in this House. You know, I think You know, when we think about what we're doing here in this House and who it's going to affect, because we represent, and I said this last night, we represent all Nova Scotians. We are a part of this work, each and every one of us, whether it's opposition, whether it's the government side, whether it's independent, whoever it is, we all play a role in this. And I'm not proud of putting something forward that is not done properly. That is actually like very sloppy. And I don't think anybody in this House should be. Like when we think about what's in the bill, like how come it's not parsed out? So that we hear from the Environment Minister, we hear from the Agriculture Minister, we hear from there's so much in here, the Natural Resources Minister, we hear from the Finance Minister, we hear from, so many things in here that are just so frustrating that like, I just don't see why anybody else feels the same way, like doesn't feel the same way. I mean, Nova Scotians should know that you care. Nova Scotians want to hear and know what's going on. And I will tell you, I am so proud, Madam Speaker, that the numbers on Ledge TV are up. They are up because people are paying attention. So I won't refer to anything, but I'm just going to say it's really important for us to do our best work. Because if I was in school, I'd give us an F, maybe even a GHIJ. Because there's nothing in here that's saying this is great for Nova Scotians. So the other piece that I want to talk about is changes to easements. Now, I don't know much about this, and I think it would be great if we had an opportunity to hear from folks about this. But what I do know is that the bill makes it easier for landowners to terminate community and conservation easements on protected land that they own in two ways. It introduces a new right for a landowner to directly apply to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia for a termination if they can demonstrate severe hardship. But I'm good on definitions because I really want to know what a severe hardship is. Does it mean like I can't pay? Does it mean like a family member passed away? Does it mean like, you know what, I'm not doing it today? Like what's a severe hardship? It can mean anything. Similar provisions currently only exist in New Brunswick and Saskatchewan. In Alberta, the minister can terminate an easement if they believe it to be in the public interest. No other province has a similar rule, and I see that happening in other places too, but our government is moving towards a direction that's very, very scary. And so previously there was a legislative process where if an easement holder ceased to exist, notices went out to all those eligible to take over the easement instead, gave them an opportunity to take it over. Then if no one took it over, the minister and the Crown could take over the easement. If the minister did not want to take it over, it could be terminated. So under this amendment, no notice to eligible organizations is now sent out if an easement holder ceases to exist. Only the minister. Interesting. Interesting. So first, my first question is, who do we talk to? How many landowners, because I know we have that information, right? Like I think people have to register their land and things, right? How many people on the land registry did we reach out to contact them about this particular information? I can wait. I know the answer though. It's none. None. Nobody. Zilch. Zip. Zero. So, in saying that, once again, another reason why the bill has to go back. It has to just be done. There's I've only talked about 3 things. Maybe 4. But I've only talked about a small number of things, which is already troubling. And yet, here we are. Fulsome discussion. So, it says that, eligible organizations, and listen to this though, because this is really important, because I don't think everybody knows this either. Eligible organizations include municipalities, First Nation bands, and nonprofits. Wow. Wow. Can we harm people anymore? Let's continue on that path. Let's continue to harm more Nova Scotians, especially those that are nonprofits who don't have all the funding, but yet we'll let casino owners not pay taxes at all. But we're gonna, if there's no, reasonable doubt that this is gonna have, that we need to have this piece of land for easements, guess who fits that? Guess who doesn't actually get a notice? And guess who it might actually affect? No notice to eligible organizations is now sent out if an easement holder ceases to exist. And the eligible organizations are municipalities, First Nation bands, and nonprofits. Nobody in this house seems to think that there's anything wrong with that. Are we in the twilight zone? And I know folks in here know what that is. I just don't understand the rationale behind putting pieces of legislation, 20 acts, 137 clauses in a Financial Measures Act without any conversation, without any consultation, and then there's all these pieces in here, when you parse it out and read the bill, about harming more of our communities and the people in these communities, and now nonprofit organizations. But guess who wins, though? Folks that want to build a casino, where we at here? Exempts the sale of the Harbor Casino from the land transfer tax for the province. But people that want to buy an EV gotta be taxed. Crown land, listen, when I read this, because like I said, I like to actually go through the bill. I like to do line by line. I appreciate the former member of Halifax Chebucto to walk me through what this looks like. He had bill here, amendments here, check piece, because there were multiple times where wording was wrong. And here we have wording that's in here that the progressive conservative government considers great. And who are we harming the most? I mean, I could have talked about budget cuts. And I'm respecting the speaker's, ruling in the beginning, because when we think about who we harm, it is all of those same people. And yet the government doesn't seem to think it's bad. Make it make sense. True story. Because the reality is, in this house, in the people's house, people that don't look like me are great. The reality is, we don't have to self-govern. People that look like me, have to actually worry about being policed all the time. So let's not poke the bear. That's all I'm saying. So we're gonna get back into the clauses here, because I have a lot of focus on what I need to talk about that's important. And some of that is, getting rid of the Halifax Bridge Commission to move bridge overview to Link Nova Scotia. And so, I'm gonna go into a little bit of history here. Did anybody know in this house that the McKay Bridge was built over top of Africville? And it was built with the intention to remove and relocate people from Africville. So, here we are again. The bridge, before the government took on this role of taking on the Bridge Commission, did you know where they were going to put the second bridge? You know where they were going to put that bridge over top of? Because they didn't know I had ties. Nobody knows who I am half the time. And when they came to my office and said, you know what, MLA, I just got to let you know that we're going to build the bridge and it's going to go over here. And guess what was in my office? Africville kids' pictures from all the schools in Halifax Needham, because they love our community. And then they looked around and they said, oh, maybe we need to rethink this. And I said, I think you should, because at the end of the day, if you build the bridge 6 meters over the parking lot of Africville, guess what's gonna happen? It's not gonna be good. And if you do it the other way, well, it's still gonna disrupt things. So you need to rethink what you're doing. And then all of a sudden, the province has ownership of the Halifax Bridge Commission. Interesting. Make it make sense. Because I have yet to hear what the new options are, and it better not be Africville. That's all I'm saying. So, let's move into the next thing. So I talked about easements, once again, not talking to communities, and then also harming our Indigenous and our nonprofits and communities that just don't fall in line with that particular thought process. I talked about the Meat Inspection Act, because there's so much in here. So Nova Scotians expected this government to make their lives better. But this budget will not make a difference on the biggest issues they face, like the high cost of housing and massive power bills. Opportunities lost. We have an act with we have a bill with 20 acts in it. Not one of it is talking about making Nova Scotians' lives better. How does taking away easements from people's property make people's lives better? I know the casino makes people's lives better because they're going to have no taxes, but how does an EV tax make people's lives better? It's so strange the way that we sit in here, we go through processes, we're talking about things that are in bills, and then folks are upset or not happy with the fact that communities are being harmed. Like, on top of this particular bill, Bill 198, I know I can't make any improvements. I'm not here to do that. I want the bill to go back. And I'm not the only one that thinks that. But it's so interesting that the things that are in this act, in this bill that's being put forward, there's so many harms to our communities, and nobody seems to think that that's a problem. So, and in previous discussions, there's also a piece that puts ICE agents on the ground to police our Indigenous brothers and sisters. Like, make it make sense. Do we not like people? Just say it. It feels so much better when you admit the reality of what's being put forward here. And it's actually very terrible because we are all Nova Scotians. Just because I look different than you and I come from a different background than you doesn't make me no less a Nova Scotian. My family dynamic was different than others, and we may have some similarities, but it doesn't make me or my community any different than anybody else in this house. And it's really interesting that we sit here and we feel pressure from communities. People come and they voice their opinions and they rally outside because, you know what? If it's not good for one, if it's good for one, it's not good for, we can't, choose one over the other. We need everyone to feel like they're welcome and included in Nova Scotia. And then we see rollbacks, see things happening, yet no discussion on any of that stuff. And I gotta say, the only one that I actually got information from today was the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. And I respect that, because at the end of the day, if things are happening and you know about it, how can I help you if I don't know? Because if all this stuff here, like, I'm trying to troubleshoot. I'm troubleshooting. I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I'm a collaborative person. I connect with community. I'm involved. Very much so. That if I don't know about these things, that falls on who? The progressive conservative government. And it's not a good look for this government to put forward information that no one else knows about, not even Nova Scotians. Well, I mean, I guess maybe the casino folks know, because they would know that they're not going to pay any taxes. But, anybody else? No conversations, no consultation, no community discussions, none of that. What is your job? But to put forward legislation that is supposed to what? Protect, defend Nova Scotians? Well, it's not protecting our Indigenous folks. just so you know, just in case anybody didn't get that memo either. It's not protecting our African Nova Scotians, because, you know, we're being turned back time. It's not protecting our marginalized communities. It's not defending our disability community, our communities that have different abilities than us. And here we are, needing to be an inclusive province with ministers and people in departments that know how to do amazing work. And we have ministers responsible for equity and anti-racism. And yet, we see bills that come across this table that harm, which is also another reason why I wonder, you know, folks haven't mentioned it and they don't really want to talk about it because this is just like the name of the game here. But like, I'm curious to know, and like I said, questions can be had after the presentation, 100%. Because I'm curious to know why bill after bill, we put forward a provision in the Act that directly attacks our Indigenous brothers and sisters. I'm just curious to know. I don't think there's ever been, or African Nova Scotian communities, I don't think there's ever been a bill, whether it's on housing, whether it's on all of this, you know, multitude of financial measures that have nothing to do with, some of them don't have a full scope on finances, but I thought financial measures was like the Income Tax Act and, you know, Liquor Commission and blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying, how does it make money? How does it give us any profit? How does it do anything for us other than harm people in communities? So yeah, I would be curious to know why time after time our government, the progressive conservative government continues to put forward things that harm our communities, specifically Indigenous brothers and sisters, African Nova Scotians, and marginalized people. Because we talked about, you know, there's also stuff around social work and protecting our children and all these things. Like, I just don't understand how, you know, we're here to make Nova Scotians' lives better. We're here to protect Nova Scotians. We're here to defend Nova Scotians. But then I'm curious to know which Nova Scotians are we protecting and defending? So, I also want to talk about, you know, this will also impact our infrastructures, our municipalities. There's a ton of things that are happening that are going to affect the workings of our municipalities. And I mean, it's really interesting because I thought we had a great relationship when I first started here with the municipality. And now all of a sudden, like, you know, we're trying to overpower the councillors and we're trying to, you know, create rules to be the all-knowing, all-powerful ministers over these types of departments, which is very scary. Number one, I want to say that, you know, and I said this before, that ministers already have a hard job. It's heavy lifting. I don't know personally, but I can just imagine, just by what I've seen, what I've heard, what I see good ministers do, they have a hard job. Why would you want to add on 20 different layers onto your job? Why do you need to micromanage and, like, you know, rule over other elected officials when that's not your job? Your job is to be a member of Legislative Assembly and work for the people in your riding and do that work and protect Nova Scotians. And that is not the case that we're seeing here. So, you know, I talked about the EVs because how important they are to our environment. And you know, we want to make these changes. We want to do better. We want to get off of coal and have zero emission. We want these things to happen. But how do we encourage people to do that when we're going to tax them for buying a car? The cars are already expensive, but we're going to tax them as Nova Scotians for buying an EV vehicle. So then what does that do? It kind of prevents people from wanting to buy an EV. I mean, we know our electricity grid right now isn't as reliable because it's under Nova Scotia Power, and so far nobody's done nothing with that. But, you know, we could be working on other things. There's so many other pieces that we could be adding into this, you know, omnibus bill with 20 acts and 137 clauses that are just not protecting Nova Scotians, not defending Nova Scotians. And I want to talk about, and maybe someone could clarify this, because this was something that was bothering me, actually. About the gypsum. I'm going to go, excuse me for 2 seconds, because I got to find this act here. The Mineral Resources Act. So it says, and I'd love clarification on this, because this was something that I was really kind of wondering. Because I don't know very much about minerals, and maybe the Natural Resources Minister or whoever may have the experience to be able to tell me what this means. But it says, Chapter 3, the Acts of 2016, the Mineral Resources Act, is amended by adding immediately after Section 5 the following section. All gypsum in or upon Crown lands immediately before this section comes into force is vested in the Crown, and the Crown owns such gypsum and the right to explore, form, mine, and produce such gypsum. So, scenario. What if I have a piece of land that I've had in my family for 400 years, and, you know, it has been found or seen, or I don't know how they'd know, but I mean, I guess if they found it, that there's gypsum under my land. Explain to me the process. Is it expropriated? Do I not own any land? Are you gonna like drill or not drill, mine or whatever you do to get the gypsum out of the soil or out of the ground? Like, I just, you know, when I hear this, I hear it says, comes into force is vested in the Crown, and the Crown owns such gypsum. So the Crown owns the gypsum, and then the land is the owner's. But does that mean that now the landowner no longer owns rights to anything? I'm just confused. You see how that can be really rough? Like, I mean, when you think about the Mineral Resources Act, you know, it also says where on or after the day that the section comes into force, land becomes Crown lands. It's a clarifying. All gypsum in or upon such Crown lands is vested to the Crown, and the Crown owns such gypsum and the right to explore for mine and produce such gypsum. But if it's someone else's land, because it says all gypsum in or upon Crown lands immediately before this section, what if somebody owned the land? Then
No, it's not.
listen, I'm so glad that there's so much information out there, because I have heard from multiple people across this province that doesn't understand legislation the way that some people do in this House. And so I was asking a question because nobody answered me, but I'm grateful that, you know, we hear that, because it also says, you know, it says, notwithstanding any other enactment, it carries on, it is deemed for all purposes, including for the purpose of the Expropriation Act. I wonder why we would use that act. I can tell you why, because that's happened to my family. Land was expropriated by the government because they needed that land, but they took my family's land for nothing. And they did it twice, but yes, in particular, I'm going to use this piece. Because they needed that land. They needed that land to build the airport. So guess what? Guess who lost and never gained? My family. But it was expropriated in the name of the government. So I'm just cluing in right now. So expropriation happens, and then it becomes Crown land, and then it can be mined on for gypsum. I got it now. I got it. That's so amazing. Okay, so it says, no person has a right of action, and no person shall commence or maintain proceedings to claim damages or compensation of any kind, including damages or compensation for expropriation or injurious affection from the Crown as a result of the enactment of this section. Holy goodness. Wow. So on top of us taking Crown land that was expropriated by the government to create Crown land, we're gonna not even give you anything for the harm that you created, that the government creates, because you took the land for gypsum. Wow. If that's not cruel in these types of words, I don't know what else is. Do you know how many communities that may possibly have gypsum on it? That will be expropriated, because we got to go through the process, right? The process can't be Crown land first. They have a piece of land that they own that, ooh, look, there's a light bulb. Somebody knows there's gypsum on it. They go and they expropriate that land from the said people, which could be not just my people, some of your guys' folks. And guess what they do? They take it, and then they have no claim to damages or compensation of any kind. Make that make sense. Please, explain why we would put that clause in there. Because, I mean, you could have just left it out and just said, you know what? We will compensate for any land that we take from anyone. What does that sound like? Colonization 101. We already had this discussion before in multiple speeches that I put forward. And if you want to read it enhanced, you should. Because this is very serious and harmful to communities and people that not necessarily look like yourselves. So, but it may actually affect those people now, to be honest. And then it says, obtain a declaration that the damages or compensation referred to in this clause are payable, claim damages, compensation of any kind, including damages or compensation for expropriation from the Crown as a result of the enactment of the section. That was really interesting. I'm glad I touched on that, because I really wasn't sure what that meant when it came to gypsum, and I'm glad there was clarity. See what happens when we work together? You know, we learn things. And I learned something really important, that there's also another piece in this piece of legislation that can harm people. Harm. And we're still okay with that. Which is why we put forward the particular wording so that we could make sure that these orders are discharged and sent back. Discharge the bill and withdraw it for the reasons that were stated. There's so many reasons in here. I mean, I have to also declare that the bill should be withdrawn for these reasons. Number one, we can expropriate land without any compensation and call it Crown land and harm communities, Indigenous folks, African Nova Scotian communities, Acadian communities, it could be anybody's community. But we can do that without any compensation and no worry about harm, because we are immune to that. Then the other piece that I talked about was EV vehicles. $500 tax, biennial. Who? What? We want people to get off of coal. We want people to be able to help our environment. Why would we tax them? Then the other thing is, why are we not taxing? Why are we not taxing the big corporations for buying land to make a casino? Make that make sense. Then the other piece, and I already said it, there's a lot of fulsome changes in here. You know, like the easements, like no consultation with community. When this piece of legislation goes into force, because it says there's 2 dates on them, when this legislation goes into force, the initial pieces when it comes to land, forestry, I didn't even touch on forestry. I'll leave that alone for my other colleagues. But I'm just telling you, listen, when these types of things come into force, it will be April 1st of this year, or it will be the end of, I want to say the date properly. It will come into force at the, let me look here, because I had it. But anyways, there's 2 dates on them, and I'll get to it in a little bit. But it will be this year. So we haven't had time to consult people. We didn't talk to anybody on the Property Registry Act or the Land Registry Act, and I know that hasn't happened because we love to not consult and not talk to people because, you know, we're in our bubble and we don't need to do that because we know everything and we don't make bad decisions because we like to harm people. This is all that's in the bill. I'm not saying anything other than what it is. And yet, we're gonna see, once this bill is passed, people's results and how they feel about their own communities. How their ridings will be affected, because no one's immune to this. None of it. No riding in here is immune to any of the effects that will happen in this bill, the Financial Measures Act. And on top of that, because of this bill being put forward, all of those budget cuts that my colleagues were talking about all day today will also come into force. So on top of, you know, harming communities, harming Indigenous brothers and sisters, harming African Nova Scotians, harming marginalized folks, taking people's land, expropriation, like those words are all buzzwords of like bad things. Bad things. And this is gonna come into force. And then after that, the other thing that's gonna come into force is the budget cuts. Because people think that this is just it. Oh, no. This sparks the budgets, the budget cuts. And what's gonna happen is everybody in Nova Scotia, not just one person, not a couple people, everyone in Nova Scotia is going to be feeling this. And I mean, some people may not get emails because, you know, maybe that's not their thing. And some people may not get phone calls because that may not be their thing. But let's just say there will be another election. And some people may not want to be back. That's great too. I'll miss ya. But I'm just saying that we have to do better. If we're talking about protecting Nova Scotians, we're talking about defending Nova Scotians, why aren't we doing that? I'm trying to make it make sense for me. Like, I say this because to me, like, I'm a doer, I'm a worker, I'm a collaborator. I'm someone who, how do I help? How can I get involved? This right here, I would never be proud of. I would never want to be like, oh my gosh, I gotta go in the community and tell somebody that their land's gonna be expropriated. I gotta go in community and make sure that they don't have gypsum under their land because they're gonna take that too. I gotta go in community and tell people, oh my gosh, don't park your car at the beach. It's gonna be towed. Like, think about these things. And then I gotta go into my Indigenous communities and my African Nova Scotian communities and be like, once again, there's nothing in here for us. I'm so sorry, but I'm not sorry because it's not my government. And it's unfortunate because we all work in this house. And we should be working for Nova Scotians. And this bill right here is the reason why we have the reasoned amendment is because it is terrible with a capital T. And anybody that signs their name on this should be not happy with themselves. It's not, because it's not a good bill. It's not a good bill. And I only touched on a handful of things. To me, I think, you know what? Here's an opportunity. Here's an opportunity to do amazing things. And, you know, once again, it falls flat. And then we're debating it at the dark of night when we think people aren't paying attention. Believe you me, they're paying attention. When we think people ain't paying attention, and then we go, oh yeah, we got through that. We're gonna put it through public bills, and then no one's gonna come because they don't even know. They don't know what it is. They don't know what's gonna happen. And guess what? We have nobody coming up to show up to public bills because we finished the bill late at night and then they don't have time to call. Because I used this example in the last bill. I said, you know, when we're here till 11:59, and sometimes we're not, which is good. But when we're here late night and a bill is passed, just like the Bill 212, when the bill is put through to public bills, who's looking at their emails or making a phone call at 9 a.m. when I talked about how important people got to go to work in the morning? People got to take their kids, people got to get up. Some people don't even get up. Like, we got to make sure that folks are informed. And yet we have pieces in the bill that say we don't need to inform anybody. We don't need to give them a letter to let them know we're going to take their land. Why would we do that? They're only Indigenous folks. They're only nonprofits. They're only, there's another one in here. Municipalities. We don't need to give them anything. Why? That's just respectful. We don't need to be respectful. See, make that make sense? Do you see? I'm saying the same thing. I'm sitting here going, how are we talking about this? And why are we putting this forward? And we think it's great. And we're just going to go, oh, you know what? We're just going to, we'll work it out in regulations. What regulations? Regulate what? How we're going to take people's land? Regulate how we're going to criminalize Indigenous people? Regulate how we're going to take away these things from nonprofits? It just blows my mind, Madam Speaker, to think that, you know, time and time again, we have this same conversation. And I feel like, you know, there's times where I feel like people should be listening. These are relevant pieces. They're not my thoughts. Believe you me. Because if I had my thoughts, I probably wouldn't be able to say the things that I can say here in the House. These are Nova Scotians' thoughts. These are things that people care deeply about. And yet, we are just so nonchalant with putting forward bills that harm. And then, you know, our lack of even just thought behind this, like, oh, it's fine, it's just a bill, well, it'll be fine, it goes through. And then all of these things come into play. Like, I just got a quick question. Have we connected with the Indigenous folks from the bill, from Clause 58, that allows for conservation officers, not conservation officers, but from the bill before, in the fall, when we fined Indigenous people $50,000, have we connected with those folks? How many fines have we given out? Is there a number? Is there a calculation? How many communities have we harmed? Because I'm curious to know the ripple effect of all of these pieces that have been put forward. I mean, I bet I could probably find it for you, because I could probably call a couple folks, and maybe I'll inform folks in the next reading, because I think it's really important for us to know what people in Nova Scotia are saying and how they're affected by the legislation that the Progressive Conservative government puts forward without any consultation and without any consideration and without any respect for the communities in which it will harm. And so I just, you know, I'm curious to know that, but it's also a piece that, like, will stick. Because when you think about what this government has already gone through when it comes to the backlash, I mean, I'm glad I'm not on the other side, like, to be honest with you. Just because, like, listen, it's a lot. It's been a lot. 2 weeks, this past 2 weeks has probably been very hard for a lot of folks. It's hard for me because I'm one of those people that these cuts would have affected. So I understand. I have an understanding of what that looks like. But it's even harder when you have to go home and face the music, right? Like, it's not a good thing. And for us to sit here as legislators, we should feel good about putting forward legislation that's gonna help Nova Scotians. I'm all for it. And I mean, I think there's some folks in this room that believe that too. I just really wish they would use their voices and vote accordingly, because this is something that will have your name on it. And I mean, I already feel like the reason why the recent amendment came forward is because it's too much, and there's not enough detail, and the things that are in here are not good. So, you know, all of these pieces, and like I said, I only touched on a handful. I would implore folks in this House to read the pieces of legislation and go through it, because if I'm finding out stuff while I'm sitting on the floor, and I'm like, what? Another piece that's gonna harm our communities? Like, if I'm doing that, I mean, geez, I should be the one that's being advised when you guys put forward any type of legislation, because, I mean, it's clearly not being viewed by Indigenous or African Nova Scotian views. Because if it was, none of that would be in there. and it would look different. It's just really interesting that we have a government that says they're about equity and they're about inclusion, they're about anti-racism, and they're about all of these things that they love to talk out of their mouth about. But the actions and the words are on paper speak otherwise. So I want to leave this with you folks. I truly appreciate, you know, the listening ears, and I hope you've learned some things like I have. I'm open for questions. Anybody can ask me a question at any point in time, because I'm learning just like everyone else, and some folks on the government side know more than I. With that, I take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
One of my colleagues earlier rightly remarked, many of us in this House are still new to this work. This is my third session. Despite my background and experience with parliamentary procedure at other levels and other organizations, there's a lot to learn in this House about how it works. And when the member from Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island moved the reasoned amendment, a reasoned amendment is not something with which I was familiar, and I had to investigate. I had to educate myself about what it is. And I learned that reasoned amendments are a unique feature of parliamentary democracy in Westminster-style democracies that occurs exclusively at second reading. And they provide members of the House, either in support of a reasoned amendment or in opposition of a reasoned amendment, to speak to the reason to not support the second reading of a bill on the basis of principle. That the debate not be constrained to the letter of the legislation. So, part of my remarks tonight will speak to why I believe, on the basis of principle, this bill is one that should be discharged. The second reason why, the second thing that reasoned amendments provide is the opportunity for anybody in the House, either from a caucus supporting a reasoned amendment or a caucus opposing the reasoned amendment, to offer an opinion about any circumstances connected with the introduction or the consideration of the bill, or with any other initiative opposed to the progress of the bill. And so that opens the door for members on either side of the House not only to speak to principles contained in the bill and whether or not we agree with those, and it also opens the door for us to talk about broader circumstance connected to the bill, and why those broader circumstances give good reason for the discharge of the bill. And so I want to honor the spirit of this lever in parliamentary process in my remarks here tonight. I want to begin by talking about circumstances connected to the introduction of the bill. The Financial Measures Act is not a novel piece of legislation in the life of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. A cursory search will show that governments of every stripe, so whether they are progressive conservative, whether they are liberal, or whether they are NDP, in order to pass a budget, they must propose a piece of legislation in the spring session when they table a budget called the Financial Measures Act. The content of that bill varies from one government to the next. The Financial Measures Act is, there's no mandate anywhere in law that says a Financial Measures Act proposed by a government has to check a certain number of boxes. So there's leeway for governments in proposing a Financial Measures Act to address a number of things. But in behind this act is its essential role and function as an enabling piece of legislation connected to the budget. If you don't pass a Financial Measures Act, then the government has no budget for the coming year. So as we begin to, why should we discharge the proposed Financial Measures Act? Why should we send it back for further work and review? So this Financial Measures Act it's inseparable from its practical impact. The language of the bill is one piece, but its function is no less significant or important or worthy of scrutiny and debate. When we pass the Financial Measures Act, by default, we pass the budget proposed by the government. Those two things are indivisible, Speaker. You can't do one without doing the other. So when we look at this bill, when we look at circumstances connected to its introduction, we cannot ignore that this bill has a direct and powerful enabling relationship with the budget. We think about other circumstances connected to the bill. We've heard any number of government ministers stand and speak about geopolitical realities impacting Nova Scotia at this time. Nova Scotians are smart people. I don't imagine that most Nova Scotians ever imagined a day where they would, in the evening, turn on the television and see live footage of the United States of America bombing civilian targets in Iran. There's a connection between that and the budget, Mr. Speaker. The Premier has drawn that line himself. I expect the same leeway. Those actions, Speaker, have a direct impact on the people of Nova Scotia and on the fiscal outlook of Nova Scotia. This is not a point on which I disagree with the Premier or any other minister who's put this forward in debate. It's true that the world around us has an impact on the government's ability to do its job, to support the people of Nova Scotia, and to table a budget. When events of such scope as the war in Iran occur, we're going to feel it here in Nova Scotia, just like it's being felt right across Canada. Speaker, I don't think anybody ever anticipated waking up to the reality where the United States of America is a hostile neighbor with open ambitions of impacting our sovereignty economically, culturally, and politically. I don't think anybody ever imagined we would ever be here, but here we are. We have a loose cannon in the White House. Can't say his name anymore because apparently it's unparliamentary. Fine. El Cheeto Grande, I'll go with that. Shredding American society, annihilating long-standing alliances and relationships of every kind imaginable, military, social, financial, trade, in every facet we can imagine. I understand that that reality has an impact for us here in Nova Scotia. I understand, Nova Scotians understand, that the reality south of the border of a wingnut in the White House has ripple effects that we all feel here in Nova Scotia. That is not in dispute. That's context connected to this budget. Those are circumstances connected to the introduction of this budget. That's rationale that we've heard the Premier, we've heard the Minister of Finance, and several other ministers of this cabinet put forward as a reason for this budget and the Financial Measures Act. Nova Scotians understand the world is a very wild and hairy place at the moment, and that presents the government with challenges in tabling a budget. That's not in dispute. Other circumstances connected to the introduction or consideration of the bill is the ethos, the broader ethos of this government. If this government were to manufacture bumper stickers, you'd probably read something like more faster. Not just healthcare, everything. More fracking faster. More mineral extraction faster. There's a proverb common among African peoples. It talks about faster. And it roughly translates to, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This government has made the value decision that faster is better than together. And we see this reflected. This budget can't be separated from this government's record of doing things to people, not doing things with people. It's reflected in the reality that this government again and again shirks its duty to behave in a manner that reflects that it is co-equal with the Mi'kmaq people on many questions. If we want to develop resources in Nova Scotia, that's a conversation that cannot be had absent ongoing relationship and dialogue and agreement with First Nations. If we want to build wind power offshore, that's a worthy project. No one on this side of the House thinks that offshore wind is a bad idea. Nonetheless, that's not a project that a government can simply announce and enact in the absence of substantial, meaningful, ongoing dialogue and relationship with the Mi'kmaq people. Through the structures that they self-determine as sovereign people. We see this government go faster rather than go together when we look at consultation with the African Nova Scotian community. Even when this government has a legal responsibility to meet with representatives appointed for that purpose through the Council of African Canadian Education, that council tells us that this government never presented the possibility or potential of cuts for consideration. That the body appointed to advise the minister and provide feedback on decisions about programming, funding, and policy in the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, there was no attempt to make known to community. We can't separate this government's record of non-consultation from the creation of this budget. We can't separate this budget from the plan to implement the remedy. We understand that the findings of the Human Rights Commission are binding upon the government of Nova Scotia, and they have a duty to enact the remedy. That would be true whether the government were formed by a progressive conservative caucus, a liberal caucus, or an NDP caucus. The color of the lawn sign in the government is immaterial. The fact is the remedy is binding on whichever party happens to form government. But this government, in laying out a roadmap to the implementation of the remedy with the entire sector that supports adults living with intellectual disabilities and other disabilities, said, all right, the model that we've used is no longer sufficient and we can't keep it the way that it is. While we work out what this new model is going to be, we are going to hold serve. We're going to have a period of 4 years where operational funding is stable for providers so that we don't destabilize the programming that currently exists while we modify the model of how individuals with disabilities access the supports that they want and that they need. And I think that's a plan that made some sense. We didn't hear a massive outcry or wide controversy from the sector about that approach. But Speaker, a year and a half in to this 4-year commitment to a process, the government unilaterally pulled back from that approach. We can't separate this budget from this government's record of doing things to people and not doing it with them. They go fast, but they don't go far because they don't go together. Speaker, even procedurally in this House, when Nova Scotians on paper have opportunity to participate in the legislative process through public bills, the interval between when this government announces an opportunity to appear and when that opportunity occurs it's not even 24 hours. We concluded second reading of Bill 212 late on Monday evening. And Legislative Council then posted well after 9 o'clock on Monday, if you want to appear, hey, it's tomorrow at 9. It disadvantages the people of Nova Scotia who may want to appear. And I bring this specific example because I was contacted by a witness that contacted the Ledge Council and said, I want to appear. Ledge Council said you'll have no less than 24 hours of notice before your time to appear, and instead they were notified inside of that 24-hour period, and the only slot offered to them meant that they could not take up their space at public bills. We can't separate this budget from how this government operates and consults and works with others and listens to citizens. This government does change to people. It doesn't build change with them. And the Financial Measures Act is further evidence of that. Why do I believe the Financial Measures Act should be discharged? It should be sent back to be reworked. It's because it's a document that has profound impact on the people of Nova Scotia, and it was constructed. I can't find, there's not one minister that's been able to stand up and speak to any of the 20 component bills inside this bill and say, hey, here's this bill, I'm responsible for it, it's under my portfolio, and I want to outline the process by which I consulted with stakeholders and the people of Nova Scotia, and through dialogue, I understand that there's an issue of concern to the community of concern, and we have co-constructed legislation that is responsive to the needs that we've identified, and this legislation is a rational, community-minded, acceptable to stakeholder solution where we know that there is broad-based support for the measures contained therein. 20 pieces of legislation inside the Financial Measures Act. Not one single minister can stand and outline a process of that substance. Why do I think it needs to be discharged? For this reason. Good legislation is built on consultation and engagement. Good legislation, effective legislation, is founded on principles of collaboration. It is responsive to a need identified in community. The language contained in legislation reflects priorities and desires and needs of community. It addresses shortcomings and existing gaps. And it solves problems created by maybe legislation that previously existed, or maybe it steps into a space where there is no legislation. And the absence of legislation is what creates undue hardship or challenge for people so affected. Not one minister, 20 bills.
Order. So I have been giving everybody a broad berth, just like yesterday, last night. I'm asking, and I'll say it again, I could read the 3 pages, but I won't because I don't want to chew up that much of your time. But the members must speak to what is in the bill that they disagree with. There is nothing in the bill about 98% of what you're saying. So I ask that the member speak to that. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
So I've outlined circumstances connected with the introduction or consideration of the bill. They are considerable. A reasoned amendment in Canadian parliamentary practice also affords members on both sides of the House the opportunity to oppose a bill on the basis of principle. And I want to talk about some of the principles that that are contained and inherent in the Financial Measures Act. In the Community Easements Act, the bill briefing suggests that the changes to this act, should the Financial Measures Act be passed as currently constituted, is that it would permit the termination by the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia of a community easement where its continuation would produce severe hardship for the landowner, and simplify the process when an easement holder ceases to exist. And there is language that achieves that purpose. So in the bill briefing, it sounds like when a landowner is subject to a community easement, and that community easement creates some kind of severe hardship, the inability to build on their land, the ability to conduct repairs and renovations on their land, perhaps the inability to use their land for, gardening or some kind of business that it might otherwise be appropriately zoned for. An easement may frustrate a landowner from using the land in a way that is important to them, and is legal within other parameters. Okay, fine. And it would simplify the process when an easement holder ceases to exist. So easements exist for lots of reasons. Madam Speaker, I have an easement that runs along the right-hand side of the lot on which my duplex sits. I do not have leeway to do what I want with the land that runs along that strip. It's 12 feet wide. I can't park there. I can't put anything on it. I can't run equipment on it. No structures. Can't landscape it. It's got to be there. It is what it is. However, if the magic wand waves and Nova Scotia Power, which happens to own that easement, cease to exist, and magically we all had mini fusion reactors in our home that we could buy from our local shop, and Nova Scotia Power went bankrupt. Lots of Nova Scotians would be thrilled about that magical world. But Nova Scotia Power now no longer legally exists, except the easement doesn't go away since they cease to exist. This act makes it possible for the deletion of that easement in the absence of the existence of the easement holder. Okay, fine. But this act goes beyond those two things, Speaker. And there's a principle in here. In 52, 5, and 6, 4, 5, and 6, this act vests in the minister responsible for the act enormous powers. It, in effect, gives the minister the power to take over control of an easement. It's interesting because this act is supposed to ease pressures on landowners when an easement creates undue hardship. Now, all of a sudden, instead of an easement belonging to a corporation or another landowner or a conservation society, now the easement would be owned by the government. It would be land of the Crown. How is a landowner supposed to contest a land easement, a community land easement, owned by the government or exercised by the Crown? This is an example of government taking increasing control over land, over the autonomy of landowners, over the autonomy of communities, over the autonomy of organizations. The consolidation of power is of concern. So one of the reasons why I believe this bill needs to be sent back for rework, why it needs to be discharged, is on principle. Because I don't believe vesting unchecked power in the government to control things as fundamental as the right to own land is a good thing. I understand that governments need to have a measure of power to act in the public interest. But unchecked power to potentially is the only option under this act that Nova Scotian landowners are going to have to contest a government's control over an easement on their property that creates undue hardship. Their only recourse is going to be to go to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia? That kind of power is not a good thing, Madam Speaker. And on principle, I disagree with it. And that's why I believe this bill, one of the reasons why I believe this bill needs to be discharged. Speaker, I've already spoken about how the Financial Measures Act can't be separated from its practical impact that when we pass the act, we pass the budget. Those two things are inseparable. If you don't pass the FMA, you don't pass the budget. We've seen this budget that the FMA enables. We already know that it contains 3% reductions in funding to government departments broadly and 5% cuts to the civil service. We know that there are folks, an entire class of folks that work at the Department of Natural Resources who will lose their jobs because of this budget connected to the Financial Measures Act. So at a time we're laying off folks that are responsible for conservation in our province, we will have less enforcement from people who are expertly trained and highly experienced to protect our lands and forests and wildlife. Alongside of the Speaker, we see this legislation and we see another piece of legislation. The legislation that we've already debated in this House about enhanced cannabis regulation in Nova Scotia. That legislation, it provides the minister with the power to create a brand new enforcement body class of enforcement officials to enforce the statutes should that legislation be passed. The Financial Measures Act also provide the minister responsible for provincial parks in Nova Scotia to be able to establish a class of individuals to enforce laws and policies and regulations that the responsible minister. We're cutting the public service by 5% a year for the next 4 years, and we have 2 pieces of legislation that will create 2 new enforcement bodies with undetermined powers. It's unclear whether or not they will operate at arm's length free of political interference in our province, but we're going to create 2 new classes of people with some new badge to enforce laws that this government creates. We're going to cut the civil service, but we're going to hire a whole bunch of people with badges to enforce unique laws. I'm baffled that the government doesn't get the cognitive dissonance involved in making these 2 proposals. Why is it necessary to create a unique class of enforcement officers?
Order. I asked that the honourable member stay on topic. That's actually a totally different bill than what we're talking about here tonight. Look, I know I've been just challenged. I'm getting used to that with this member. So you were out, you managed to weave back slightly, but I want the member to stay on topic, and the member is not to challenge the speaker. If this happens again, well, I guess I'm going to talk to my clerks because something's going to have to be done. I'm paying close attention to what everybody's saying. The member before you spoke for an hour. I didn't have to interrupt her not once. Don't do it again. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. My comments are about the Crown Lands Act under Section 58, or Clause 58 adds Chapter 114 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 38. It talks about the creation of a conservation officer or such other person or class of persons. Later in the Parks Act, it also talks about a new class of people created by the legislation to enforce statutes that would be created about enforcement of rules a minister would create. At a time that we are cutting the public service, it makes no sense to me that we pass legislation that green lights the creation of 2 new enforcement bodies in this province with undefined scope, with undefined governance in political independence that operate at arm's length from government. On principle, I think that's a bad thing. I question the wisdom of those moves. that same act, the Forest Act. This government likes to talk about bad governments that raise taxes. This act empowers the government effectively to drive up the tax rates for people that owned forested parcels of land on which they are not conducting active forestry harvesting. It requires all landowners that have forested parcels to register what they are doing with their forested land with the government. And if that report does not contain an indication that active foresting is happening, then it allows for the imposition of a higher tax rate on people who are not actively foresting on lands that they own that are forested. You know, I've heard the Premier talk about growing revenue, but I'm not sure this is the way to do it. On top of this, Speaker, the ecological consequences of this are substantive. Trees are the lungs of our world. Do we really want to promote the destruction of our forests or the harvesting of our forest just so people avoid punitive tax rates? At a time that Nova Scotia, I mean, again, I have heard the Premier, I've heard the Minister of, of Emergency Measures, so the Minister of Emergency Measures. I've heard lots of other folks in government stand up and talk about, hey, disasters are happening in Nova Scotia. You know, we have to be nimble. This legislation will incentivize the erosion of a natural feature of our province that helps protect us against the kind of climate-driven emergencies that we understand government has a responsibility to support Nova Scotians through. And it effectively forces municipalities to impose a higher tax rate on these folks. So not only are we further intruding on the rights of landowners in Nova Scotia, particularly now, Speaker, I'm only being somewhat tongue-in-cheek when I say this. I don't think that my small lot in Lower Sackville with a large willow and some maples is going to necessarily be negatively impacted by this. I don't think I'm going to be sent a different tax rate because I'm not foresting the 12 maple trees that have to grow along the line of my property. But I can tell you who will be adversely affected by this legislation. It'll be people across rural Nova Scotia whose lots aren't half an acre on city services. People whose parcels are dozens or hundreds of acres. In many cases, those are people whose lands have been passed down through generations. Not only is an asset from a financial perspective, it is the living heritage of their families. And it's going to make it more expensive. This law will make it more expensive to live in rural Nova Scotia on forested parcels of land where people are not actively harvesting timber. No, there are plenty of people on the government side that like to throw rocks at the NDP. We just live in Metro. We don't know anything. Well, I know enough people in rural Nova Scotia that are deeply unhappy about the fact that their properties are going to be taxed at a higher rate because of this legislation. And for what purpose? Where is this revenue going to go? What is the project? It's not to make the project, the province more green. Again, we have a minister that has not stood in this House to explain why this change is necessary. Who was conferred with to determine that this course of action was warranted, responsible, responsive to the people of Nova Scotia. It solves a current and pressing problem that affect the people of this province. This provision has serious harms for people in every community imaginable, many of whom are voters that supported lots of people in the government caucus, I might add. This legislation allows the government the ability to let casinos off the hook from deed transfer taxes. Again, I hear the Premier, I hear many people on the government side stand in this House and say, we understand the struggles that Nova Scotians are experiencing. We know times are tough. And we're going to do everything we can to help people through these tough times. Well, if you live on land that's not being actively forested, your taxes are going up because of this bill. On the other hand, we're going to let casinos that literally make money around the clock off the hook for deed transfer taxes that could go into provincial coffers as a source of revenue. Now, I understand. We don't have a whole lot of casino sales happening in Nova Scotia. It's not common. But nonetheless, casinos are not small value propositions. And there are rumbles that the casino just down the street here, Madam Speaker, potentially is up for sale and it may be relocating elsewhere. Well, how much of a chunk of tax revenue? I mean, let's sit for a minute and think about that. If we enact this law and then the rumored sale goes through, how many pieces of property are there in Nova Scotia in more prime location than the parcel that Casino Nova Scotia on Lower Water Street happens to sit on? What's that property valued at? Meanwhile, this act also enacts higher tax rates for Nova Scotians that have worked a very, very long time to have nice things. They saved, they've invested, and with part of their investment, they've bought property so that they can come back to Nova Scotia in the months where we don't freeze to death and have to endure lots of fog and drizzle and nose-runny weather. We're going to tax those people more for the land that they own, but we're not going to tax the sale of a property that's worth untold millions of dollars? Who does that benefit beside a corporation? The millions of dollars in lost taxes that the Casino Nova Scotia, or whoever happens to own it, some foreign multinational hedge fund is going to get a tax break when they sell the casino and set up shop elsewhere in the province. At the same time, we're going to tax people who bought land, grew up here, spent their life here, and now maybe they winter in other locations. Because their permanent residence is no longer Nova Scotia, we're going to tax them and punish them for their lifetime of hard work. Speaker, I believe that this act needs to be discharged on the principle of tax fairness. Corporations like the casino need to pay their fair share. We shouldn't be throwing the tax burden onto hardworking Nova Scotians that have worked hard to buy property and own property, either permanently or to have a vacation home that's connected to their deep roots here in this province. Speaker, this act, one of the principles I object to in this act is a more hands-off approach as it relates to the safety of our food supply. Previous speakers in my caucus did an absolutely phenomenal job highlighting that the way that meat is produced and inspected and packaged and distributed in Nova Scotia is it's a point of pride for our province. For producers, for distributors, for outlets that sell their products. I mean, we want to talk about a made in Nova Scotia success story. The regulatory environment that currently exists is a point of pride. We understand that the challenge before the meat industry in Nova Scotia is not that the current inspection regime is onerous or cost prohibitive or inflates the price of distribution of Nova Scotia meat to the point where they can't compete with other producers in other provinces. That's not the dilemma, Madam Speaker. The dilemma is that we don't have enough capacity. Premier says he's open to listening to good ideas and good suggestions. If we want to do something to support the meat industry in Nova Scotia, we can support succession planning and so somebody who wants to work or own an abattoir, to support people that may not have the capital to take that over, but to actually work almost as in a graduated apprenticeship with those folks, to establish a fund that makes the capital to buy such an operation fiscally possible for people that otherwise. Okay. Or we could fund cooperative abattoirs in Nova Scotia. On top of the capacity we have, if we need more capacity, we could make investments that grow capacity. That's not money down the drain. That's an investment that will return revenue to the province. It will grow the amount of meat that can be processed and sold not only to Nova Scotians, but to other markets. But this bill instead destabilizes the current regime of meat inspection in Nova Scotia. And rather than a proactive system, transforms our meat inspection regime to a reactive one. Basically says the net effect of it is that, hey, if you're an abattoir or a meat packer, and you haven't had any violations, we don't really need to check on you. We'll just let you carry on with your day. But if there are places where there have been problems, we'll still pop by and inspect those places. But and we're hearing concern from the community of folks that do this work to say this is. They're not sure that the benefits outweigh the consequences or the harms. Moving from a responsibility and rigor model to a risk, the amount of risk we're willing to assume or allow in our food supply model, I'm not sure that's one that we want to entertain. Speaker, another principle contained in the FMA that I think is objectionable is in the portion of the bill that relates to the government, the establishment of the unchecked ability of government to expropriate land from whoever, whatever kind of landowner. It could be a corporation, could be a community organization, could be a private landowner. Government, as a result of this legislation, will say, hey, it doesn't say how much gypsum has to be present. It just says gypsum has to be present. We've been scolded often on this side of the House that words matter and facts matter. And I agree that words matter. I'm an English teacher by trade. I believe that in my bones. This legislation doesn't put limits that are necessary. It doesn't say how much gypsum has to be on your land. This opens the door for land to be seized under the auspices of, hey, there's gypsum under there, even if it's not a financially viable piece. You can take that land. It enables the government to expropriate land with impunity and to not have to provide compensation to Nova Scotians the government appropriates under the name of gypsum extraction. Now, we have law in Nova Scotia under the Expropriation Acts, the Expropriation Act, not acts, I apologize, it's not plural, that enables the government to expropriate land, but there are substantial guardrails around expropriation in that act. And it's incumbent upon government, if you are going to, Speaker, I would be shocked if members of this House have not been inundated with hundreds of emails from folks concerned about the widening of Robie Street, a process which would involve expropriation. You haven't heard about this? I have a folder.
Oh, we know.
Like, I got hundreds.
We all got hundreds.
So,
Don't worry, the CCT is.
when we talk about expropriation, this is expropriation under constrained limits. That if either the province of Nova Scotia or the city of Halifax were to expropriate land along either side of Robie Street as we currently know it, for the purposes of widening the street, it's about expropriation and talks about, you know what, I'll let the Speaker make a ruling, but I'll thank the member for his wise and incisive input. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Neither the province of Nova Scotia nor the city of Halifax can simply take that land without compensating the landowners who would be impacted by the expropriation of that land without fair value. There is a process prescribed in law that says government at least has to, there's a guardrail around, hey, you got to compensate people, and here's the process to determine the level of compensation that the affected folks or entities, enterprises, whatever. Here are the guardrails that you have to respect around provide. Sure, legally you can take the land, but you've got to provide value. This law absolves government of that responsibility. Not only does it absolve government of that responsibility to provide people with meaningful and reasonably fair compensation for the seizure of their land, it also writes into law that those so impacted by a government decision have no right of appeal through the court or any other other mechanism. They can't ask the ombudsman. They can't go to court. There's just the land that they once had is gone, in part or in whole, Madam Speaker. And this kind of unchecked power in government hands, I don't care what party forms government. You could have the Purple People Eater Party in power, and I would still stand in this place and I would still say, on principle, this kind of unchecked power is not a good thing for any government to have in its hands. It reeks of patent unfairness for people. And this whole extraction of gypsum thing that's come, I mean, this is as sudden to the people of Nova Scotia as it was last February when, out of the blue, unbeknownst to anybody, we passed legislation about fracking and uranium exploration and pulling every mineral possible out of our soil in the shortest order humanly possible. Nobody saw that one coming. No Nova Scotian paraded in the streets to fast-track the extraction of gypsum in any source locatable in the province. Haven't met a single person in all of the caucus meetings we've had over the last year. Never once have I heard tell of a Nova Scotian saying, boy howdy, we better get on this gypsum thing ASAP so we can get this problem fixed right up. Hasn't happened. On principle, I disagree with unchecked power in the hands of government over people's property, over their land and resource. Finally, Speaker, on principle, this legislation gives the minister responsible for provincial parks substantive powers to make parks cash cows, to set rates for things. And of most concern, to treat parks as capital to be permitted or leased or any other right. Nova Scotians have been loud and clear that provincial parks are a shared heritage. They should be protected, even though technically they're not. They may be protected by tradition, by the broader understanding of governments of every stripe, that these are lands and resources that we should treat as sacred. We should protect them from degradation for the enjoyment of our citizens. But this opens the door to the very thing that this government walked back not so long ago in West Mabou Beach, where a provincial park was, this government was open to all discussions about West Mabou. Want to build a helicopter pad on all discussions? Sure. Condos? Sure. Golf course? Sure. We're open to all of it. Speaker, this act makes that kind of backdoor negotiation about our parks possible and legal. And the only thing necessary to green light that use of our parks is to say so of the minister responsible. It imposes no limit on the minister to have to consult or seek public input or confer with community. On several occasions in this act, Speaker, on principle, and again, I would stand in my place and object to this regardless of who formed government. I haven't named any names. I haven't thrown any rocks at any particular minister or department in these remarks. I have said that power concentrated in the hands of government without appropriate guardrails and limits on principle is a bad way to govern. And it's not good for the people of Nova Scotia. And frankly, Speaker, it doesn't protect Nova Scotians. It exposes them to overreach of government power. And so this reasoned amendment that we spent substantial time on, the purpose of it was to explore the reasons why this bill should be discharged. To explore situations connected to the introduction and consideration of the bill, to explore the principles of the bill to which we couldn't object. And so I'm thankful to have had the opportunity to talk about the broader context, the situations connected to the introduction and the consideration of this bill. We've talked about the practical relationship between the Financial Measures Act and the practical impact that it has that when it gets passed, we have a budget. And I've talked about a number of principled reasons to oppose the content of this legislation. I do believe that through consultation, that we could come up with legislation contained in this act that is better reflective of what's best for Nova Scotians and addresses the concerns that I've raised and reflects greater principles of consultation and of building a better province through working with the people of Nova Scotia that legislation would impact. And so, Speaker, with that, I move to close debate on the Reason Amendment. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Is the House ready for the question? There has been a recorded vote. We will take a short recess until the whips are satisfied. Order. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
No.
Nolan Young. Kim Maslin.
No.
John Lord.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
No.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson. Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross. Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns.
No.
Marco McLeod.
No.
Adegoke Fadare. Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Brian Wong. Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McCory.
No.
Tim Outfit. Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons. David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White.
No.
Tim Hallman. Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc. Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery.
No.
Krista Gallagher.
Yes.
Rod Wilson.
Yes.
Lena Hamid. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 9, nays 27.
The motion is defeated. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the question be now put.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move adjourn debate on Bill 198.
The motion is to close debate on Bill number 1, debate on Bill number 198. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for today. I move the House do now rise again and meet March 12th between the hours 11 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. following the daily routine and question period. It'll be second reading, committee of the whole House, and potentially third reading and estimates.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on March 12th, Thursday, March 12th, between the hours of 11 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. We stand adjourned.